I mean, every story would have happily ever after, but according to her, it's not how it ended, it's the depth of the movie. Because most times, I don't know for others, but personally, if I'm able to understand a Hollywood movie is towards the ending, but at the middle of the movie or from the beginning, you're trying to figure out, okay, what's going on, where are they driving to? And I'm going to give example of the trending Cena movie. At the beginning, I couldn't understand what's going on, honestly, but when it got towards the end of the movie, then I could tell what is really going on. Same thing with Sirens. I think I've actually recommended that movie. I did not understand what was going on in the beginning until I, started approaching towards the end. All right. So if it's about Nollywood, and we don't even take time, most times our movies are just maximum 2 hours in YouTube, in the cinema, in Netflix, and all that. But we always have a story to tell from the beginning to the end. You could understand it. So I think we should give ourselves a plus to that. I've had a whole lot of actresses and actors saying the same thing. Of course, it can never be the way Aki and Popo used to act, the way Nkemowo used to act. Name them, Sam Loco, may he so rest in peace, the way they used to act, because they too, if you're talking about Nollywood in general, they too bring real life to it. All right, they put depth to the story, and you think this is real life, like, I'm not saying that, there's so much drama or exaggeration or whatever, but the truth is, when it comes to Nollywood, we've actually evolved starting from when we started till now. So there's no comparison, literally. Okay, so still on the same course, seasoned actress Stella Damasos has spoken about the challenges of Nigerian actors bagging Hollywood roles. She explained that the Hollywood stereotype of Africans, which she said Nigerians don't fit in, is the major stumbling block in Nollywood actors getting Hollywood roles. The movie star claimed that the Hollywood stereotype of Africans is that all Africans have East African accents and are as dark as Kenyan actress Lupita Nyong'o. She said this makes Nigerian actors misfits for Hollywood roles. She explained that most Nigerian actors who have bagged lead roles in Hollywood were raised abroad. She said, on a quote rather, most of the Nigerians who have done big screen movie in Hollywood are people who were raised in England. Most of them have a different type of accent, and they said to me, we want an African to be very dark. That's the kind of African that we are used to. We are not used to your kind of African. We want Lupita dark. You are not dark enough, and you are not white enough to be half caste. So it would be hard to please you. You are not mixed race. Then your accent, you don't sound American or British, neither do you sound African. And I'm like, how do you think Africans sound? Because Africa is full of 1,001 countries. And inside those countries, we have different dialects and different accents. Now, yeah, this is her response, because same here, I'm going to give the same response. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. What do you mean, Sarah? Tell me, how exactly do you want me to sound? Because when you come to Africa, we are so many. Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, name them. So if it comes to color, yeah, but of course you could tell an African person. What do you mean you want Lupita dark? What do you mean you want us to sound some kind of way? Really? And this is really not encouraging. I mean, because I would really emphasize on the fact where she said, if you see them parts of a Hollywood movie, is because they probably grew there or they schooled there or something. All right, but if you're from Nigeria and you're expecting to be not like you're from like you base here, and of course you're in the movie industry, you're expecting to be part of a Hollywood movie, it's gonna take a whole lot of time, which I don't even understand. I mean, I'm very good at this role. So your problem right now is my color and the way I sound. You want me to sound some kind of way that you envision in your brain. It's funny, but it's not funny, because somehow it looks like a look down on us. I mean, you want to look Peter kind of dark. I don't know, because of course when you come to Africa, we have like how many shades? We have the melanin, we have the caramel, we have the black, we have fair. You know, our shades of color are different. So if, anyways, maybe it's some sort of, maybe the way they do their whole professionalism thing. So if we have to put an African person in this movie, the person has to be this black and not this black, and the person have to maybe speak like a Nigerian, should have a Yoruba accent, should have a Ghanaian accent or some sort. Maybe that's their law or something, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not following. I'm not getting it. So these are the issues. These are some setbacks for us. It's not that we can't play that role. No, we can play that role, but they have the way they envision their thing. I think their own thing now is not really about the talent, but right now about the way you sound and your color. So that's literally the problem. Let's fast forward to the foreign scene. Using software to enforce a teenage social media ban can work in Australia, the head of the Australian Age Insurance Technology Trial claimed on Friday, but stakeholders and advisory board members say they have not provided enough data in the preliminary results. Organizers of the trial, which concluded earlier this month, gave no data findings as part of preliminary results published on Friday, and offered only a broad overview which did not name individual products. Since the Australian government announced the legislation last year, child protection advocates, tech industry groups, and children themselves have questioned whether the ban can be enforced due to workarounds like virtual private networks, which obscure an internet user's location. Advisory board members, International Center for Missing and Exploited Children CEO Com Ganon said he was concerned about the lack of circumvention testing during the trial. Ganon is also concerned about the lack of data he has received from the preliminary testing, a worry shared by stakeholders. John Payne, the chair of Electronic Frontiers of Australia. Organizers of the trial say they will deliver a report to the government next month, which officials have said will inform an industry consultation ahead of the December headline. The Australian ban is being watched closely around the world, with several governments exploring ways to limit children's exposure to social media. To think that they will soon ban TikTok in Nigeria. Anyways, let's listen to this.
They show each other, yeah. And they just, and then you look at the comments and they're all like, oh, yeah.
It's too early to say. The board hasn't actually been privy to the data that underpins the results, and in order to do a very sober and critical assessment of the technologies, you need the data. We don't have the details in relation to each of these vendors, their technology and how they process the data. Particularly the collection and storage of biometric data is an extreme worry for us, as it should be for any individual, particularly if that data is then used as a means of granting access to a website or a service. If that is compromised, it can't be replaced, like a password can be replaced.
But it's sort of the fire smoke of that scene, whereas no one's really cut off network in the 70s. No one's kind of
this whole social media minimum age gating policy is the Trojan horse for digital ID in Australia. So it's not just about the kids, it's about every adult that wants to access social media will need to go through some sort of gating process, which attenuates behaviour to further validations of identity online.
Oh, wow.
why don't I let me go back.
What I would say is, in order for legislation to be operational and actionable, you have to have a multifaceted approach in relation to testing that technology for its implementation. Or even, while they're saying they're not recommending something, they're talking about age assurance, and as part of one of the prima facie things that you need to look at for age assurance is, how do I circumvent things? Young people are early adopters of technology. They move fast, they move quick, they will adapt to roadblocks very, very quickly. For me, I do believe age assurance is essential. I do actually agree with the concept of age assurance, but what I want to agree with is technology that's going to actually be implemented with a child agency, a voice to it, with robust testing and technology, and that the government can actually invest both socially and economically in a response that's going to actually minimize the harm, but also promote the safety and responsible social responsibility within Australia. Australia is on the cusp, and a lot of eyes are watching them. I deal with people from Europe, from the US, from all over the world, and they're saying, we're waiting to see what Australia is going to do in relation to this solution. And I'm saying, well, so am I, because we don't know what the solution is. Even though I'm on the advisory board, I'm as much in the dark as members of the public, and I just don't think it's right. It's not right.
Nigeria received 119 Benin bronze from the Netherlands on Tuesday, marking one of the largest restitution of colonial-era artifacts since British force looted the treasures from Benin City in 1897. Dutch Education, Culture and Science Minister Eppo Bruins said in a statement that the decision to return the bronzes was based on recognizing their looted status and affirming they should never have left Nigeria. The National Museum in Lagos will house 4 of the returned pieces as seen in the video, while the remainder will be stored at the new Oba Ovorowem storage facility at the National Museum in Benin City. The restitution is part of a growing international movement to return cultural treasures removed during colonial times, as Nigerians seek to recover thousands of intricate bronze sculptures and castings seized by British soldiers during the 1897 raid on the Kingdom of Benin. An official handover ceremony is scheduled for Saturday, June 21st at the National Museum of Lagos. The bronzes, created by skilled artisans of the Benin Kingdom between the 13th and 18th centuries, are considered among Africa's greatest artistic achievements and have been the subject of decades-long repatriation campaigns. Take a look.
Wants to get it back, he's got a long way. So it's an amazing act. Encyclopedia, it's like a dictionary. It's a coded word that it's embedded.
All right, thank goodness they brought it back. Somebody was saying something to me, but I'm not going to say it. It's fine. That's all we have for you in the news segment. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, Movie Train is up next. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the movie train segment, and first on my list is The Residence. This is a series movie. So The Residence is an American mystery comedy drama television. I've actually seen it, so if you've not, I'm recommending it to you. It dealt with my mental health. It's a comedy drama. Of course, it's a drama, but comedy. I did not see comedy in it. There's no laugh inside it, because Detective Coop, I won't say that woman is crazy, because at a point I thought she was, where she uses, what's that stuff called again? She uses it to, find some birds, study about birds, and later on, after studying about the bird, she come back to asking questions. In fact, where I got mixed up was where there's some stuff she asked questions literally more than 10 times. Now, you can't tell me that from episode 1 to episode 5, you still haven't gotten the culprits. You're still asking questions, only for us to find out that, okay, after a series of asking of questions, she couldn't get the murderer. She left, she disappeared, and was found in a world where people do not know. I don't know, you know, in some sort of an island. Maybe she's hiding in a tree or something, you know. Now, senators were, I'm spoiling this movie, but I'm sorry, it's going to deal with your brain. If you're not ever, you're literally going to go mad. Let's move to the next movie. Chetam season 2 is the next movie, actually. So Chetam is a 2024 Showmax original Nigerian telenovela, executive produced by James Omokwe and written by Ifeanyi Barbara Chidi. It stars Oluchi Amajoyi, Kingsley Nwachukwu, Ruby Okezie, Kalu Ikagwu, Nonso Odogu, Nnamdi Abo, Jesmai Uhuru, Lulu Okonkwo, Omanadi, Valerie Odunukwe, and Ugonna Ukore. Now, Chetam revolves around Adanna and Nana, who found a once-in-a-lifetime kind of love and fought against all odds to stay together. Chetam explores the love story between Adanna and Nana, young lovers who battle the spiritual and political forces in their way. Stream all episodes now. The extraordinary love story of Adanna and Nana, young lovers. Okay, that's just an reputation. So, I've not really seen this movie, but I'm interested because I've literally missed epic movie, like real epic movie. Those ones they used to act in those days, you know, that shows the real Igbo culture and tradition, you know, fighting for your love and all that, when you have a whole lot of battles coming, both political, family, and all. So if you're looking for something like that, this is the right movie for you. So if you've seen season 1, season 2 is out now and you can go stream it. But if you haven't, in order for you to understand, go and watch season 1. Then finally on the list is Forever. Forever is an American romantic teen drama television series created by Mara Brooke Aki, loosely adapted from the Judy Blume novel of the same name. It was released on Netflix May 8, 2025. I still have a little time before I review the tourist visit in Dubai. So I want to give my 2 cents on Straw. In fact, Tyler Perry needs to give each and every one of us a therapy section that he is going to pay, because that movie dealt with my mental health. I recommended that movie last week, and of course it's everywhere. Everybody has seen it, everybody has cried, emotions rolling, even even parents and grandparents who were crying in that same movie. I don't know for others, but personally for me, where I got emotional was when I saw her properties outside under the rain. And when I got to find out that, oh, her daughter died 24 hours ago before all this happened, I was dumb, but not really emotional. I'm like, where did I miss it? Do you know I have to rewind to go and understand what was really going? In fact, I've watched that movie like twice. Yeah. Now, Tyler Perry did a good job. But where did he miss it? At what point did that doctor, that bank manager, find out that the daughter was dead? Because I don't know, I can't remember when, they came to whisper to her, the daughter is dead, don't worry, don't just leave her alone, you know. I didn't see that. So at what point did she, because it told her, your daughter died 24 hours ago, and she went back to the manager and she was like, she died. And the manager opened her mouth and said, I know. How did you know? How did you know? Please tell me. Now, I'm going to give a very big round of applause to the script writer that made that movie, because, of course, you want to make everybody be emotional. There's something that Tyler Perry said that got me wild. He said, it's a movie to tell you how expensive poverty is. I can't really remember the words literally, but of course, it's very expensive, and it tells the story of people. It broadens our eyes to tell you there are people that suffer like this, and there are single mothers that have struggling issues, and it's everything boils down together. So yeah, that's all for the movie train. Let's review the Dubai tourist visit. So we had a tourist visit Dubai few days ago, and we got some exciting clips to show you, and also to share an insight on what we would want our country Nigeria to emulate, because people travel far and wide just to enjoy this view in Dubai. And of course, it's not free, they pay for it. So I think if our country can maybe put an effort to entertainment and tourism in the country, it will improve our economy, in the sense that people will have to travel down here just to have a beautiful view of nature and events, just like we have in South Africa, Cape Town, we have in Kenya, we have in Dubai and the rest. People literally leave Nigeria to travel to Cape Town. People literally leave Nigeria to go to Kenya just to feed giraffe. And Nigeria do not have that. Of course, yes, we have a whole lot of problem, but I just feel this could help, you know, boost our economy too. Money coming back to us, because people are coming here to have a view of things. We have beautiful natures, but let's take a look at that. This will run for like 20 minutes, and of course I'll sign off. So yeah, enjoy.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for the beautiful. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you for the direction. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
right, thanks for watching. This is where we draw the curtain for E-Vibes. Join us same time next week, same station. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. And of course, enjoy your weekend. Go for that party. Go for that wedding. Stand up from the bed. Go to church. And thank me later. So, I'm your baby girl, Queenette Nwokonta. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Senate has approved another extension for the implementation of the capital component of the 2024 national budget, shifting the deadline to December 31st, 2025. The decision was made on Tuesday's plenary following the swift presentation and passage of an amendment to the Appropriation Act, which went through all three readings in a single sitting. Leading the debate, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Solomon Adeola, said the extension was necessary to ensure completion of ongoing capital projects, many of which have been delayed due to revenue shortfalls.
The Appropriation Act of 2024 will come to an end by 38th of June 2025 this year. And due to some projects which are yet to be funded and implemented, we find it very important to come before these ALO chambers that this budget be extended by further 6 months, that is to end on 31st December 2025, to allow, among other things, the procurement process to be completed, money to be released for the implementation of the capital component of these budgets.
I wholeheartedly associate myself with the submissions made by my chairman of the Appropriation Committee, adopt same, and further add that in line with the desire of the present government and in consonance with the Renewed Hope agenda to ensure that no project is abandoned in the course of implementation of the budget.
However, senators such as Abdullah Yahya and Abdul Ningi criticized the repeated extensions, describing them as signs of poor implementation capacity by ministers, departments and agencies. They called for investigation and more transparency from the executive.
The National Assembly is not being taken into confidence by the executive arm of government on this very serious matter. This budget should have been implemented and everything done by December 31st, 2024. We extended it by another 6 months to the end of June this year.
I'm going to bring a motion subsequent to the passage of the bill, which says the Committee on Appropriation and Finance should investigate the recurring dismal of non-implementation of the capital component and report back within 1 week or 2.
Government has grounded, that's what it means. Contractors who have done their jobs, committed their resources, cannot be paid. The benefits of the budget that we all took time to work on and passed has not gotten to the people. And guess what? We are talking of the capital component. The recurrent component, which is for the bureaucrats, it has gotten to them 100%.
Mr. President, I think that we must take the bull by the horn on this issue of appropriation. And I think that unless we take it very seriously up with the Ministry of Finance, this Parliament will become an embarrassment into itself. Mr. President, I am reluctantly supporting the extension of the 2024 capital component of the budget.
Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, who presided over the session, ruled in favor of the bill after the adoption of a report from the Committee on Supply. There's a second extension granted for the 2024 budget following an early shift from December 31st, 2024 to June 30, 2025 at the request of President Bola Tinubu.
Desire to make sure that we solve these problems. In any case, the Committee on Appropriations and Finance have the function already enshrined in our rules to do that. So what we are trying to do is to emphasize the need that they should do the needful and then report back to us.
In a related development, the Senate also passed the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Amendment Bill, extending the fund's lifespan from 6 to 12 years. The aim is to boost police training, equipment and infrastructure. Amendment was passed without opposition following its second and third readings after suspending Senate Rule 78(1).
To amend the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Act to increase the duration of the trust fund to, among other things, provide for continued training, provision of equipment and related facilities, as well as enhance the skills of personnel of the Nigeria Police.
Both bills now await concurrence by the House of Representatives before being transmitted to the President for assent. Nigerian Senate has directed the Nigeria Customs Service to raise its 2025 revenue target from the proposed 5 trillion naira to at least 10 trillion naira as part of efforts to boost national revenue. The directive was issued during the Senate Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs Budget Defense Session for 2024 and deliberations on the 2025 fiscal proposal. Committee Chairman Jibril Issa criticized the revenue projection by the Customs Service, describing it as abysmally low and not reflective of its service's capacity. He noted that with ongoing recruitment of about 3,000 additional personnel and existing infrastructure, Customs Service is well positioned to meet a more ambitious target. Senator Issa also called for increased vigilance at Nigeria's borders, urging Customs to intensify its interception of arms, ammunition and illicit drugs through seaports, airports and land entry points.
Having said that, we believe that your revenue target of 6-point-something trillion, I can't get the exact figure now, is abysmally low. You have to double your efforts. You must get us nothing less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. We don't expect you to get us anything less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. You are adequately equipped, you have the infrastructure, and you have the staff. Okay, the additional staff that you're talking about, over 3,000, will come in, and I'm sure you are almost on the drawing board on that.
Earlier, Deputy Controller General of Customs, Finance and Technical Services, B.M. Jibo, presented the service's 2025 revenue projection of 6.584 trillion naira.
2025 budget proposal. The revenue target for the year 2025 is based on the medium-term revenue framework. The revenue target for NCS for 2025 financial year is set at 6.584 trillion, consisting of 3.835 trillion for Federation account, then 1.081 trillion for non-Federation account, and 1.650 trillion for import VAT.
That's why the Senate committee maintained its stance, pushing for a more aggressive revenue strategy to align with the country's fiscal needs and development goals. The Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, has projected a revenue of 1.279 trillion naira for the 2025 fiscal year, representing a 40% increase over its 865 billion naira target for 2024, which it has already surpassed. The revenue projection and budget proposal were presented separately to the Senate and House of Representatives committees on marine transport by NPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Danso on Monday. Dr. Danso revealed that the agency remitted 400 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund in 2024, almost double the amount remitted in the previous year. He attributed the projected revenue growth for 2025 to modernization efforts, improved operational efficiency, and increased maritime activity.
In 2025, we are projecting or proposing a revenue of 1,279 billion. This is about 40% more than the 2024 actual of 894 billion. The details of the revenue sources are as written below. So on the cargo side, we are expecting we'll raise or realize 413 billion. On the ship side, we are hoping to realize 544 billion. On the concession side, we are hoping to realize 249 billion. On admin revenue, we are hoping to realize 73 billion. So in total, is 1,279,894,610,343. We predicated our revenue increase in the following: the Dangote refinery coming on stream, which required a lot of marine services from us, and then we have established a one-stop shop in MPA, which has so far been able to treat over 57 vessels per month.
Chairman of the Senate Committee, Wasiu Eshinlokun, commended the NPA's performance, but urged the agency to further enhance infrastructure, drive revenue, and support national efforts to tackle unemployment and fiscal deficits.
As we look at the 2025 IGR budget proposal, we expect clear strategies on how MPA intends to enhance its revenue generation capacity, reduce leakages, and modernize port operations through digitalization, improve security, and infrastructural upgrade. The expectations are even higher considering the federal government drive to increase non-oil revenue and reduce dependence on borrowing. Let me reiterate that this committee will continue to play its oversight role effectively, not as an adversary, but as a partner in progress. We are committed to work with NPA and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that maritime sector contributes meaningfully to national development and economic growth.
Other lawmakers also applauded the NPA for consistently exceeding its annual revenue target, but encouraged even greater performance to reduce the government's dependence on borrowing and close budget gaps. The member for ENUGU East and Issues of Federal Constituency of Enugu State and House of Representatives, Professor Paul Namchi, has dumped the Labour Party and joined the All Progressives Congress APC. Namchi announced his defection on the floor of the House on Tuesday. In his letter of resignation read by the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, the Enugu lawmaker, cited what he refers to as internal leadership squabbles tearing the party apart as his reason for leaving the Labour Party. Professor Namchi said the crisis has continued to disrupt the party's structure and success made in the last general elections.
From Honorable Prof. Paul S. Namchi, his message is also on notice of defection from the Labour Party to the All Progressive Congress APC. His message reads as follows: history rarely remembers those who stood still in moments that demanded movement. With deep reflection, I tender my resignation from the Labour Party, a platform now plagued by internal paralysis and troubling loss of direction. When a political house becomes consumed by conflict and deaf to reason, staying becomes a betrayal of purpose. In contrast, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is confronting the nation's challenges with the audacity leadership requires, taking bold, if painful, steps that speak of a future reclaimed, not postponed. In fidelity to my conscience and my constituents, I align with a vision that seeks not applause but impact. Yours sincerely, signed, Honorable Prof. Paul Namchi, member representing Enugu East, AC Uzo Federal Constituency of Enugu State.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed allegations of election rigging leveled against his associates, saying critics have no tangible achievements to campaign with. Wike made remarks on Tuesday at the commissioning of the right-hand service carriageway of the inner Northern Expressway linking Ring Road 3 to the outer Northern Expressway. He said his allies have been targeted because they can point to completed roads and infrastructure across FCT communities, unlike some opponents who cried foul after losing. The minister revealed that the road project initially awarded in 2014 for 7 billion naira was completed at a revised cost of 31 billion naira. He thanked President Bola Tinubu for his continued support and emphasized that road infrastructure is key to economic growth and investment attraction. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission has scheduled the FCT Area Council elections for February 21, 2026. In response, political parties have begun selling nomination and expression of interest forms for chairmanship and councillorship positions alongside certain dates for primaries. Amid a brewing crisis, the Social Democratic Party National Working Committee has suspended its national chairman, Shehu Gabam, and 2 other members over allegations of gross financial misconduct. Spokesperson of the party, Araba Rufus Ayenigba, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. Other members suspended are Nzen Nadi Clarkson, National Auditor, and Uche Chukwuma, National Youth Leader of the party. According to the party, the suspension of the trio takes effect immediately. This comes after protesters pulled down SDP's National Secretariat gates in Abuja. Tensions have erupted within the Social Democratic Party SDP ahead of the 2027 general elections as protesters on Tuesday pulled down the main gate of the party's National Secretariat in Wuse Zone 2, Abuja. Protests began when members of the party's National Working Committee were holding a meeting at the headquarters. Some say the unrest may be linked to alleged plans to impose former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai as a key figure in the party's leadership. El-Rufai was recently defected from the All Progressive Congress to the SDP and declared in a Monday interview his intention to oppose President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid in 2027. The party is yet to release an official statement on the incident or on El-Rufai's reported role in the unfolding crisis. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has conducted its primary elections across 6 area councils in the Federal Capital Territory. The exercise held on Monday, June 23rd, as part of preparations for the 2026 general elections. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima covered the event.
It was a show of grassroots participation and gathering of party faithful and aspirants as the PDP held its delegate primaries across 6 area councils in the FCT: Buari, Kuje, Kwali, Abaji, Gwagwalada, and the Abuja Municipal Area Council. Following a closed-door briefing with election officials, Chairman of the Election Committee and PDP Chairman of Plateau State, Honorable Chris Hassan, addressed journalists at the Buari Town Hall. He emphasized that the exercise was not just about winners and losers, but about reaffirming the PDP's commitment to internal democracy and party unity.
Today's election is the election of our candidates to contest the chairmanship of all the area councils. Here we are in Buari. So far, I've been briefed fully by the Electoral Committee here, and the briefing is wonderful. In the thinking of the party, you know, our party motto stands on justice, fairness, equity. I can assure you that from the arrangement they are making, you see it play itself greatly here. I can assure you the spirit of People's Democratic Party is going to be very, very fair. And you can see democracy playing itself here. I have no fear based on the arrangement. I want to assure you that and our conduct, our caliber of people that come out to contest is the best so far. And we speak with the people on ground because power belongs to them.
Voting proceeded across the 6 area councils under the supervision of party officials. Many stakeholders described the process as calm, credible, and devoid of violence. At the close of voting and collation, Honorable Hassan personally announced the results for each council area, highlighting the transparency and orderly nature of the process.
We thank God that the elections went in rancor-free. And here are the results of the election. For Kuje Area Council, we had 2 contestants, Jigo D. Michael and Lami Zakaria. And the Jigo had to withdraw. He will do his candidacy, and he has written a letter to that effect, which we submit to the National Secretariat. And then Lami was the only person that contested in Kuje Area Council. And by the electoral process and powers conferred on us, after the application, 30 affirmed to his candidacy. So the 30 delegates voted in affirmation. And by virtue of electoral law, he has been declared unopposed and ready to contest the 2026 local government election in FCT.
In his closing remark, Honorable Chris Hassan described the entire process as free, fair, and a true reflection of PDP ideals. He stated that nobody was cheated and that the primaries were conducted with integrity, noting that the party is now better prepared to face the 2026 general elections as one united front.
I want to gladly announce to you that elections were rancor-free and went smoothly in respect of the ideals of our party. It is our desire prayer that we work towards the success of this election come next year, 2026. So welcome, and I appreciate all your.
Party stakeholders at the venue commended the process, calling it a model for grassroots democracy within the PDP, with delegate elections concluded in the FCT. The party says it is focused on strengthening internal structures ahead of 2026. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Still to come, Taraba lawmakers move to replace deputy governor amid prolonged illness. NDLEA Abia Command calls for family support, mental health services, and grassroots campaigns to combat drug abuse. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events
within Taraba State House of Assembly and senior government circles say lawmakers are rallying around the current Deputy Speaker, Haman Adama, as Alkali's possible replacement. But Assembly is yet to initiate formal impeachment of succession proceedings. Senior officials disclosed that plans are underway to trigger the constitutional process for Alkali's removal. However, the state government has dismissed the claims. Governor Abu Kefa's Special Advisor on Media and Digital Communication, Emmanuel Bello, described the reports as baseless and unfounded. The Deputy Governor's Office has also remained silent, issuing no official statement on his health status or the reported succession plan. The Abia State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has called for greater investment in family life programs, youth empowerment, mental health support, and grassroots drug education as long-term strategies to combat drug abuse. Acting State Commander Chibu Odemenam made the appeal during a press briefing at the command's office in Aba. The event was part of activities marking the 2025 United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, observed every June 26. Odemenam emphasized the importance of prevention and tackling drug abuse and dismantling organized crime networks, identified key hotspots for drug trafficking within the state, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to eradicating the menace. He also called for collective efforts in the fight against illicit drugs.
You know, according to the United Nations survey carried out by UNODC in 2018, which shows that 14.4 million, that 14.4%, that's 218, right? Yeah, that's 14.4%, equivalent to 14.3 million people between the ages of 16 and 64 have used psychoactive substances, excluding alcohol and cigarettes. To Abia State, 11.3% prevalence, which translates to 216,000 have used drug other than alcohol and tobacco for the past 1 year. So in Southeast Zone, according to the survey, Abia ranges top under ENUGU, Anambra.
That's third, right?
Yes.
The first is what?
The first is Anambra. Yeah, not the first is ENUGU, second is Anambra.
Some young drug users undergoing rehabilitation at the NDLEA Center in Aba told Signature TV that drug use offers no benefit, urging the pairs to shun illicit substances.
Since I wasn't there, I have been abusing cannabis, tramadol, and alcohol. And since I've been here, my body has changed, and the urge is no more, and I'm okay.
Drug hasn't been a good thing in my body because drug has almost damaged my body. Actually, if not for the grace of God, I would have been maybe a very hospitalized person or someone who is dead by now because drug damage can make me machete under how many days. So to my other young youths out there, I'll tell them that they should calm down with anything done because drugs won't help them because they think that drugs make them crazy or give them a good life of living. But the truth of the matter is that drugs doesn't do anything. It's just a momentary joy that makes you maybe feel good or
A major highlight of the event was the display of various illicit drugs recently seized by the command. In attendance were senior NDLE officials including Acting Deputy Commander of Operations Ngoto Patrick, Deputy Commander of Drug Demand Reduction Arno Ninta Morris, Assistant State Commander for Finance and Asset Investigation Bekwele Chukwu, Public Relations Officer Ikechukwu Akune, and select members of the press. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC said some changes in the country's labour laws are affecting the tempo of trade unionism in the country. The ENUGU State Chairman of NLC, Fabian Wibo, who featured on Signature Morning, a Signature TV morning show, stated that the new laws have impacted the ability of trade unions to organize, bargain collectively, and embark on strike. Wibo stated that the present labour law requires that certain stringent conditions must be met before embarking on strike, and that such strikes must be called off once the employer calls for negotiation or dialogue. He said that those accusing labour leaders of failing in their duty of championing the cause of workers are living in the past.
The truth is that the presence of NSC, just to even come together and say we are going to declare strike tomorrow, it puts serious fever on the system. It makes the system to adjust and say what is going on. So if labor was not there at all, I'm telling you, what would have been going on in this country would have been hell for every person on earth. So, although people think in the way you are thinking, or you are trying to place before us, but the truth is that labor, the presence of labor, have worked hard to change a lot of things to ensure that we have stability in this country.
The NLC chairman, however, stated that the labour leaders are still doing their best under the prevailing circumstances to improve the welfare of Nigerian workers, claiming that Nigerians would have been buying fuel at about 3,000 naira now if not for the intervention of labour. Wimbo confirmed that the federal government has given out 90 compressed natural gas CNG buses to the Nigeria Labour Congress and expressed the hope that the deployment of the buses and the ones procured by the ENUGU state government will go a long way to alleviate the plight of workers and other Nigerians.
Yes, I would say that it has yielded some tangible outcomes, because if NLC, the organization NLC was not there, Nigerians would have, at this present moment, would have been in a whole lot of trouble. Because if you look at the shape the government took when they came in and the layouts of their plans, you find out that if there are no checks on them, it would have been a lot of trouble for all of us. For instance, when the government came in and said, fuel subsidy is gone, that's the beginning of our trouble in the country today. And since then, NSC the Labour have been following them, trying to check all the designs, issues that came with that removal of oil subsidy. And that's why today we are still feeling a little better. Not that we're better, a little. So I would say that the efforts NLC as an organization have made yielded some serious positive results. Because, recently, fuel price is beginning to rise again. That we are buying fuel less than 1,000 naira was because of the pressure coming from the level. So if we had waited or relaxed, or there's nothing like a labor, by now, fuel wouldn't be selling less than 3,000 in Nigeria. So if you look at that aspect alone, you could say, and our economy, like a mono economy, once the oil sector covers the whole aspect of our economy, cash is cold.
Chief of Defence Staff General Christopher Musa has expressed deep concern over the absence of a national census, warning the lack of accurate population data is weakening Nigeria's security and damaging its international credibility. General Musa made the remarks during an advocacy visit by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua, alongside members of a civil society group, Yaga Africa. He emphasized that tackling foundational issues like conducting a national census and securing Nigeria's porous borders are crucial for enhancing national security and global respect. The Defense Chief also revealed that in its more than 30 years of service, it has only voted once, highlighting persistent voter apathy as a threat to democratic progress. He advocated for the use of modern technology and ICT tools to streamline census and voter registration processes, reduce costs, and improve accuracy. General Musa stressed that higher civic participation is essential for deepening democracy, promoting good governance, enhancing security, and curbing crime. On military founding, they reaffirmed its support for the Armed Forces Trust Fund, calling for a well-defined implementation framework to ensure the fund effectively strengthens operational capabilities. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun says 53 suspects have been arrested in connection with the recent deadly attacks in Benue and Plateau states, which left dozens dead and many others injured or displaced. Speaking at a press briefing in Abuja on Tuesday, Egbetokun described the June 13 massacre in Yelwata Community, Benue State, as a coordinated act of terror. He confirmed that 26 suspects were arrested in connection with the Yelwata attack, 22 linked to the Plateau violence, and 5 more for a separate recent incident in Benue. Inspector General disclosed that 47 people were killed and 27 others injured in the Yelwata incident. Security forces also recovered 2 general-purpose machine guns and 8 AK-47 rifles used in the attack. Assured Nigerians have continued efforts to bring all perpetrators to justice and restore peace in the affected communities. A devastating windstorm has destroyed some schools and staff quarters in the Funtua district of Katsina State. Severe windstorm caused significant damage to school infrastructure and staff quarters across multiple educational institutions in the affected area. In a statement, the Katsina Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Zainab Musawa, expressed the government's heartfelt sympathy to the schools, staff, and families affected by the mishap. Musawa said the government is assessing the extent of the damage and will provide updates on measures to address the situation. She assured of the ministry's support during a challenging time while urging the school management to ensure that educational activities continue to avoid disrupting normal academic activities. And next is business news.
The Nigerian Stock Exchange closed higher on Tuesday, June 24, 2025, with increased trading activity across the board. A total of 756,498,607 shares were traded in 22,206 deals, amounting to a market turnover of 23.29 billion naira. Compared to Monday's session, trading volume rose by 16%, while turnover increased by 9%. The market capitalization now stands at 75.6 trillion naira, reflecting improved investor confidence. Out of the 130 listed equities that participated in the Tuesday's trading, 61 recorded price gains, while 23 declined. Better Glass PLC led the gainers, chart closing at 333 naira 95 kobo per share after a 10% increase. UPDC also gained 10%, closing at 3 naira 30 kobo per share. Okumo Oil Palm PLC advanced by 10% to end the day at 748 naira per share, while Dangote Sugar rose by 10%, finishing at 44 naira per share. On the loser side, Dar Communications PLC posted the highest decline, shedding 7.81% to close at 59 kobo per share. Prestige Assurance PLC followed with a 5.56% loss, ending at 1 naira 2 kobo per share. Indices reports. The Nigerian Stock Exchange All Share Index continued its upward trend, rising by 1,211.17 points to close at 119,790.82 on Tuesday. This reflects a 1.02% increase from the previous session. The index has now posted a one-week gain of 4.25%, a four-week gain of 9.72%, and a year-to-date return of 16.38%, highlighting sustained bullish momentum in the markets. Stock market report. I am Chinese Zadima.
Still to come, Iranians gather in Tehran to recognize their armed forces. France Macron, UK Starmer, Germany's Merz meet ahead of NATO summit. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Iranians gathered in Tehran's Engelab Square on Tuesday in a show of support for their armed forces as Israel and Iran work out a ceasefire announced by the United States.
The battle will continue, God willing, until the complete destruction of the Zionist regime.
The united voice of the Iranian nation is this: they started the war, and ending it is up to us. We are not at all satisfied with this ceasefire, and we are fully prepared to sacrifice our lives if Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei gives the order for the destruction of Israel, no less.
No. In my opinion, now that it has started, we must see it through to the end. There's no benefit in stopping now. Just like what happened in Gaza and Lebanon, Israel, America, and Trump himself cannot be trusted at all.
The ones you killed, the Iranian elites, Iran will avenge them. One day, they will be avenged. You will be caught off guard. We will catch you off guard, be sure of that.
A shaky ceasefire began to take hold between Israel and Iran on Tuesday under pressure from US President Donald Trump, raising hopes for an end to the biggest ever military confrontation between the Middle East armed foes. He later said Israel called off further attacks at his command to preserve the deal to end a 12-day air war with Iran. Both Iran and Israel sent signals the conflict was over, at least for now. Israel's military said all regions of the country had moved to full activity level without restrictions from 8 p.m. local time. Its airport authority said Ben Gurion Airport has reopened. Americans who had been residents in Israel voiced both relief for themselves and anxiety for family and friends staying behind that nation as on Saturday hung over the country hours after a fragile ceasefire deal with Iran was announced. One group of passengers aboard an evacuation flight arranged by the state of Florida hugged well wishers as they arrived at the airport in Tampa, grateful that days of dashing inside bomb shelters had ended.
So we were just trying to find any way to get out, really. There really wasn't many options. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty indescribable. I mean, we left Sunday morning under sirens and then took a bus all the way to the Jordanian border, spent hours at the border there trying to cross over.
Yeah, so we've been running in bomb shelters over 25 times, sleepless nights for the past week and a half. Yeah, it's been really intense.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. You know, we were all outside and, you know, we kind of heard the sirens and actually saw the missiles coming in over our heads. So yeah, it was crazy for sure.
It was a long journey, but we're all safe at home now.
US President Donald Trump said on Tuesday it does not want to see regime change in Iran, which he said would lead to chaos. Trump sharply rebuked Israel on Tuesday for its military response following a ceasefire deal and accused both Israel and Iran of violating the agreement just hours after he announced it. Trump had announced a ceasefire earlier on Tuesday with a post on Truth Social. Later in the day, Trump told reporters Israel launched its strikes almost immediately after the agreement was reached. tensions between Israel and Iran to escalate and is willing to work with the international community to maintain peace and stability in the Middle East, a Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Tuesday. Spokesperson Guo Jiakun told a regular press conference that China is calling on all parties concerned to return to diplomacy as soon as possible.
China closely follows the development of the situation in the Middle East and does not wish to see tensions escalating in rounds. We hope that a ceasefire can be achieved as soon as possible. Facts have proved that military measures cannot bring peace. Dialogue and negotiation are the right way to solve problems. China calls on the parties concerned to return to the right track of political settlement at an early date. China is willing to work with the international community to make efforts to maintain peace and stability in the Middle East.
Israel had said on Tuesday a ceasefire was in effect after it achieved all the goals of a bombing campaign against Iran that it launched on June 13. Iran had confirmed that it will halt retaliation if Israel's bombing stopped. President Donald Trump said he expects to meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky for talks during the NATO summit.
Think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll see him. Yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing? He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there. Well, I'll have to take a look at it. But, I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you. And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week.
Zelensky warned European NATO members on Tuesday that they risk being attacked by Russia if it was not defeated in Ukraine. Kremlin accused NATO of being on a path of rampant militarization and portraying Russia as a fiend of hell in order to justify its big increase in defense spending. Russia cited its neighbor's desire to join the US-led transatlantic defense pact as one of the reasons why it invaded Ukraine in 2022. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and France's Emmanuel Macron held a bilateral meeting on Tuesday ahead of a NATO summit at The Hague, where Ukraine will be hoping for renewed support from the alliance. Zelensky has said he wants to discuss substantial purchases of weaponry, including Patriot missile defense systems, as well as sanctions and other ways to put pressure on Putin. Leaders of France, Germany, and the United Kingdom met on Tuesday ahead of a summit of NATO leaders focused on increasing defense spending and tackling the war in Ukraine. The gathering is intended to signal to Russian President Vladimir Putin that NATO is united, despite US President Donald Trump's previous criticism of the alliance, and determined to expand and upgrade its defenses to deter any attack from Moscow. The summit and its final statement will be short and focused on heeding Trump's call to spend 5% of GDP on defense, a significant jump from the current 2% goal. It is to be achieved both by spending more on military items and by including broader security-related spending in the new target. Protesters opposing an increase in NATO defense spending targets to 5% marched through Ljubljana on Tuesday as leaders gathered in The Hague to discuss the matter. Some protesters said the increase will be at the expense of public services and social security. Others opposed what they saw as a caving in to U.S. demands.
We have gathered here today to express our strong opposition to what is being decided in The Hague today, when the Western elites, in relation to our economic and political ruling class, the collaborationists, are making decisions that will affect all of us.
It's not surprising, but yes, at the end of the day, this means for us that the remnants of social security that we still have, from kindergartens and schools to the collapsing health system, now the pension reform, all of this is going and will continue to be eaten away at, supposedly, because we would rather give it to militarization.
Slovenians no longer support non-spending on the military. This was very clearly just a dictate from Washington, and especially within NATO, it was left to the side of America, which means that we as Slovenia essentially submitted to the interests of the West, specifically America.
New York City residents voting in the city's Democratic primary election on Tuesday at a poll site at Bach College in Manhattan expressed enthusiasm for the mayoral race.
Crime and housing is my two biggest things. The rents are too high. We should have re-rented in during COVID, but we were stupid, you know, and that's about it. I voted for Lander because he's a known administrator and he's known to get stuff done.
He has my vote because he sees the people of New York as people. Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams do not. They are funded by huge super PACs that don't give a shit if we live or die. And Zohran Mamdani actually has tangible plans. He can speak coherently on them. He cares about the people of New York. He is a person who lives in New York. He actually lives in the city. He, wants to take care of. And, I think he believes in human rights. And I think fundamentally that's what so many races around the country are about right now.
Mayor Giuliani time was very good kind of situation in Manhattan and New York, everywhere. But the last couple times we saw New York City was very good, bad condition. We think maybe this time new mayor will do something for us. This is our hope. Let's see what's happened.
Let me just say that if it doesn't quite turn out the way many of us expect as far as the Democratic primary, I wonder what kind of door that opens for Mayor Adams.
Do you think Adams still has a chance?
Well, I can't help but wonder if he would have a better chance against someone other than Andrew Cuomo. That's an interesting little variable.
And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Morning. Stay with us.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Is the rat in the bush that invited the one and the rat in the at home invited the one in the bush and said, "Hey, come on, there's meat hung over the fire in the house where I stay." No matter however way PDP you make your mouth, you lie on it. But he has shown that you also, members of PDP, can be a disappointment to the whole people who have put their faith in you. And now, you find a lot of defections one by one. You know, you have to set your fire on, your PDP house on fire so that you have reason to go to another place who you plan to set on fire tomorrow. The world is marking all of you. After all, in APC as it is constituted now, who is there that didn't start from PDP or all these allied parties? So all you politicians are just playing with the mind of people. You are mind benders. Bending the mind of Nigerians when it's convenient. Like my lecturer told me. He said, you students, when you graduate, you just go. For youth service, you go. It's only when you need them to write a reference letter for you. Some of them don't even visit. They will send the letter, their supervisor, right? So, but my lecturer told me, you think we lecturers are red cotton workers? You know, they call it commercial sex worker. You come anytime you want, you pay, and then have your, they make you happy. That word to make you happy, you know, is popular now. It has gone into Nigerian dictionary. But then that's what Nigerian politicians think about us as voters. They are not going with any ideology. They don't have any standing. One chance. Yahoo politicians. Jumping from fire to just like that. And they will always find reason to justify. So, go to closed door. Even go to closed holes. Meeting can be held in bunkers. Go there and hold meeting. Come back. We are here waiting. But I've told you, no matter how you make you are, the way you make you are mad, you lie on it. PDP, you have all planned it to destabilize the party. Go ahead. And the people outside are helping you. Oh, this one dragging, go forward, do this. To any home meeting for how many years? You cannot hold until now. Let's go with Jared.
All right, we have Senators bemoan further extension of 2024 budget implementation to December 31st. And are asking whether Nigeria is broke.
You can imagine how confused Nigeria is. Who are the people asking the question, Uche? Senators. How God help us. Oh, the senators are asking whether Nigeria is broke. That the implementation of budget has extended, of 2024 budget has extended to December 2025. After all, they are waiting for the president to begin the implementation of 2025 budget so that they quickly get to their own court. I don't even know why they can worry. Should be the allowances and what they carry home, 29 million. Nothing has dropped from it. They are not owed salary. It's just 70,000 that they managed to squeeze out, and they said is a law now that some states has not paid. They are not talking about it. They are asking us, senators, distinguished senators, have the mind to ask Nigeria, is Nigeria broke? So Uche, is Nigeria broke? The woman who played music said, if you ask me, who do I ask? If you ask me now, who I go ask? So if the senators has asked us, is Nigeria broke? We will wait for who will answer the question. Don't you see confusion? You want us to review the newspaper headline, senators are bemoan. What are they bemoaning? Are you owed salaries? Is the allowance owed? They paid your house wife allowance, pay your children allowance, pay gardeners allowance, pay PA allowance, pay you driver's allowance, pay you wardrobe allowance, pay you furniture allowance. None of them is owed, and you are bemoaning. So if the senators want to bemoan, let them come and ask me how to bemoan, because I've been moaning here, bemoaning, and nobody has thought about it. You know, every day in Nigerian newspaper, there are issues to bemoan, and these ones are bemoaning and asking questions they should be answering. Good luck, distinguished senators of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ask me, I will answer. Let's go. When we answer, when I go and find out from the budget and office, I will tell you whether Nigeria is broke.
All right, now on the Guardian newspaper, we have Lagos to begin digital numbering of houses from July 1st. Now, I'm struggling to understand what that is. Yeah, digital numbering is numbering of your houses that you can be internet compliant. If you Google it, you see it.
and you're looking for, this Google map when you are looking for houses. When the thing is compliant, it's imputed in the system, every number will be computer compliant. Anywhere you want, you click and see whether it exists. And that will save a lot of issues. Lagos was popular recently, where people will invite children and young Nigerians for interviews, and they will go there. They end up using them for ritual, issues, killing them or harvesting their organs. So with digital numbering, probably such situation, if you are leaving house, you drop the number of where you are going, everybody can Google. You can even Google it before now, know who is there, what the nearest locations, who borders that place. So you can tell your people, I'm going to a house, the nearest thing there is a central bank or CBN or any, and you can use landmarks. Also, a lot of things about digital numbering of houses. When we are youth corpers, we did what we call geocoding. We are doing analog numbering of houses in Ibadan. That's where I serve. Ibadan is another staccato city, one of the biggest in Africa. When we use copper, one of the things corpers were doing in Ibadan, what we call geocoding, it was one of our assignments. We go numbering houses by analog. Now, computer will do it. But you have to do what you call general GPS picture of the whole streets and everything. You put it in the system and you will number it. It's not the one that all those analog house numbering system, you have one house, one here, and probably this plot was not built. When they come for numbering, they won't give an empty plot. They give, so it will be staccato. So when somebody is looking for, you might find number one here and trek for another 10 minutes and ask. I won't be telling you, you go to, I'm sorry to say this, go to our friends in Yoruba land, you're asking somebody there, please, I'm going to number 2 Mbadiwe Street. Say, whoa, he will do hand like this. Meanwhile, you are very close here, you will do, Before you know it, you will put hand like this, you find yourself walking in Alaska. You go and you're looking for one number, but with this, if you click it, Google will even announce when you are in front of that place, Google will tell you, you're here now. That number 1 Mbadiwe Street, that kind of thing. So good luck to Lagos State. Of course, Lagos State should have digitally numbered their streets 10 years ago. But if you start now, like Debo said, Osita Tadema or the Babo, so at least let there be something that Lagos is using their big budget and the internally generated revenue to do. Because Lagos is being almost overbuilt. So governors are looking for, what do I do? They will come and ask, what is next? So digital numbering become a big project, which is supposed to be something Google has done for Lagos State long time. It's just it shouldn't be a big project, but we have to give a super heading to a project so that money will come out. Let's go.
All right, and still on project funding, we have 2024-2025 fiscal policy crisis, poor project funding, execution stall over poor budget implementation.
Poor budget implementation will come. And that's what we have said earlier. They even get the National Assembly people, the distinguished senators confused that they're asking, are we broke? So we don't know. But the poor budget fund is going to continue because all of them are not thinking about this. They are thinking about defection. They are thinking about next 2 years, election that will be in 2 years. That is the concentration of Nigeria. No project. The ones that some governors have started to scratch the surface, then they mass the money. They are using some of these governors are going to use the money to buy their way for return. Some of them that need to come back. That's what they are talking. Everything has stalled. Nigeria has come to a standstill. We are thinking about 2027. In 2025, mid-year. That's the country we are living in. So project for who is going to look at project implementation and budget? All those ones are second hand. They will be on the KIV list until all of them defect, bought their way for second tenure, then we can look back. And that is the concentration of Nigeria. So Nigeria is a country that they follow the trend. The trend now is which party? Uche, when are you defecting? Because me, here, I don't even know where I belong to. I don't know because I'm confused. I don't. When I wake up, I just close my eyes. I can defect in my dream. So defection is the season. Let's not talk about project funding, execution, stall over over poor project. Well, nobody's talking about that. That even the people that will be questioning, call the budget office, call all these people to order are asking us, then they are confused. They are asking whether Nigeria is broke. The body is the distinguished Senate that should be asking this question. What is happening to project? What is happening to budget implementation? They have budget committee at the Senate and the Federal House of Reps. And we are here.
Now, still on the defection, we have fresh PDP, LP defections to APC as opposition parties battle internal crisis.
You just want me to say about what I've just... But that's good. You see it. You see it. Fresh PDP, LP defections to APC. Good luck, our progressive Congress. You are making a lot of progress. So everything we have talked before that are topics and the problems in Nigeria is not the concern. The concern now is wherever you can come, we have a Bahama, come in, we are going somewhere. The bus will still be overfilled. Register another bus. Still, I have APC 1, APC 2, because the first bus is getting overfilled, and already there are some signs squeaking on the tire and all that one. So overloading is an offense. I hope the political Federal Road Safety Commission is watching the bus that they call APC for overload. So that's those people who will climb under one mandate, but no problem. Only selected children also turn up and we gave you one mandate, you didn't finish it, you jumped in, and you come back for campaign. We are watching. If this thing they are planning are depending on Nigerians to vote for them, they are coming. You didn't finish the mandate I gave you. You come back. We gave you mandate under LP. We gave you mandate under PDP. You have jumped base and you come back. Like my father will say, you know these old people, they will speak Oyibo. You come back incognito to ask for vote. God will punish you. No problem. It's in Nigeria just for selfish reason to destroy a structure. Why not to resign? My concern is jumping ship. You carry my property. Uche, I make you a reverend sister under Catholic Church. You waka enter another religion. Totally, not even Christianity. Ooh. You've not removed your vow. You've not denounced it. You carry even your veil and everything, your dress and go. It's not an error of judgment, an error of the people who look at issues that are spoiled and they are going, what will our children talk about tomorrow as Nigerian politics? Can somebody do it from all those places we learned about parliamentary democracy? Can you jump from Republican to the Democratic? Can you jump from the Conservative to any? If you want to go, you change and shed all things that they belong to them and move on. You cut to the head of a horse, go and put it on Nama, and cut to the head of a giraffe, go and put it on a goat, and you move on. What will you have? You have what they call political mulattoes and confused society. That's what they're building. What is the ideology? Somebody, you say labor. From all I know, they have a well-planned ideology that should guide us. Now, look at where we are. And all, this is just starting 2 years to time. Every day, they are defecting. And nobody is asking questions. And the ones that are defecting into are not even asking. If you come with smelly issue, come. If you are shit, they smell. If you not bathed since, what did you do? Nobody, just come. But the snake that beat PDP, he will soon use his tail. The rattlesnake, dangerous. He will use his tail to touch APC. And the thing will round up.
All right, we have high prep yet to attain 80% restoration of Ogoni polluted environments.
Say it again.
We have hype rep yet to attain 80% restoration of Ogoni polluted environment. Still on The Guardian.
The Ogoni polluted environment is a major project. It started under Buhari after stress after a lot of campaign and stress, a lot of people paid with their life about the environmental degradation of Ogoni land, the land that is laying the golden geese, where oil exploration has continued over decades. And if you go to the environment, no clean water, no agricultural land. They can't even fish again because they are mainly fishermen because oil has soaked and polluted everywhere, deep down, up. If you get to see video documentaries on the pollution and the difficult situation in Ogoniland and other lands in Niger Delta where they, not to talk about the environmental one, the gas flaring. Now, they started and said they are going to clean it up. We do not expect, with Nigeria being what Nigeria is, where every dead man they carry his corpse, another person will think is a log of wood until effective. Nigerians are good at that. It's happening in Ogoni. Everybody somewhere far off at the other end of Nigeria is using petrol. His concern is about the cost of fuel. Nobody has asked where this thing is coming from. How are the people there living? And clearly, in this century, everybody knows what this environmental degradation can do, even to the life of people. You go to Ogoniland, you can't see any clean roof. Almost all the people are dark. I don't know. I've been asking that question. There are times you have what they call dark suits with rain. It rains dark rain. There are issues of environment. Now, if government is cleaner, and since it started almost 8 years ago, we have not had near this one. They're trying to sound politically correct. If we put a call across to Ogoniland, people staying on the site, they will tell you Nigeria has now achieved 20% in this mega project. And this multi-trillion-dollar project. So at every time they will delay it, and people are dying, fishes are dying, the environment is gone, children are being deformed from birth, and some people are smiling to the banks. They can be in Abuja heading Ogoniland cleaning. So they visit and fly in with motorcade and pilot security guard them. They visit and it will be in the news that they will come and go back. After years, they will think people will now start asking what's happening. They will come in the news and tell you Ogoniland cleaning. If you want to clean somebody's house, you should locate. Just like the president has ordered the CDS and IGP, go to these locations. If possible, stay there. So if you want to clean Ogoniland, let the people who are cleaning Ogoniland go there and base so that they will monitor the result. It's not or not cleaning. And they need to use mouth. You can use mouth to put fish inside your soup. Now hand. Nigeria, we don't know what hit us. We are not at home. When we begin to be sincere with politics and follow it, even if it's one policy, follow it to the end and then can it as a success. It's not here cleaning Ogoniland, here doing this one, here doing this one, here refurbish a factory, here do this and refinery, do all over, nothing. Before you know it, everybody concentrate on returning for another election. Everything will stop like that.
All right, and just very quickly, before we end the review this morning, Tinubu is saying that the farmer-herder conflict is an opportunity to structure social stability and food security.
Very good. It sounds like project topic. If you have not done your project, I would say, let's pick it as a, farmer-herder clash. Opportunity to structure social. What opportunity? At whose cost? This opportunity is coming. My little knowledge of economics says opportunity cost. Forgone. Alternative. The lives of Nigerians. How many since this madness came? How many decades? How many? Yesterday I was seeing figures in the front page of newspapers, and people were doing comparison. People that have lost in Nigeria, they were killed during this madness. Above the population of many countries, over 20 countries accounted that what we have lost, people died, are more than the population of about 12 countries. It is still an opportunity to create whatever. Until we see the opportunity, we have bled enough. Nigerians have died enough of this thing. Is a war. So if you are creating opportunity out of it, quickly do it before we finish. Because if Nigeria finish, there will be no opportunity. If Nigeria finish, there will be no opportunity to do anything. So the sooner we do what we have to do now, the better for us to move on and do something. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you so much, Chris Maduka, for your review this morning.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you.
All right, and we'll be coming right back in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
It was a show of grassroots participation and gathering of party faithful and aspirants as the PDP held its delegate primaries across 6 area councils in the FCT: Buari, Kuje, Kwali, Abaji, Gwagwalada and the Abuja Municipal Area Council. Following a closed-door briefing with election officials, Chairman of the Election Committee and PDP Chairman of Plateau State, Honorable Chris Hassan, addressed journalists at the Buari Town Hall. He emphasized that the exercise was not just about winners and losers, but about reaffirming the PDP's commitment to internal democracy and party unity.
Today's election is the election of our candidates to contest the chairmanship of all the area councils. Here we are in Buari. So far, I've been briefed fully by the electoral committee. That is here, and the briefing is wonderful. In the thinking of the party, our party motto stands on justice, fairness, equity. And I assure you that from the arrangement they are making, you see it play itself greatly here. I can assure you the spirit of People's Democratic Party is going to be very, very fair. And you can see democracy playing itself here. I have no fear based on the arrangement now. And I want to assure you that and our conduct, our caliber of people that come out to this is the best so far. And we speak with the people on ground because power belongs to the people.
Voting proceeded across the 6 area councils under the supervision of party officials. Many stakeholders described the process as calm, credible, and devoid of violence. At the close of voting and collation, Honorable Hassan personally announced the results for each council area, highlighting the transparency and orderly nature of the process.
We thank God that the elections went in rancor-free. And here are the results of the election. For Kuje Area Council, we had 2 contestants, Jigo D. Michael and Lami Zakaria. And Jigo had to withdraw. He withdrew his candidacy and he has written a letter to that effect, which will submit to the National Secretariat. And then Lami was the only person that contested in Kuje Area Council. And by the electoral process and powers conferred on us, after the application, 30 affirmed to his candidacy. So the 30 delegates voted in affirmation. And by virtue of electoral law, he has been declared unopposed and ready to contest the 2026 local government election in FCT.
In his closing remark, Honorable Chris Hassan described the entire process as free, fair, and a true reflection of PDP ideals. He stated that nobody was cheated and that the primaries were conducted with integrity, noting that the party is now better prepared to face the 2026 general elections as one united front.
I want to gladly announce to you that elections were rancor-free and went in smoothly in respect of the ideals of our party. It is our desired prayer that we work towards the success of this election come next year, 2026. So welcome and I appreciate all your.
Party stakeholders at the venue commended the process, calling it a model for grassroots democracy within the PDP, with delegate elections concluded in the FCT. The party says it is focused on strengthening internal structures ahead of 2026. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back, and now on to our first conversation of the day. We're looking at Igbo philosophy, revisiting or deviating from the Igbo philosophy. And our guest is joining us via Zoom. He is a professor of philosophy. He's recorded as the father of contemporary African philosophy. He's a scholar and an activist as well. His name is Emeritus Professor Uzodimma Nwala. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, lady. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Can you give us an overview or just what the Igbo philosophy is about? What are the tenets, of Igbo philosophy?
Well, Igbo philosophy is like any other philosophy. The difference is that at this stage we have been articulating it. We've been dealing with what we call the traditional themes of Igbo philosophy. They are different philosophers. We could read about it. There are the four big philosophers. And traces of Igbo thought, philosophy in our language as well as been traced to even the Igbo philosophy has to do with our view of the world, our view of reality, how we understand our place, cosmic system, how we understand the cosmic system. It is not so much of what people regard as exposition. Was a white man who came up and tried to degrade our civilization. The Igbo philosophy has to do with the fundamental principles of reality, the creation of the world, how the world came about. What is the structure of the world? What are the basic principles of the world? What's the place of man in the entire cosmic system? These are so much fundamental issues of human society. Find them deeply explored in our exchange.
All right, and then looking at the oral traditions and things like that. In what ways is the Igbo philosophy rooted in things like oral traditions and cosmology and proverbs and things that actually make up the Igbo as it is?
Well, coincidentally, many of you are children of God and glory, but that you don't get a those of us are aware in some great cities, great criteria. Those are aware of great violence.
Prof. Uzodima, can you hear me? All right, it seems that we're having some network issues with our guest, but we'll be back. We'll continue the conversation.
I'm hearing you, right? No.
I can't hear you on a break, and when we return, we'll continue the conversation.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
On Igbo philosophy with our guest, Professor Uzodima Nwala. Can you hear me, sir? All right, now, before we went on that break, we were discussing on how, oral traditions and cosmology is part of, Igbo philosophy and the roles that they play. So please, can you continue with that, sir?
I'm saying that the Igbo philosophy has to do with the understanding of existence, understanding of the origins of the world, structure of the world, functions of the world, principles of social life, human existence, all the things we study, what we call cosmology, cosmogony, on this. Also, basically, the values of existence, nature of social organization, nature of human values, what is good, what is right. All these are content in fundamental systems. Find them in our folklore, find them in our social practices, we find them in the existence of the organization of our society. We find them in our religious institutions, the so-called shrines. All these are embodiments of the movement of our you may also know that what of the critics is there is we wonder succeeding. Yes, modern science can also after that. What on their side, and yes, companies were able to effect change on something without touching it. The kind of things they will do. Our forefathers were able to sort of events from there. Our forefathers were able to move structures. Somebody can come to the binance. By the time the human body goes to the house, just what the wonders we have lost. result of the investigation. Just let us do for the foreign passport. Need us to it's not a fundamental principles. We are formalized.
All right, now how would you say that colonialism and, education, modernization has, challenged or altered when it comes to traditional Igbo values and, philosophical values?
Let us look at the most tragic aspect of the education we have here. That tragic aspect is to see that philosophy began in Greece. We went that challenge makes assertion that we began in Egypt. Today, Lord has satisfied many great acts. Even Egyptian civilization has technology. If you read the books by Patrick Achalon, very wonderful expositions where she tries to trace fundamental elements of traditional thoughts, traditional principles, traditional concepts in Chinese, Russian language. So the Igbos have been there. We were there before Adam. So the problem we have today is that we are made to think that the world began with the coming of the white man. That everything we have today is solid white man. No. The white man himself has the origins of their own civilization from Egypt. And Egypt has it from Sudan. So when we remember the fundamental basis of our existence, what we should do today is to try and go back to the fundamental ways in which we live for the white man. Take, for example, we have to go back to the ways our forefathers organized our society. Right from childhood, from the conception of the child, to the birth of the child, to the teaching and working of the child, to the 8th grade organization, to the moonlight song, to the dancing clubs, to the farming practices, where most of our our marriage ceremonies, to our burial ceremony. All these fundamental principles are followed white. In more recent times, I was quite happy to see some of our reverend fathers and sisters participating in Igbo cultural festivals, participating in dancing and ceremonies, which are conducted according to the fundamental principles of our tradition. Today, our youths have lost contact with the origins. They are no longer initiated in basic values of our society, the basic principles of our country. That is part of what we are suffering today. Our society is becoming more and more violent. Yet, incidentally, the white man does not forget the fundamental origins. We remember what happened during the burial of Queen Elizabeth, but found that traditionalists in England carried some lamps, some shrines to go and conduct some sacrifices as part of the burial of Queen Elizabeth. They have not forgotten them. So I think it is necessary for us today to go back to the fundamental origins, to the way our forefathers organized society, to our various ceremonies, the way we settle disputes, a communal legal system, the way we share assets, settle disputes, discipline, the way our women were organized, the way our youths were organized. We need to go back to those areas. We need to go back to the fundamental system and fundamental authorities in our society. I've talked of years of Junior Congo. All all these are of our traditional society. We should go back to them. We should not forget them because being driven by what is serve as origins.
All right, now talking about going back, to our traditional roots. Now, in recent times, you've seen cases of young people talking about going back to their father's religion. And we also find situations whereby in the pursuit of, material success, a lot of people are also going back to the traditionalists and traditional religion. Now, would you say this is a case of revisiting or a case of deviating from, from what the Igbo tradition is all about?
A good deal of it is the case of deviating. Let us look at the way our children today pursue money making. They pursue money making without values, even at the risk of sacrificing human lives, at the risk of committing all kinds of crimes in order to make money. That is not original with us. I remember my own father was the priest of the bodies. He was also head of community's justice system. Tried all kinds of crimes from youth, crimes committed by the youth, by the women, punishments, various forms of punishment, fines, including banishment, including even death sentence. Our society was, I would say, pure in a life sense. They have fought all kinds of crimes, all kinds of business. Their wealth must be acquired honestly. And if you do, they give them title. They don't give title to criminals. Before they give you title as a rich man, they must know the source of the wealth. So we must find a way to come back to the fundamental ways and people organize society. And get back to how we organize our youth, including the cultural activities that make youth life meaningful. What I'm talking of is that I'm talking of all those moonlight songs and plays, all those dancing clubs, all those hunting clubs, fishing clubs, every organization, all those forms of apprenticeship and so on and so on. All those marriage initiation ceremonies, we must find a way to recover them and try to build them up in the ways we build up our children.
All right, now let's look at the leadership system, among Igbo people. And we know that Igbo tradition has a system of things like title taking and kingship as well. Now, how would you say that political leadership among Igbo people in our world today has deviated from, the original idea of what it means to be a leader, leadership by merit and by wisdom? How would you assess the current state of, the Igbo political leadership today?
There is no doubt that we live in a very chaotic world today. Chaotic world which has been molded by the political order, by the political system. Crime has become a mood, the principle of acquisition of wealth, acquisition of honor, of men. This was not so, as I said, in the days of our forefathers. For you to play a role in society, you must know your background. You must be an honest man. For you to recognize and respect a society, you must have some titles. You must have title of right, title deriving from your if you are a farmer, you must belong to the court of the organization of the entitled man. I am an SAG. If you are a young man, you must belong to an organization. If you are a woman, you must belong to an organization of women, and you must be respected by other women because they see leadership roles. The same thing happens with the elders. You must belong to your company, your for society, SOAD society as well. So our traditional society was organized on basic values and respect for the role we play, the honorable role, spiritual and the moral role we play in society, but not because of wealth. And if you are wealthy, there must be the source of your wealth before you respect about it. So today we are driven by Western materialism, which has really destroyed our society, which has made our society a criminal society, which has made our politics a system. It's unfortunate what we have today. There's no social order, it's a chaotic order. And of course, incidentally, you can see how even our people cooperate with those that are coming in to destroy our people. There is collaboration between some of our leaders. Many of our leaders depend on the Fulani for their political position, for their political authority. So we are now we've forgotten our background, our roots. We must find a way to go back to our background.
All right. And now looking at religion and spirituality, when it comes to Igbo traditional spirituality, do you think that both Igbo spirituality and Christianity can coexist philosophically? Because sometimes it seems as if the both religions or the both spiritualities have some conflicting values, and in our world today we find people who are also in the religious space, Christians and also traditionalists as well, or believe in some parts of the Igbo tradition. So do you think they can coexist, and how?
Some time ago, I attended a ceremony, as I said before, where I saw Reverend Sisters and Reverend Fathers dancing with the tool of traditional burial music, traditional burial instruments. I know some of them have also taken title, traditional title. I know also that some of them belong to various organizations in their communal societies. Now, you see, it is true no society is pure. Our traditional society has its own problems, some challenges, but it has a mechanism for purifying the society, has a mechanism, fundamental principle to make sure evil does not coexist with goodness. Evil people were points to society. That is, honorable leaders of your engaging, these were the custodians of our society, of the values of our society. We don't have them again today. What you have today are people who are pursuing wealth. People who can see the way they run from one political party to the other. They want to join the political party. Everything. They are no longer, you don't have politicians anymore of any value, of any honor. When you have a politician who want to be rich by all means, who want to take titles because of the money that they get various corrupt ways. So I think it is possible for even the contemporary Christianity to coexist with traditionals. Insofar as Christianity recognizes the fundamental principles embedded in our traditional society, doesn't look at it as superstition. Obviously, there are some superstitious elements in our tradition. There are also superstitious elements in Western society. We thought can also join those superstitious elements and hold on to the fundamental values that can make human society more honorable, more worth living, not the kind of thing we have today.
Yes, and I would like you to please speak more on, the demonization, or should I say the idea of traditional practices being diabolical, because there is this notion or this perception of people who practice traditional religion being termed as diabolical. So can you speak on that?
Like I said, I have seen some priests participating in traditional rituals, various ceremonies, naming ceremonies, that to taking place and so forth.
Can you hear me?
All those more fundamental values. Are you getting me? Hello?
All right, please go ahead. Go ahead. I can hear you.
All those traditional systems were embedded in fundamental values. All those societies have their principles and values. You dare not engage in any corrupt, in any crime, and still be welcome, be honored, whether it is organization of young girls, organization of youths, organization of women, organization of men, of titled people. All these we have their fundamental values and principles. Members must respect that. If you are found deviating from those fundamental values, you are punished.
All right, now let's look at
society.
All right, let's look at the role language plays when it comes to preserving Igbo cultural identity. I mean, in recent times, we also have situations where we find the younger ones or the younger generation not knowing how to speak, you know, their native language. Now, how in what way or what role exactly does language play when it comes to preserving culture and, you know, Igbo philosophical identity?
Language is the embodiment of the culture of the people, of the visions of the people. It also expresses, identifies negative elements which society contains. Language is such a rich thing. It's either expressed in direct sentences, or expressed in proverbs, or expressed in idioms, or expressed in folklore. Expressed in parables. There are very rich forms, language, which embody the values of our society. So I believe that those people who teach Igbo language to them should not be more concerned with just the syntax of sentences and so on and so forth. They must also interested in the embodiment of values, embodiment of our history, embodiment of our culture, language. That is the way the youth were brought up in those days, in moonlight place, in cultural organizations, in educational organizations, and so on and so forth. Society has various ways of educating and bringing up young ones according to the fundamental values of society. It's also in those countries that dirty and negative values are condemned and exploited. So today we must challenge our language teachers to try and be also interested in those aspects of our language in folklore, in parables and so on, which embody the fundamental principles of our society, of our life.
All right. Speaking on, you know, folklore and how language can be used to pass. Now, with the rise of, you know, like Western and digital education, most of these teachers don't even know, or most of these parents don't even understand these proverbs and these folk tales and these parables that are supposed to be passed down to the children to teach them not just the syntax of their language, but also other things that make up the Igbo ideology. So now, how can, you know, these things still be passed on and it will still be understood generations to come, because it seems like it's been lost already?
incidentally, the older generation was able to articulate our language in basic forms. There are certain very great literature which were created by some of our elders. Itawana, who wrote on ENUGU, and other books, conveyed fundamental values of our society. ENUGU was once written. There are other writings, one by so I think we have to go back to those forms of literature that convey values, convey history, convey all those things that make our society worldly human society. We must get back to them.
Do you think that globalization is a threat of some sort to, Igbo tradition as it stands now?
Yes, I think globalization has its values because it has its limitations. Globalization is negative when it tries to expunge fundamental principles and organizations of our society. Those fundamental principles and organizational facts, which we know preserve human society, make human society meaningful, make human society spiritually and morally upright. Those elements should be preserved, and we should not allow globalization to erode them. Made reference to forms of educating the youth. Forms of those organizations and those forms of education embodied in the very fundamental principles which you don't encounter in globalization. Globalization is important in the areas of enhanced scientific knowledge, enhanced technological advancements. Incidentally, as I said before, some of the fundamental technological and scientific principles we have today, our forefathers knew about them. I remember one of our great scientists, Professor Animale, who once told us that science was moving to the point where it can predict events 1,000 years before they happen. That knowledge, that form of reality, that form of element was also available in our society. What you call soothsaying, what you call divination, those are forms of penetrating reality. You see some of them manifest today in various forms of technology, internet, and so on. Our forefathers were way ahead of a good number of things which we had today discovered as new forms of communication or interacting with war, of knowing about reality. So I believe that we have to be very careful, how we look at the various forms of modernization. I mean, a good deal of society. Today, you and I know that our society has become bankrupt because of the negative forms of modernization. Our politics has become bankrupt. See the kind of government we have today. See the kind of what is happening among our youth. Get rich quick. We must find a way to arrest those things. And the only way to arrest them is to try and go back to the fundamental ways our forefathers try to sanitize society, try to bring up their children as honest people, dignified people, honorable people, and hardworking people.
Okay, now speaking of revisiting, the Igbo philosophy. Now, in your opinion, what exactly does it mean to revisit Igbo philosophy? Do we mean, is it more of preservation or a reform or full, restoration or bringing back everything in its entirety? So just shed more light on the idea of revisiting the Igbo philosophy.
Well, I am an author of a book called Igbo Philosophy. And that was a book that enabled the world to really believe, firmly believe the Africans have philosophy. And I went on to introduce the teaching of African philosophy in the university. And from there it became a global mode of study. African philosophy became a respectable area of study in the world through my humble efforts. What I think we need to do is to patiently look at the way our forefathers conceived the world and compare them with the way modern science conceived the world. In many cases, we find equivalence. In many cases, we find that what the Western science has enabled us to do is to be more mechanical, to reach that reality in a way everybody can see. But in the case of tradition, a good deal of it was a function of spirituality, a function of inbuilt spiritual, intellectual, high-level intellectual perception of the world. It was not so much mechanical. The mechanical aspect, there, like techniques of modern science and service. But in doing it, we should not be carried away. We must not lose sight of the fundamental values that underlie honest knowledge, divine knowledge, underlying tradition, underlying occupation, underlying lifestyle, underlying marriage, underlying bringing up of children, underlying the way society organizes itself and purifies itself.
All right, and while we're talking about revisiting the Igbo philosophy, can we also throw light on what other current practices that show clear deviation from what the philosophy, represents?
Well, I would say the various forms of get-rich-quick practices, various forms of ritual activity. Many people have converted traditional religion, traditional philosophy into an instrument of deceit. When you some things are used against today, you have to make money quickly without even history. On gambling, those ones are not part of our culture or tradition. But people, they must know the source of their wealth. And the making of money was guided by certain fundamental principles of truth, of honesty. You don't cheat your parents. You must be honest in trade, you must be honest in family, you must be honest in relationships. So I think we have to get back to the way society emphasized morality, emphasized values. That is the problem of modern society. That modern society has gone bankrupt. It's now who you are, the kind of name you have, the kind of title you take. It doesn't have to do with the fundamental values, how you've acquired your wealth, how you have made your name, and how you are using those opportunities to make society better.
And speaking of deviating, when we see, just like we mentioned earlier, about how we find people in pursuit of material success, they go overboard to certain religious practices. Now, do you also think that, you know, the traditional concept of what we call nsani, which is abominations or taboos, do you think it is still very much active or still feared? Or do you think it is now a situation where it's actually, people have no regard for it anymore, and so they go ahead to, you know, do these atrocious acts in the name of tradition?
The problem is that even the study of tradition is no longer taken seriously in our formal educational system. It's no longer taken seriously in our educational system. That is a part of the problem. If we do it, we'll be able to know the limits, how to draw the limits, how to identify honest endeavor, how to identify corrupt endeavor. There were corrupt people in traditional society, and the traditional society has a way of purifying itself. There are systems of making sure values are encouraged. Honesty is encouraged. Honesty is part of the organization of society. And today, we don't have, nobody cares. Within a religion, Christianity has lost grip itself, lost grip of itself. And all kinds of people now use Christianity to make money from the sick people, to commit all kinds of crimes, including human sacrifice as well. The only way we can grow this is to make sure that honest elements in Christianity, honest elements from society, join hands in recreating modern society. There are honest Christians, there are honest traditional people who still live. The best way to go about is to start by emphasizing those fundamental ways tradition tries to purify itself. Those traditional ways tradition organizes itself, the youth must be organized. And there must be principles and forms of organizing the youth. Young women must be organized. The women must organize themselves, not necessarily as members of Mary or Agnes. Women of Black community who are there to preserve religious, moral, whether Christian or traditional values of the society. To make sure women live well, women grow honorably and become honorable mothers. So we must find ways of ensuring fundamental values are embedded in our social life.
Now, in what ways would you say that we can effectively, transmit our culture down to, the younger generation without sounding too archaic? Because, some youths or some young people are of the opinion that some of the tradition of Igbo people are a bit outdated or too old, and it's not practical in our modern world. So how do we transmit our culture and our traditions without, sounding too outdated or too backward?
I think where we have to start is examining what we call modernity, what we call as a civilization, and also identify the things we identify as engaged, identify as backward. We'll find them both in modern Western society. We also find them in traditional society. But traditional society was stronger, has stronger embedded mechanism for purifying itself. There were various organizations have codes and rules for purifying themselves to execute women and multiple types of people. Today, most of the modern organizations we have, the only values they expound is values of wealth, taking various names and titles to where they are. And if you find people, they take in titles, it's a lot of their honesty. It's a result of their experience. Even when they, some of them that in some forms of public spiritedness, those to buy the people, to deceive the people, and they put themselves on the people. It's not that much, it's not the kind of selflessness that you find in tradition.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Emeritus Professor Uzodin Manwala. Thank you for, having this very enlightening conversation with us this morning.
Thank you very much, young ladies. Thank you very much. I hope you understand their hand on it, able to deeper principles, deeper ideas, and what I've tried to make for you.
All right, thank you so much. And that is it for our conversation on revisiting or deviating from the Igbo philosophy. And we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, we'll continue with our conversations of the day.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back, and now we're going in for another interesting conversation on the power of a woman. What exactly is the power of a woman? Where does the power of a woman actually lie? Well, we're going to be having this conversation with Rhoda Onwuka Odi. She's joining us via Zoom. She is a journalist, a gender activist, and an author. Good morning, Rhoda.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so what exactly does the power of a woman mean? Tell us what that is about.
Okay, the power of a woman is about a novel I wrote. And the storyline is about the strength of a woman. And the main author, the main person in this novel is Amara. Amara, who is a lady that came in to a violent family. The father was a drunkard and then a drunk. And then the mom, who happens to be the breadwinner instead of the dad, because the dad wanted a male child. And for all the 5 children he had with the wife, he ended up with 5 female children. And he was so he wasn't okay with that. And then he maltreated the family. So Amara came from this home and was married, eventually married off to a very rich man who in turn treated Amara so bad. And then from there, Amara picked up courage that she was going to make it right with her own children. And funny enough, Amara too ended up with girl's child, but with all her strength, putting things in place, came out to train all the children into responsible girls, who in turn came to the rescue of their dad. So it's all about the strength of a woman, how the women child struggled so hard to come up with something in life, because Amara children ended up with good professions. Some were medical doctor, lawyers, and then I think it's all about strength of a woman who could not give up, a woman who in all odds said, no, I'm going to make it in life. Yeah, that's all about the storyline. And it's a true life story, I had
All right,
to come.
Rhoda, but looking at the society now, when you look at the society, how has society, perceived, women in general and their strengths? And how would you say that that has changed, over the years?
Actually, when I view the society of yesterday with women to society of today, actually, we're really trying. And I thank God the women folk has been given rights somehow. We're really trying in this dispensation. I think is a good one, and I know we'll get there by God's grace. Yeah.
So now let's look at, our tradition, as African people and as Nigerians as well. Now, how would you say that tradition, views the role of women in when it comes in society, rather? How would you say that that has impacted, how women thrive in society?
Okay, talking about tradition, I think it's still an 70-30 thing. Tradition has not really given a woman that field, that free land to soft landing. Some tradition were still way back, while some are they're doing well. But in a society, like I said, in a society where 90 up to 90% of giving women that soft landing to operate. But I think our tradition should do more to promote the women, to encourage them, and including the society at large. We should give the women the chance to operate and then know that a girl child is a blessing and not a curse. Thank you.
Okay, so in what ways would you suggest the society to help women to, come up and show whatever power it is that they have and to be relevant in society? Can you just tell us what are your thoughts? What do you think society can do to help with that?
I think we should be given a chance. We should be given the benefit of doubt. We should give that checkmate us behind and give us that benefit of doubt to strive on, to try. At least we should try in the politics. Like, let me take politics in an environment right now. We are in the political era. If a woman is given that chance, like I was discussing with a friend, I said, when will a woman become the governor of a particular state? I have not seen, but I have seen an emergency governor, at least in Anambra State. The then Veggie Etiaba came in as an emergency governor. A woman, and when I was reading the history, I saw that during that space, she did great. Yeah. So a woman should be given that opportunity to try. In the politics, yeah, a trial will give us, it will convince us. So let us give that woman encouragement. The men should come in, give us that encouragement to come into politics, to become the governor of a state, starting with the governor of a state, then we can hit to the presidency, president of the nation. I think doing that will help us a lot to explore more.
All right, but Rhoda, when we talk about the power of a woman, can you please, aside from, because when I asked that earlier, you spoke about the book that you wrote, but can you just, aside that, what exactly is this power of a woman? Can you just tell us what that is, specifically?
Specifically, when you come to a woman's strength, is filled with emotion. A woman can draw emotion in so many places. That will help her to put one or two in place and to work hard. A woman don't give up. A woman wants to see the best out of what he wants to do, 100% well done. So coming to the strength of a woman, the strength of a woman is something that is in us. In us, we gather that strength. And when God said a woman is a helper and builds, it's all about that strength. Going spiritually to the strength of a woman, it's all about wanting to make it right, putting her emotions into it, wanting to achieve it, keeping the home, combining it with his job. A woman will not want her home to fail as well as her job to fail. So, in fact, if I should say it, a woman's strength is a whole lot. He wants to keep everything in place. He doesn't want a no for an answer. He doesn't want a scattered place, a scattered thing left undone. I think it is in us. God has made it so that a woman is meant to keep. So I think that's where we draw the strength and the power of a woman.
Okay, and what women exactly, can you tell us, women in society who have used their strength, or who have exhibited strength, when it comes to impacting the society positively?
Okay, let me go to Dora, our own Dora, the late Dora Okiere. When he was I think NAFDAC person, she was so great. In fact, the death toll, minimized. I'm not saying she's God, but she tried in that field, making sure that the drugs we took were well made. And she stood her feet. I think that's a kudos. Then when we talk about the Delta woman, the finance woman, Okonjo Iweala, who is doing great in the World Bank. You know, if I'm right, she did so well, and she was the one that brought IPPIS in the Federal Civil Service, and that was a very good one. We're not complaining. Civil servants can say a lot of things, a lot of good things when IPPIS came in place, and lots of them, so many of them. If I want to mention them, there are many, too many of them in Nigeria. So if we give a woman a chance, we support them, the male child now, the male amongst us. If we support women, I think we'll go a very, very long way. Yes.
Now, earlier on, you mentioned, governance and, women being in positions of, authority like governance. Now, what unique leadership styles would you say that women possess when it comes to taking up such very important positions like that in society?
I think feminists. I think feminists. Diligence, diligency, to be diligent in their work, the firmness. A woman wants to get it right. A woman doesn't want to, say no, or maybe go for the least. A woman wants the best. A woman wants it to be, she wants a diligence things. She wants to get it right. She wants, continuity. A woman will not have the mind to stop a halfway. Let's talk of road. When a woman, I've seen women in the local governments. I don't want to mention their name, but I know a friend was one time caretaker of a local government. And then when she came in, there was a road leading to the farm. She never allowed that road to, oh, it's not my project. I think I should start with mine. She told me, Ruth, I think I should finish up this road for the sake of the farmers. And when I came back to that local government the next time, it was a done deal. So a woman who wants a continuity, because she has that emotion already in her. She doesn't want people to suffer. God has made us that way. So a woman wants it to be right. A woman wants it to be good. She wants to stand on the good way, the femininity, like Dora Kinyere. She will say no to the bad thing because she knows that her children is there to tap into this. When it's not right, she will not feel good. So I think a woman wants it to a continuity, wants is firm, is diligent in what she's doing. She wants it to be done well. So,
all right, now looking at our society, what would you say exactly are the barriers that are stopping or preventing women from, rising up and doing all these things that you've just mentioned?
In fact, the male folk, they don't trust the woman. They don't trust the woman. The men want to have it all. They think when the Bible said they are the pillar, they are the head, they are the head. A man don't want a woman to challenge. They don't want challenge. So that is it. The men want to have dominion over everything, want to be there everywhere, wants to. So if the men should give we women some time and trust, and that trust, that confidence, they don't have confidence in the woman. They will say, that woman, she'll just, so men want to dominate. So if the men should give us chance, like I said, they are really trying, looking back, and then, as it is today, I think they are trying, but we need more. We're yearning for more. If we have more, I think things will go on well with us.
All right, but why do you think the men don't trust the women, when it comes to taking up these positions?
Like I said, they believe we are the weaker sex. The men think the women are the weaker sex. But we are not. We are not. The women of today are very strong. They want to see things done well. We're not the weaker sex. But I think if they are by our side, behind us to supervise, they can supervise us when it comes to giving us those things to do. They should supervise us. They shouldn't talk down on us. I think with that, just a trial will convince them. They've not tried. When they try, they will now compare and see that I think a woman can do a lot.
But so far, you've only mentioned men as being the barriers or the things that are preventing women. Now, are they the only, the only reason why women are not coming up or are not taking up these positions? Women themselves, would you say that women have supported women as they should when it comes to encouraging them as well to show their power and, be relevant in society?
This brought me back to what happened yesterday, where the office I went to yesterday. I went with a man to get an appointment with a particular politician. And then when I got to the office, the guy who followed me to get a particular room number of the office we're going to, he came back disappointed. He said, Rhoda, I've told you that wherever a woman is, she will want to make things very difficult for you. I said, how do you mean? He said, if it was a man, at least things would have given me the room number easily. I said, wow. I think we need that support. Like you said, women supporting women. But I think that mentality is coming. But we need more support from our fellow women. Like the other day, I was in a car driving my girlfriend, and the woman driving the car ahead of us was driving somehow. And my friend, when we passed that car driver, he said, "Hey, Ro, I told you she's a woman. She's a woman." So everything bad, our own woman will now say, it's a woman, it's a woman. I say if it's so. My take is this: women too should support their fellow woman. Give them a trial. That self, she's a woman, she will not do well. And we as a woman too, we should start building ourselves more. And then again is also what I think can also draw us women back is family consent. At times, our families will not even allow us to do more, will not have the support of our family. They will say, do you think if you go there, you will survive it and the rest? So if all of these are put in place, I think we'll go a very long way.
Okay, but do you also think that these barriers, come from when you spoke about lack of trust? Now, we also know that we've had a few women, or we've also had women who have shown their power and been in positions where they can impact positively. But do you think that this distrust is coming from a place of inadequacy of some women who have been given the opportunity but have not lived up to expectation or have not done what was expected of them to do?
Yeah, thinking back, I've not really heard or seen any woman who has been given an opportunity that has failed. It's just that same spirit of not knowing how to do it well. I know she may not be able to do it well. Insecurity, like I'm not secure about this woman coming in, that not being sure, So it is what is killing us, that conscience. I don't know if she can do it well because she's a woman. I don't want to give her a chance at all. So going back, memory back, I've not heard or seen any woman who have been given that opportunity that have failed. So what we need is a trust and opportunity. That's what we need to do.
Now, you spoke about help and encouragement from both the men folk and the women folk, and you particularly emphasized on the men. So now, what kind of encouragement or support or help would you say would be very useful to women at this point to help them to grow. Can you just, tell us what those things are?
Okay, the things there is provision of we should be giving that competitive environment. Give us that environment. Give us that task. We need a task to go. You don't just keep us behind and want us to do. Give us that task from the little. I know if you give us that little task, we can do plenty. So give us that task. Give us that field, that sportsmanship. Give us that field and that enabling field. Let me just say a playing field. Give us that. Like you come to parties, political parties, and then you see about more than 20, 30 political parties fronting only the male. No woman there. I could remember the last election, Dr. Sarah was the only woman that was given a ticket to contest. There wasn't any woman there at all. So if we are giving that field, that enable us, give us that field, that opportunity, that permission by husbands to go on. At times, even if you get that field, your husband will say, don't go. And then you will just relax. So for those who are married, if the husbands can support and say, go ahead. If the parties can support and say, okay, we're giving you that moral support, please go ahead. We'll support you. That will be very good. So the main thing is to give us that enabling field, give us that opportunity. We need the opportunity, and once we are given that opportunity, I think we'll do well, just well.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Rhoda Onwuka Odi, talking on the power of a woman. Thank you so much for your conversation this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
All right. And that is it for today's morning program here on Signature TV. Thank you for staying with us all through our newspaper headlines, review, and our conversations this morning. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and make sure to stay tuned as we'll be joining our Abuja studios for the continuation of the program. Good morning.
We are local.
The international community is observing every...
Just finished the
Why
the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigerians are crying. Benue is bleeding. Who do we run to? These are the questions we'll be asking Nigerians today on the state of Abuja.
How can a fellow human being take his own brother's life and yet live happily with his own family? It is really alarming. If our leaders that we trust, that we voted, and we gave our mandate to represent us, they cannot represent us, it's not by force to be there. The best thing I will advise is, if you know you are not capable, you resign. Then let someone that will be ready to defend us.
Well, thank you very much, our colleagues in ENUGU, Charles, and our other colleagues in the ENUGU studio. You're welcome to Abuja. It appears that this is a season of fast and the Senate President, Akpabio. Let me say something that is factual. Natasha is accusing the Senate President of sexually harassing her. That one, I don't have facts one way or the other. But I have a fact that this will not be the first time the Senate President, not in this position, has found himself being accused of sexual harassment.
Correct.
If my producer is ready for me, can we please play back the first accusation
At the end of this chairman,
of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, of harassing another Nigerian female official of sexual harassment?
okay, the MD of the
NDDC. Can we have that?
Or whatever. Those are his meetings. I slapped him. Or whatever. Those are his meetings. I slapped him. Or whatever. Those are his meetings. I slapped him.
It appears the Igbo have a saying: each time you draw your bow and release an arrow, it hits a particular tree. You draw the bow again, it goes and hits that same tree. That tree, was it planted, created for the arrow? Why is it that Godswill Akpabio is the person accused of sexual harassment once, again is being accused of sexual harassment now? Is there a body language, does he have a body language that makes him attractive to females to be accused of sexual harassment? If my producer is ready, can you play that tape back for us?
Or whatever. Those are his meetings. I slapped him. Or whatever. Those are his meetings. I slapped him.
Well, that was the then managing director of NDDC accusing Minister Godswill Akpabio of sexually harassing her. And Dapo, in this very instance, Natasha again is saying that the Senate President sexually harassed her. Now, I do not want you to make emotional judgment. Let me take it from the legal point of view. One, Natasha tried to submit a petition. In other words, she was prepared to commit what she had said in writing. She was turned down because by the time the Senate debated it, the Senate said it was not done properly, that she ought not to sign her own petition. And by the Senate rules, she ran foul of the rules. Understandable, right? Then 2 days ago, she submitted a fresh petition. Yesterday, she submitted a fresh petition. And there's something instructive.
Sense to their friends who had no financial or technical capacity
to either establish or run them,
to do anything. You have people running around with modular refinery licenses that cannot buy 100 liters of PMS. I said they cannot buy 100 liters of PMS, but they have a
needed, addressing safety concerns, improving transportation, infrastructure, resolving financial disputes, and enforcing effective regulations are critical steps towards a more efficient and transparent oil industry. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Professor Virginia Okwu Delonzo's life was a journey of purpose and discovery. With a heart suited for the environment and a mind that sought to understand the complexities of the world, she dedicated her life to making a difference. Through research, teaching, and advocacy, she inspired countless individuals to join her in the pursuit of a better world. The Vice Chancellor of ESUD, Professor Aloysius Okoli, described her as a vibrant woman who will be greatly missed.
That was an ever-smiling scholar, unassuming scholar, who was ready to accept assignments and who was ready to take corrections and who was ready to grow in her chosen career. So generally, we were so proud of her, we were so proud of what she was doing, and we were almost getting to where we wanted with her. All of a sudden, this happened. We cannot question God. But the good news is that we believe remarkably that she's somewhere in heaven.
Professor Harmony Nzeribe, Chairman, Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, expressed how heartbroken she is at the demise of her friend.
I had cold feet. I could not move. I was like a bit confused. I was like, what could this be? But lo and behold, it is true. The one thing that gives me hope is that this world is not our home. Knowing that this world is not our home, what manner of life should we live? Knowing that there is
attention for our viewers this morning.
No problem.
If my producer can please show me that piece of the
sorry, before I go.
Yes.
If Senator Akpabio, while he was a minister, did that to MD, was alleged to have done that to an MD, and now the Senate President, he is also being alleged, then there should be thorough investigation of his person.
Okay.
Thorough investigation.
But his wife has already gone to court.
The wife is not involved. Yeah. The wife is just playing to the gallery. In fact, this is like a mockery of the judicial system.
Yeah, but that's even a greater mockery.
How can a wife go to court on the cause of the husband?
Yeah, because she says that her husband doesn't go pulling down his pants all over the place.
This issue of going to court is impersonal. You can't go to court on behalf of somebody that is being accused personally. The wife is not accused. The wife is not accused. So you don't go more. In fact, this age, judges, we should have a lay judge that will scrutinize our cases before they file. This kind of case should not find themselves in anywhere in our courts. Because your husband is being accused, you are going to court. It's a mockery of the judicial system. You are the only one accused. And this accusation is impersonal. It's in person. It's not against the woman. So what is there? I can see them spending money to poor people to come on the street, to come and make, a mockery of our legal system. This is bad. It is bad. This one will come up with what's it called? Different understanding. One of the Protestant were asked, what do you want? He said he wants Akpabio to win. Win what? He is already a Senate president. He said, why are you not supporting Natasha? He said, I don't have problem with Natasha. A woman, a fellow woman. So you can imagine that these were rented crowd.
Procured.
They are procured.
Anyway, let us not, maybe that's their own conviction, but what I'm convinced about too is that the whole thing has been reduced to a drama, a comic session. Yesterday, Natasha came to the Senate with her husband. And before she walked into the Senate, she and her husband kissed.
I think that was
2 days ago. If my producer could please give me those pictures, please. Then my brother Akpabio
came with
his own wife. Came with his own wife
yesterday.
And before he moved into the chambers, they kissed. And they kissed for the public.
For what?
For the media and for the cameras.
That's what I said. Nigerian system should not allow this nonsense. I beg to differ. A nation that is in their need of leaders who are ready to turn up the system, sir, In Nigeria today, people are seeking justice. Some are dying of hunger. Some are dying of needs for legislation to make laws, to help them ameliorate some problems. But today, what do we have? Is this a common problem? Kissing in National Assembly. Is this what our fathers fought for? Is this the Nigeria that we want to have in 2024? This is a question for everybody, sir.
Okay, let us leave Senator Akpabio and his cases and Natasha and her cases. But the point that was making is that Nigeria has enough challenges to warrant more seriousness in the Senate, and not to reduce the whole thing to a comedy.
Yes,
a comedy of errors, comedy of cases. I don't know. Of course, I told you at the beginning that the main issue we're discussing this morning is local government financial autonomy, the moves to commit the accountant general to prison. I chose to bring that up because he's in the team of lawyers who are insisting that what the accountant general is doing with the Supreme Court pronouncement is undermining Nigerian democracy, undermining the Constitution, undermining the democratic process. Dakbo.
Yes, sir.
Before I bring you in, we're going to take a very short break because we also want our viewers to have a laugh first over the Natasha matter so they can cool down and follow the more serious conversation.
Thank you.
Please stay with us.
Thank you.
It is important that people who have gone to court, people who genuinely did jobs, should be paid for their jobs. So, for me, I'm not against it because, of course, who are even the greatest beneficiaries? It's two people now. Okay. Because if you look at your chairman,
Okay, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, that's okay. That's okay.
Of the
Can I
payment.
ask you that question? What is the benefit that the National Assembly is benefiting from? It's
What you
okay,
have
it's
just
okay.
Are you asking me the benefit of National Assembly?
Yes, you just said.
I just told you that we have record to show that most of the contracts in NDDC are given out to members of National Assembly, but you don't know about it.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The two chairmen can explain to you. That is why I was a member. I was a member of the NDDC committee.
It's okay. It's okay.
So it is important that people who have gone to court, people who genuinely did jobs, should be paid for their jobs. So for me, I'm not against it because, of course, who are even the greatest beneficiaries? It's two people now.
Okay.
Because if you look at your chairman,
Okay, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, that's okay. That's okay.
Commencement
No,
of the
can I
payment.
ask you that question? What is the benefit that the National Assembly is benefiting from? It's
What you
okay.
have
It's
just
okay.
Are you asking me the benefit of National Assembly?
Yes, you just said.
I just told you that we have record to show that most of the contracts in NDDC are given out to members of National Assembly, but you don't know about it.
It's
But
okay.
the two chairmen
It's
know.
okay. It's okay.
It's okay. The two chairmen can explain to you. That is why I was a member. I was a member of the NDDC committee.
It's
I don't know
okay.
what was
It's
going on.
okay.
So it is important that people who have gone to
Well, that short break will just enable you digest what has transpired in your own Senate, your national Senate. No comment is all I will say. Let me return to the main issue, the local government financial autonomy and the moves to commit the Accountant General of the Federation to prison. Dakbo.
Yes, sir.
I would ask you bluntly, why should you and your friends want to push for the imprisonment of the Accountant General? What offense has he committed to warrant being behind bars?
Yes, honestly, sir, the Supreme Court is the highest court of the land. And I say I, particularly myself, I find it very offensive, contemptuous for a decision of the Supreme Court to be glossed about, to be subjected to their own maybe journalistical review or to their own administrative review. A judgment that is clear, unambiguous, that each local government should be credited their statutory allocation. And up to today, 7 months or 8 months after, sir, the Accountant General is still standing there doing nothing about it. And every month you send money to the state governments. I mean, it's still a matter that baffles me. Why? Because Supreme Court decisions are not decisions to be glossed about, sir. They are decisions that activate itself immediately. You could see in the Rivers, the governor, yes, quickly, and that is how it should be. I will not stand, and our own justice system will be insulted and ridiculed by an Accountant General. For what? It is our responsibility as Nigerians, by Section 287, that everybody must ensure that you what we call enforce the decisions of courts. Everybody, institutions, myself, yourself. It is there. It is a constitutional provision. So we are activating the constitutional provision to ensure that contempt proceedings is initiated against the Accountant General, because they are the ones who prepares the financial of the country. So they are the one responsible to ensure that money goes to all these places. Today, they are still there doing nothing after the judgment has been delivered. So we will stand to defend democracy. We will stand to defend justice and the judiciary, especially the Supreme Court decisions.
Let me defend the Accountant General, if you don't mind.
Okay.
This case was initiated by the federal government.
Yes.
The Minister of Justice and Attorney General,
yes,
a seasoned lawyer, a man who knows the law,
yes,
a man who knows the Constitution inside out.
Yes.
And he discovered that there was a constitutional aberration by the local governments not being funded as provided by the Constitution.
Yes.
So he went to court.
Yes.
He's gotten judgment.
He has done his best.
Is it not his business now, as the person who owns the case, who initiated the case,
no,
to say, look, I got this judgment, I must enforce the judgment? It's not his business.
No, sir. The point is this. He has done his best. First, to get judgment. Having gotten judgment, it is the business of Nigerians to enforce the judgment. It's not only him. It's not his cause. It is the cause of a government. And then the Accountant General is part of this government by virtue of the provision of the fact that he works with the government. Now, there are a lot of duties that an Attorney General is occupied with. An Attorney General will not believe that by now an Accountant General will not have also fall in place to honor the judgment of court. I am not taking brief of the Accountant General. Attorney General. But I am saying that as a Nigerian, as a lawyer, I know that the judgment of court must be respected. What signal are we sending to the people there? People who are not lawyers, they have been calling us. Where is the local government judgment going to be affected? It's as if it is going to be a kind of a ruse, something that will just come and we just decorate our judicial precedents, and then we'll now be asking what is happening. It is my duty as a Nigerian. I just said Section 287 says that it is your duty, sir. It is my duty, sir, to enforce the decision of court. So if Attorney General is not doing it now, he has done it by ensuring that judgment is given. It is our responsibility to enforce that decision. And whoever fails to respect that decision should be ready to take the wrath of the law.
Let me keep defending the Accountant General, because the Accountant General,
he has no defense with you.
Yes.
An Accountant General has no defense whatsoever.
He must implement
the decision of the Supreme Court. There is no defense left for anybody. Sir, even if the Attorney General want to resign, it will be difficult for him, because a decision has been passed
by the court.
And except you return back to the court to vary, This decision is final and final in its finality. There must be what we call deterrent in Nigeria for people who disobey decisions of Supreme Courts. We have seen people in this country who, when they want favor, they go to court. But when judgment is against them, they don't want to honor it. It is in this country. We must put an end to this impunity.
Yeah, why I keep saying this, the boy, because the accountant general may have found himself between the devil and the blue sea, between the hard place and a stone, a rock. Let me tell you what I mean by that, sir. When the governors went to visit the president in Ikoyi, the president virtually apologized, He said, I'm not taking away your control of your local government from you. You are still in charge of local government. And that was after the Supreme Court judgment.
It doesn't matter, sir.
That was a very strong political statement.
Let me cut you short.
And please, the accountant general have found himself, he can't disobey his master.
With due respect, sir. With due respect, sir. The president can say anything. But what is the law say? The law has interpreted Section 7 of our Constitution. That a local government is a third tier of government. It is not subservient to any other constitution. We have the federal, we have the state, we have the local government. It is clear. Now what we expect is their statutory allocations to be given to these people. And this is serious. It is a matter that everybody should be right on to enforce. I'm telling you, the Accountant General has no reason whatsoever to gloss over the judgment of the Supreme Court. We will stand to defend the judiciary. Tomorrow, it is the same people who will be insulting the judiciary. The judiciary is not doing something. Judiciary has given judgment. Nobody is ready to follow it. The president is a politician. The president is the president. He can say anything, but he cannot say anything against the law. He can say anything to make them happy. But what does the law say? The Accountant General is an administrator. He's a civil servant. He has no business with political statements. Whether the governors meet you and discuss or whatever, it's not his business. Do what the law says, or you get out of the place. Any Accountant General that is not ready to obey the law should be shown the way out. Should go to court for contempt. As long as the judgment of the Supreme Court is not obeyed, they are all in contempt of the decision, and they are to be committed to prison. Very soon, we will initiate the process, and I can tell you that they will go to prison if they fail to obey the Supreme Court decisions.
Yeah, the civil servant finding himself between his master, the politician, and his final traducer, the law.
He must obey the law. First, as a civil servant, you are to obey the law first before you obey your master. Because the law is written. Whatever your master says to you, if it is not written, he can deny. No matter what it is. You should use the initiative and read the rules. Now the decision is clear, unambiguous, clear. 8 months, we are still thinking. We are still imagining what will happen.
Let us see the obstacles on the way of the Accountant General.
Yes.
In one of the editions of this program, we discussed the matter of the central bank asking the local governments to bring 2 years of audited account before accounts can be opened for them into which these monies will be paid.
That is another, in fact, with the greatest respect, if the CBN create a clock against the fulfillment of the decisions of the Supreme Court, they too will be found guilty of contempt. What is the business of 2 years or whatever in realization of a decision of the Supreme Court? Create an account, send their money, and I'm sure they have an account, even in the commercial banks. If the CBN is going to stand to clock the judgment of the Supreme Court, then they should be ready to follow it. But I know that they said they already have created a statutory account. The CBN had already created a statutory account already. From information we gathered, that all the local governments have statutory accounts already, but they have not paid it. So it is the Accountant General who is hobnobbing with governors. And
I don't know about hobnobbing. Let me raise an issue I had raised on this program before with you, Dabo. Yes. And that is the Constitution itself provides that the money for local governments should be paid into the joint state local government account.
I said that has been interpreted by this decision in 2024. Sir, with the greatest respect, any provision of the Constitution you are talking now went before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said no. If that is the intendment, this is our interpretation of it. Pay directly. In fact, the Supreme Court found that the governors have become the hyenas. The Supreme Court have said that they have been using these funds of the local government the way they like, without making the money available to the local government. And these are things that made them to decide that pay directly. The Supreme Court decision recognized Section 7 and 164 of the 1999 Constitution. So whatever constitutional provision you are telling us now has been interpreted by this decision. This decision is now the law. So let nobody gloss over the decision of the Supreme Court. Just go, put yourself and respect it. That decision is not seeking my opinion, sir. With the greatest respect, it's not seeking your opinion. It's not seeking any opinion in Nigeria. That decision is final and final, sir. It's not for me now to say this is what the Supreme Court ought to do. No, the decision is there. It is not for Accountant General to sit down there, the Constitution section 1. No. It is not for anybody now to now be thinking this is what they ought to do. It is for you to act in respect of the decision of the Supreme Court.
Let me keep playing the citizen's worry.
Okay.
Because I'm a citizen and I'm affected.
Well,
one of the conversations in the media is that in fact the local governments themselves lack the capacity, the human resource capacity to manage the level of funds being now pushed to them, and that the Supreme Court is in fact creating another set of lost leaders, corruption heads, because the states have the organizational capacity, human resource base to be able to manage and implement in the interest of the people. That the local governments are weak, shallow of human resource, and the Supreme Court saying push this money directly to them. It is the same thing as saying waste these funds.
With due respect, sir, I do not know where that thinking is coming from. For a person to be a chairman of a local government, you say he cannot think? Why then did the governor put him there? Is it not the governor that says he's found wanting to be supported? So I don't believe in all those. Whatever you are thinking cannot subvert the decision of the Supreme Court. Whoever is occupying the office, if you think he is not capable enough, there are procedures to remove such people. Now for me, I will not reduce myself to that discussion, sir, in the sense that the decision of the Supreme Court cannot be rethink.
You are still insisting on the finality
of the decision
of the Supreme Court.
Whether you have a personnel who can manage the money, it is not the business of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court have given a verdict. It is for you and the people in the local government to find a leader that you think is worthy to be our chairman or, vice deputy, as the case may be. And for you to find yourself as a chairman, I believe that you are worth it. And that's why they voted for you. How many Nigerians have gone to leadership school? Today we have legislatures, and we're just talking about Papio and Natacha, who are in the Senate. How many of them have gone to leadership school to imbibe leadership training, to now begin to manage? So when you talk of management of that funds, I may not be able to tell you whether they will be able to be a good manager or not. Because somebody who have all the degrees could fail in management. So that one is a different ballgame, sir. The issue we are concerned about is the decision of the Supreme Court, which is final, that must be obeyed by the Accountant General. And if Accountant General fails to obey it, the remedy for that is contempt. We will take, we will initiate the contempt proceedings in any of the courts in the land, because the high courts, the high courts are the ones that will help us or assist us to ensure
What is the role of the police in all this? Because a Supreme Court judgment and its enforcement, or when it is disobeyed, who ought to get? Because I can feel free to disobey the Supreme Court anyway. But somebody has to compel me to look. Listen. You are being rascally.
That is what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, but
nobody has done it in the past 8 months.
Yeah, but you are going to court to ask.
Yes.
But there must be an enforcement agency.
Yes, you have to activate it. That is why we have sent a letter to the Accountant General. We sent a letter last week to the Accountant General that unless he obeys the decision of the Supreme Court, we will initiate the contempt proceedings against the Accountant General. And he has received the letter. In the last 5 days, he has not done anything. We are watching. After the days we give in that letter, I think we gave him 14. We gave her 14 days. After 14 days, if she fails, whoever is coming in, a new one is coming in now. Yeah, let it be a sound of warning, because the Accountant General's office is a continuous office. The office is there. Now, if the one that is coming in steps in and fails to obey, he will be the one to suffer it. He will be the one to survive, because this one, the lady is going very soon. Maybe that is why she find it convenient to disobey the law, to disobey the decision of Supreme Court. She find it complacent to disobey the Supreme Court decision by not saying anything, by not making any appropriate arrangement to obey. You see, when a decision is given, you must obey immediately. You put yourself, you stop every other thing to obey, and that is when, if it's a military decree, will you say that? Let us go back to our military system. If a military decree is all rendered 7 months ago, will you gloss over it? By now, the Secretary General will have been removed and be in prison. But I don't know why we find it very convenient to sit down.
Yeah, let us even discuss the matter of impunity.
Yes, sir.
Because as much as the Accountant General is the person in the eye of the storm,
yes,
now,
yes, sir,
there is a blossoming culture of cherry picking court judgment
decisions. Yes,
a court gives a judgment, and some political office holders feel comfortable walking away and caring very little, and nothing happens. As a matter of truth, this language of nothing happened and nothing happened, it creates a culture of impunity.
Yes, sir.
And that is the very cousin of anarchy.
Yes, sir.
How do we get about resolving it?
That's what we're saying, sir. That is why we have taken this one as a project that we must render. We will not leave it for the Attorney General alone to do. Every individual, Section 287 compels me and you, institutions, everybody, police, to execute the decisions of courts.
So nothing I can do. They can do checks.
If at your level you can engage a lawyer, as to say, look, this
as a citizen, I have interest.
We are all locals, like I said on this your program. We are from the local. I am from the local government.
Even on behalf of my local government, exactly. I can go to court.
You can go to court to enforce your decisions. This is a decision that is for everybody. It was celebrated. It was expected for a long time. Now we saw a government, a good leader, who now felt, oh, let us solve it once and for all. And they went to court, got judgment. Haven't got judgment. You don't want us to put it in the shelf and look at it as it is just a document? No way. We must implement this decision. And this is why we are taking it upon ourselves. I am taking it upon myself. Every other person should take it upon themselves to see that this decision is executed. If it is executed, whoever is found misappropriating in their various local government, we can take that up. It is not for a governor to tell you that these people are not effective. It is not for anybody to tell you that this person, do not lack the capacity. No way. The judgments of courts have always been cherry-picking, like you said. It's because there have not been deterrents. Accountant General today will be a deterrent if he fails to obey this decision. Because in the past, public officers have been sent to jail by their failure to act. Public officers have been sent to jail. I remember the Afe Babalala sending one commissioner to jail that time in Oyo State. You see, there are a lot of things. It will only take courage for Nigerians to get to where we want to go to. We are praying for. If you are praying for a developed nation, you must pray alongside to honor decisions of court. No matter how foolish, how uninterested the decision may be, it is a decision. You must first respect it. If you have an opportunity to appeal, appeal. Now, we are talking of all of us now to ensure that this judgment that is being taken, that's been delivered by Supreme Court, is fulfilled. Even though the government has given us a baby, the baby is now the baby for everyone to nurture. So we have to nurture it. We have to respect it. We have to make sure that we protect the decision to the prosperity of our people.
Let me call by your full name, Oladapo Otitoji. Are you not a nosy interloper?
Well, I am
in this matter.
I am not. I am a local government citizen. What do I mean? I am local, from a local government. It is affecting my people. It's affecting me. My local government is in terrible shape. No development, nothing at all. Insecurity has pervaded my environment. To travel to my local government now, you need to pack some securities. Even they know. They cannot go by road. Let them go by, let their category travel around the local government by road. He will, if he comes back alive, there's a security. There's road, the road network is zero. The inter-roads that the local government used to build, they are not funds to do that. The local government secretariat is abandoned. The place is in shambles. When you travel home, you travel. There is no development, no money. The little resources, the little occupation, which is farming, they cannot farm again because the others have taken over their farms. A lot of them are dying in disease, no hospital, no pipe or water. I'm telling you, these are things you go there and see. As so I'm concerned, if allocation goes to my local government directly, these things will be revived. These things will be revived. Then we can now question the local government chairman. What did you do with our resources? So it is. I'm not a meddlesome. I am not a meddlesome interloper. I am a concerned Nigerian. I am a legal practitioner, a man that has sworn by the Constitution to defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And Section 287 gives me that passion to execute the decision of the Supreme Court. I will defend Supreme Court decision to the last. It is the final court of the land. We will defend their judgment, whether it is in our own interest or it is not our own interest. It is the interest of Nigeria. And that is what every Nigerian should imbibe. When a decision is in your interest or not in your interest, it is for the development of
the law is the law.
And the law remains the law.
Let me just ask you,
yes,
I asked if you were not a nosy interloper. You said no.
Yes.
You are a concerned and affected citizen.
Yes.
And therefore you are also defending your own interest in this matter.
Yes. And I told you that as a lawyer, I must defend the judgment of the Supreme Court. I cannot stand anywhere and I see someone insult the decision of the Supreme Court. It is God forbid.
Thank you.
It is God forbid.
Let me ask for your person.
Yes, sir.
Can't you see that there are too many powerful interests in this matter, especially the governors? Are you not recruiting disaffection and enemies for yourself? Because this is politics.
I am not the one who makes decisions. It's a decision of the Supreme Court. And it is my responsibility to defend the Supreme Court. Whether the governors like it or not, whether they like it or not, we must develop as a nation. They cannot stand to constitute a clog to the development of local governments. They cannot stand to constitute a clog to the development of Nigeria. Because when you look at the majority of Nigeria today, they are in the local government. And the people are more than the few governors of 36. Therefore, it is the interest of the people who are in the local government that matters to me and matters to the decision of the Supreme Court. The public opinion is the fact that 36 may not be happy, but millions can be happy. If the decisions favor millions, irrespective of 36, and then what has the decision done? The decision is to ensure that there is equitable distribution of funds. And to me, whoever is not happy is an enemy of Nigeria. Is someone that should be taken off from the system. You cannot continue to play politics with Nigerians, with their lives, with their properties, with their future, with their children. We have children. We believe that this is our heritage. A lot are leaving the country today because the country is not fair. The country is not fair. So that is why we that are still here, we are going to stand it and tell the 36 governors to back up and respect the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and respect the law and the decisions of the Supreme Court. Because when the Supreme Court gives them judgment to remain in power, they remain there. When he sacks them, they go. So respect this. This one is that. What I mean is that under the electoral system, if the decision goes in their favor, they are happy. If it goes on this other side, they must respect it. The same way they must respect this. It is a decision for the public. I am not the one who delivered the judgment. So, which enemy am I accruing? I'm only saying respect the decision of the Supreme Court, which everybody is empowered under Section 287 to do. It is your responsibility. It is my responsibility. It is just that I cannot watch the judgment of the Supreme Court go down the drain.
Let me bring in, I'm looking at my time. My producer says I have under 4 minutes.
Okay.
Let me bring in the position of some, not all members of ALGON, the Association of Local Governments. Some of them have said, look, yes, the Supreme Court is not just a court of justice, it is also a court of policy. It's also a court of policy. And that the Supreme Court may not have looked at the total implications of what it did by law.
Would you respect, sir? I said it
by law.
I have said it earlier that you are not in a position to subject that decision to any journalistic or administrative review. ALGON does not have that capacity. What is ALGON to the Supreme Court? A decision has been made. It is not for them to rethink. The Supreme Court have taken to times of arguments of counsel of all the 36 states of the Federation, which are represented by the Attorney Generals, and then have found as a fact and truth that statutory allocation should go to local governments, that autonomy should be given to the local governments, that the local government is a top tier of the government, and is not subservient to the state governors. So what are they talking about? Are they more intelligent than the judges who sat down, who looked at it and gave judgment? Sir, I am not worthy to subject that judgment to any review. It is a judgment of the court. It is already our judgment and we must accept it. And we must act in line with it. Let me tell you, the wrath of government can be visited on these governors. The governors can be declared unfit to hold public office. Anybody who gloss over the judgment of Supreme Court is already in contempt. It is just for us to activate the contempt. Contempt is a serious matter. It is against the law, sir. If you are already working against the decision of court and it is glaring like it is glaring now that the Accountant General and CBN are already working against the decision of court, of the Supreme Court, as to giving the statutory allocations to all the severance of the four local government. It is just to activate that position. They are already in contempt. For you, for your failure, already, after that decision, that first month, paying salary paying the money to you are already in contempt. It is just to activate it. Once you activate it, the person goes to jail. It is just simple. And that is what we are saying, that this is contemptuous already. It is good for you to purge yourself right now. Fulfill the decisions of the Supreme Court so that you save yourself from the garbage,
the one is coming.
I'm telling you, because at the end of the day, you will not fight. The president will not be there to save you. The president is the head of the executive. The judiciary is the CJ, the Chief Justice of Nigeria. The Senate is the Senate President. Now, decisions have been made. Executive must follow. You must execute it. It is their prerogative to execute. In fact, it is their responsibility to make sure that decisions of court are executed. So, Akata General has no reason to rethink the judgment. They are going to have no capacity to rethink for the decisions of the Supreme Court. In fact, it will be contemptuous to say that this is what the judgment will have been. So I don't want to be there. I don't want to be in that content. I just want to obey that decision and ensure that that decision is also executed. That's our interest.
Well, a very interesting conversation this morning. Dear Accountant General of the Federation, we are not expressing opinion here. As Dapo has said, what he's saying is the law.
Yes.
And it's not subject to my opinion.
No.
And I'm not to consider whether the Supreme Court should have thought this way or thought the other way. The Supreme Court has thought, has examined all the issues, and has given a ruling.
Yes.
And there's nowhere else to appeal except to God. And that appeal to God will be after death, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry, sir, before you go.
Yes.
The police responsibility will come in. When we activate the decision, the contempt proceedings, and the court will direct that the Inspector General of the Federation move and make sure he's committed to prison. So the police have their own responsibility. It will come. But I just pray that he heeds to this decision before that time. Because when that time comes, it will be bloody, sir.
Well, I do not want to borrow Dapo's word that amalgam is in the offing for the Accountant General if he does not obey. The only thing that the Comptroller General of Correctional Services might as well be preparing a bed for him or for her if he or she fails to obey the verdict of the Supreme Court. It's a serious matter. And it also verges on the tendency for our political office holders to enjoy impunity. They seem to enjoy impunity. I use the word cherry picking. I think the season of impunity should end.
Exactly.
If somebody suffers for this. To be a caution to others that the courts are the courts. And this country runs by the rule of law. And rule of law prescribes that when the courts make ruling, we should obey, whether they are in your favor
or not.
Yes.
Like the governor of Rivers State, the decision was not in his favor.
It wasn't in his favor.
But he must act, and he acted. He shows a true Nigerian, and that is what we should do. A system should run. We should not stand as clog to it. Anybody clogging decisions of court now, I can tell you, if we know, we will take them on. And we are public defenders. We will take it on. Any governor who goes against the decisions of our courts now, we are going to be going on them. We will heap on them.
Well, not much time again. Producer says, please do unpack out of the studio. I want to believe that you followed us, but please, more instructive, apart from all the heat and all we spoke about, Akpabio and Natasha, is that this country should learn some measure of decency.
Yes.
Especially those in public office. Respect for our courts, that makes things a little easy.
Exactly.
And ordered, and development can then go smoothly.
Yeah.
Dapo, I want to thank you for coming to the program.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
The conversation continues on Monday. I want to believe that by Monday we'll be interfacing with the military on the civil-military relationships. We use that program to also repeat a question we raised once on this program. What manner of military does Nigeria need? And in fact, what manner of relationship should there be between the civilians and the military? After all, once asked us on this program whether we should not call it the People's Army. When our military is our military, what ought to be a relationship with them? But of course, that will be for next week. For this morning, let me thank you for investing your time with us. This is the much we can do. My name remains Mwabuz Njoko. Please enjoy your weekend and good morning.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by the vote.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
No, you are investing your time with us. It's 11:03 in ENUGU, Nigeria, 3 minutes after 1 in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 7:03 p.m. in New York, United States. I'm Vin Martin Obiora. Welcome to Full Day, your late night show on Signature TV. Tonight, correspondent Ucho Waji Williams brings us up to speed with developments in Rivers State, Nigeria. Peter Ame, Secretary General of Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP, speaks on coalitions and alliance for 2027 political contests. And Deputy Chairman PDP ENUGU State Steve Oruro, who is joining in the studio, weighs in on how political parties can become the incubation hub for transformational public office holders. Plus part one of our conversation with the great TV personality and entertainer, Chika Okpala, also known as Zebrodaya. Quite a package tonight. Please stay tuned.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
You're watching Full Day, your late night show. And already seated in the studio and joining me now is Steve Oruro, who is the Deputy Chairman of the PDP in Enugu State. Steve, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to you.
Yeah, Steve, as you were just sitting down, our Zoom guest, Peter Ame, who is the Secretary General of CUP, just joined us. So just give me a few minutes to talk with Peter. Peter, are you there? Welcome to Full Day.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Good evening.
Well, I understand you have some challenges, so we're still glad that you were able to join. You know, Nigeria has become a country where some people say that the politicians have no principles, have no set objectives. They can change like the chameleon, and that political parties have become convenient platforms to achieve individual goals. Is that your understanding of what we see all the time, people moving from one party to the other?
I think on a very large extent, this the scenario you have painted is the truth. But the fact that there are still a lot of people who still believe in this principle of commitment to internal party structuring, multi-party democratic processes as established by the Constitution in section 221 to 210. So there are people who still believe in this. But because our system is only driven by the quest and the desire to have power and have authority to say that I'm this and I'm that. If a society that does not work, a society that does not benefit the less privileged without knowing somebody, that is the kind of society you see such things happen. And some people want to get into office just to be able to enjoy certain privileges that are not available to the common man. So these very few set of people who do not really have core principles of how to be democratically stable or participate in democracy in a way to ensure to deepen the culture of those who have participated. So you have a situation where you don't have a system of government that when a party loses at the general election, all the members of the party have to go back to to the drawing board, and some people might not have the courage to stay for another 4 years because those who are in government will start to now use state resources to strengthen themselves. So naturally, by and large, the issue is that it's a societal one. It's the issue that we must all tackle headlong, and we must also commit to building a very good internal party structure that can be able to defend all this, because you cannot have a system that politicians are richer than those who work in public service. there is one of the greatest, the easiest way to get rich, where you see politicians who have never worked before driving so this challenge is part of the issue. Political party is just a step with an opportunity to get to power. But if you look at it very well, it is meant to be able to bring service to the people. It is meant to be able to bring representative democracy to the people. It is meant to be able to develop the the constituencies and districts that have been established by our constitution.
It's me to the topic we are looking at tonight, which has to do with coalitions and alliances for 2027 politics. Basically, people are leaving their old political parties. And I mean, El-Rufai is one perfect example. Some people say because he didn't get a ministerial position, because he's I think that what drives these politicians really is the good of the common man or the good of Nigeria. Or is it this coalitions and alliances, are they just based on pecuniary individual interests?
A lot of people, look, for me, I want to be fair. I wish any El-Rufai has ministerial appointment today with the Tinubu administration, he will be here struggling with us in the opposition. No, to be sincere, that you know the answer as much as everybody, all our viewers watching, that he will still be there in the government. I think we don't want a situation where government looks as if when we don't get opportunity, we go against those who have rejected us for not having that opportunity. So, and that also plays down on those who are very serious-minded, who have committed themselves to opposition politics. Politics is just, people want to be able to call it all sorts of names to, to dim the definition of what politics is. Politics is a means of trying to engage the society through dialogue, through whatever means is possible, to make them see you as somebody who can represent the interest of the larger populace, and then do things in the interest of the general populace. So if you have a situation where people get aggrieved and use the masses as a pattern to fight their own struggle, and when they get aggrieved and when they're in power, they develop table manners, it's not going to be good for our democracy. It's not going to, and if you look at it, there are a lot of people who don't believe in him. There are a lot of people, I used to believe in him, because I saw what he did in Abuja. But with the kind of character that people are now developing in this process, we at least want to so much doubt to see whether this, but I see many people who still want that this opposition coalition you are seeing, it is for the best interest of our democracy. It is for the best interest of our own people, because you can never have a system that works perfectly when you have one party dominating 90% of the society. You can never have a system that works, because a system that has no alternative views, or to be able to, a system that has no, a way that could challenge their policies and programs that are not yielding results, and probably drain Nigeria into recession, into depression, and into economic downturn. That system will continue to go spiral down. So, but if you have an opposition system that works, or a coalition that have come together for the best interest of the people, not for the purpose of capturing power like the APC have done in 2015 and today. I was going
there in 2014, leading us into 2015. We saw the creation of that mega coalition of APC that became APC. And Nigerians were excited. And after the election and the party came into power, I don't think a lot of Nigerians have so much to say about the success of that coalition that gave birth to the APC. So what assurances do we have that if this coalition by any chance is able to capture power, that the lot of Nigerians will be better? Any assurances?
I think I've seen candidates that have financial money management, because one of the greatest things that Nigeria suffers from is the waste of our resources, overbloated size of government expenditure. And we see people who have capacity to be able to handle such thing. So this will be totally different. This is not about power capture. A lot of people have said that if you listen to a lot of the coalition members, some of them have said, look, they won't participate in this process if it's just about for the mere purpose of capturing power. So the key things for this one is that people have tested the previous people for 18 years. They have tested the other people now. By 2027, it will be 12 years. So people are trying to look for a system that we can be able to establish with people who have competence, people who have merit, who have capacity. The person must not come from the north. The person must not come from the east. The person must not come from the wherever is people divide these people between minority divide these people between minority and majority. Can never have the kind of stable government that they need, because it is about the.
Can you tell me sincerely? Can you be very realistic? Can you tell me? I mean, looking at all the indices, looking at the power game, looking at the APC, looking at the PDP and the other parties, and then looking at this seeming coalition that is coming, can you tell me sincerely that you can fairly predict that this coalition can defeat the APC in 2027?
That were put in place in 2023. If you look at what Obi did in the south alone, Obi scored down 44.5% of the vote cast in southwest, south, and southeast. 44.5%. Bola Tinubu, who was coming from a political party that has all the apparatus of state, that has all the most majority of the governors and the House of Reps, in the south, scored 35.5%. The only reason Bola Tinubu became president, despite the rigging that they did, was because the north, where Atiku comes from, Atiku could not host way to be able to shut them down. So the majority of his votes came from the north, about 60% of the vote he got. And even in the north, between Kwankwaso and Obi still got 15.2%. I've avoided not to speak about people. But the truth is that
APC in 2027.
If you put this data that I've mentioned together, and you support, because this thing is supposed to remain in the south, we need to be strategic. Opposition need to be strategic thinking going forward. If you put remain in the south and you contest with Bola Tinubu, I am sure before 12 o'clock we will defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The opposition will defeat him, and it is on record that it has happened before, and it will be easier now because it's opposition against hunger, against bad leadership, against the level of infection, against the cost of buying fuel, the cost of buying energy, whatever energy, whether it's electricity, whether it's to buy fuel for your car, these costs have skyrocketed beyond 300%. So we cannot tell me that the way people are thinking now, and the way the society is, and the way the poverty.
Steve, how can we? Of course, you heard my conversation with Peter Ame, and we talked about people leaving parties, new coalitions, and all that. How do you think that once again we can make the political parties an incubation hub for transformational political office holders? I don't want to say transformational leaders. I'm talking about transformational political office. Leaders. Political office holders. How can we make that happen?
Honestly, I think I'm a bit concerned like you are, but I insist that it is possible that within the rank and file of the party, we can create a hub that will churn out, consistent leaders, poised and best repositioned to redeem the image of the country. It has been almost a free fall, and I was wondering that as at 1923, when the NNDP was formed, actually, those who formed the NNDP and formed actually Nigerian Youth Movement in 1935, we're talking about NX to Koli and the likes of Samuel Adesina, what were they thinking about? Even when Azikiwe, alongside Herbert Macaulay, in 1944 formed the NCNC, what were they thinking about? Were they thinking about the colonization of the processes and of the country? Were they thinking about desertification? Were they thinking about taking Nigeria through another route of suffering and imperialism? Were they thinking about emancipation of the people? What did they have in mind? And for me, they had a system where they believed that we had suffered so long under slavery and had also suffered under colonialism, and the country needed to decolonize their mind. And they wanted that the education system should be manned by their own people, that the infrastructural development should be manned by their own people, that the health system should be manned by their own people. They had hope in this country. And there are only two kinds of leaders. Either those who make sacrifices for self or those who make sacrifices of self. They made sacrifices of self for the greater interests of the larger majority. Of course, that's the certain. And the kind of political parties that we run today, honestly, not necessarily holistically in tandem with ideological standards set by these people I mentioned. We need a party that should be sanitized. We need a party that should be highly independent. We need a party that the processes of electing leaders should be domiciled within the rank and file of the party, within the conscience of the party, and not being influenced by powers outside.
A number of people say that one of the reasons the political parties are not playing this role that you have put forward and that you've compared with our founding fathers is because the political parties have increasingly become undemocratic. That instead of being strong institutions, that what you have are strong individuals, governors, presidents, senators. They've become so powerful that the will of the people is constantly and continuously eroded. Do you subscribe to this argument?
Well, the truth is that I have always insisted that the biggest office in the country is the office of the citizen. Therefore, it behooves on us to always be truthful, to be sincere, despite the positions we occupy, either in the party or in government. The truth is that our institutions are capitulating, and strong men are germinating everywhere. Powerful people within and around government in party influence decisions that parties make. But then that calls, that demands a further analysis of whom the politician is. Because I do not believe in generalization. There are individuals that are wired to propagate a kind of transition that will bring an atmosphere that is sanitized enough to incubate quality leadership. And such individuals are still within the party and within politics. So the question is, who is the Nigerian politician? Some view Nigerian politicians as a conflicted individual with split personality, capable of doing two different things that are opposed to each other. Some also feel that the politicians are kind of a set of an idle parasitic rent collecting or rent seeking class whose business is to propagate profligacy and corruption within the system. But I insist that within this space lies certain persons that have sacrificed a lot, that are willing, if given opportunity, to develop this country and make hard decisions that will not reflect the impediments that we have suffered. In a country where we have been set aback, we have gone through certain kind of deterioration of some sort under the watch, or under the auspices of religious bigotry, ethnic chauvinism, ethnic profiling, identity politics, and unbridled corruption.
But Steve, the idea of political parties is that it should be a platform for sieving some of the characters that you have talked about and making sure that those that get to political offices are really those that are committed to the well-being of the people. But what we see is that the political parties have become a market where the highest bidder becomes the representative of the people.
Like I said earlier on, the major problem today is what becomes the fate of the country. What country are we living for our children? Even if you feel that you feel immune, if you feel, protected by certain scenario that's played out today, probably you have enough money or you're getting enough patronage from the government today. What about your children tomorrow? What kind of environment are you living for them?
So what do we do?
So this is exactly why I talk about personalities within government or within political parties. Those personalities determine the fate of the political parties. As an institution, if you unveil the veil, you find out that human beings actually determine what happens within the institution called political parties. So the caliber of men and women that congregate to form political parties or manage them will also influence the outcome of what they generate or what they produce.
So what do we do, Steve? What do we do? What do we do to make the political parties exactly what they are supposed to be?
What we need to do first is that we need to accept that we have moved so much on the reverse gear. This country needs to move forward. So individually and collectively, there should be a wake-up call. And that's why I like whatever played out in the last election. There seemed to be a reawakening, there seemed to be a rebirth, there seemed to be a renaissance on the side of the youth and the entirety of the people. They felt it was enough. Despite the fact that probably the result they got could have reflected what they wished or not, but you could see that they made a statement. So the Nigerian politicians, the elitist class, they have become wary of what the electorate can do, of what the populace can do, of the defiance that the electorate can actually generate within the society. So for you to now conduct a proper party, you have to reflect on the powers of the electorate and how they are going to react. So this is no longer a time you do all manner of sham primaries and end up bringing rogue elements to govern your people. It's a time to look for a candidate that resonates with the yearning of the masses, with the interest of the poorer majority.
Some experts have talked about conflicts in the political parties, making it impossible for the political parties to actually concentrate on their primary duty of being the incubation hub for leaders that can cause change to happen. Let's look at Labour Party in Nigeria, for instance. They made a lot of gains in the last election. Today, they almost dissipated. Let's look at the PDP, your party. In the past 3 or more years, it's been a struggle of who is in charge and who is winning and who is losing. And I remember one of the positions you held like a year ago was to go and reconcile your party men in Ebonyi State. So conflict, and conflict. How can we change the course of political parties instead of being battlegrounds so they can be that platform that will throw up the leaders that can change our country?
Well, let me start with the first suspicion that the PDP, the Labour Party seem to be faltering, seem to be, capitulating in terms of, the quality of leadership one would expect. And there seems to be identity crisis as to who is in charge. First of all, I see the voice of Jacob, but the hands of Esau. I think that people are surreptitiously, tacitly trying to infiltrate into the parties to create a one-party system. And I think if we deny ourselves the opportunity of having plurality of voices, plurality of opinions through the channels or through the instrumentality of party politics, then we'll be loose diving into dictatorship. So first of all, let me talk about the party I know, which is the PDP. Things that happen within the Labour Party, I don't think they concern me a lot. But for the PDP, the governance of the PDP have actually stepped up. They've engaged gear at the right time, and they want to recover their party. So all the machineries of the party are working in one accord at the moment, in a very vigorous attempt to re-establish their party, to be effective enough to go into primaries and bring out a candidate that can challenge for the office of the presidency.
Okay, Steve, we'll take a break and go to our conversation with the great entertainer and TV personality, Chief Chika Okpala. This is the part one of a conversation that started with how he grew up and at what point he made contact with television entertainment. So we take that and we conclude our conversation in a moment.
Your mother come, my mother no come. Who be your mother? Police woman. Get away. Come, look, pretty well enough. Look at yeah, what am I here? What am I here in that place? Eh? Who? And you don't come. How are you? How are the old people? Oh, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Sit down. My God, Olivia, come to see that coach. She took this out to come to resource.
Immediately after the war.
Good.
I came into it was a kind of everybody rushing to ENUGU. Anywhere you are, any vehicle you see, you go to ENUGU, whether you have somebody there or not. That was how I came to ENUGU. I didn't have any brother, I didn't have any sister, I didn't have anybody in ENUGU. My senior brother was still in IMT, College of Technology, ENUGU here, and he's trying to struggle to finish his OND at that time, OND. So I said, I cannot stay alone at home. I must do something. So I saw some people, when I got to our for market where the vehicles load to go to ENUGU or go to Onitsha, people were rushing to go to ENUGU. So I entered the vehicle. I came to ENUGU.
And you had nobody?
I had nobody. No place to, I didn't have anybody in mind. I didn't even know where my son brother was there. I didn't even know where the College of Education is. I mean, technology
was.
Is. I just entered the vehicle and came. Luckily, they stopped us at Okpara Avenue by Zik Avenue. You know, by Oboite now.
By Oboite.
That's where they used to stop in those days. And very, very luckily, I looked up, this was Nigerian Red Cross. Okay? I checked my pocket, I had my ID card. So I moved into that place, got into
the Red Cross.
Into the Red Cross, introduced myself, told them that I work the Nigerian Red Cross, Biafran Red Cross, down there to say, hey, we are looking for you. You will know your people, come. You know? I say, look, what you're going to do, you're going to take charge of clinic kitchen. I said, which one is clinic? I said, everybody, you see the people on the line. By then, you have about 200 people on the line.
Looking for
queuing
food.
For food, for drink, water to drink, for food. Now, we are now going to make sure that each of them has food. So the cook and the chef will bring the food, keep for you. Now you get the chefs to serve the meal.
You supervised?
You supervise. So you are a supervisor. I say, yes, sir, no problem. Me, supervisor, no problem. Give me stool. They gave me stool. I sat down. Come and take. Come and take.
And that was a job.
It was a big job.
Employment, just like that.
Just like that. Just like that. I say, okay. But I did it so well that they think, I acted it. And they say, this man is different from other people. Stay, this is your job now. So people were coming to take dish their food, take their ration.
Yeah.
Everybody was coming for ration. They were taking and going. And when it was about 4:35, they said, it's okay. You will now go. We will give you your own food. Come and sit down here and eat. Because I had not eaten since morning. So they gave me food. I ate. As I settled down to eat, look at my friend, Ogodnago, the one I was with in the Two Cities Playhouse.
Okay.
At ENUGU.
At ENUGU.
You saw what I mean?
You just appeared.
He came to take ration. He had left for ENUGU weeks.
Before you?
Before me. And he didn't tell me he was going to ENUGU. Everybody was on his own. You know, that kind of thing. So I said, Ogonna, Chika, how did you find yourself here? I said, how did you find yourself here? I said, well, that's the thing now. Where are you staying? I said, I don't have a place to stay. He said, don't worry, you have a place to stay. Come now, have you eaten? I said, no. So I ordered for food for him. He took food. I took my own ration. We ate together. And when we finished, we took another ration for dinner. Since I was a supervisor, so I had the right to say, put one more ration, put one more ration. So all of us were tied the thing. But the funniest part of it was that nobody had plates.
Then?
It's either you go to get akuko, you get these leaves and keep. They put the food for you there. There's no spoon, there's no fork. If it is, what is it called? Garigabon or something. It's not, it's like ordinary gari, but not garigabon or something like that. Then you are lucky. You take this kind of leaf and wrap it and hold it in the other hand. It is a soup that is a problem. So you go and look for newspaper. People who have read newspaper and thrown away, you use it and they put soup for you. So that's how people collected food. So we collected our own, went to Zik Avenue where he was staying. And when we got there, it was a room and parlor rented by the in-law, by the brother-in-law, So he said, no problem. You will know the owner of this house, of the accommodation when he comes in. I said, how can I know him? He said, you will know him. So late in the evening, Tony Face came in. That's the owner of the accommodation. He came in and jumped. I said, Chika, you are here. Hey, God. Come. Ogonna, please, this mat is for two of you. And from Nigerian Red Cross, I left. I want to cut it short. I left to Rehabilitation Commission. Not leaving Nigerian Red Cross because that's where the main food is. Yes, yeah. If I left my food, then I'm done. I went to Rehabilitation Commission, they said they want to put up a show. They want to start going from local government to local government to perform.
Enlighten people, sensitize.
Kind of bringing back the life to the people. I said, that's what I do. I said, okay, you're going to produce a show here. Try and start thinking of what kind of show you are going to produce. I said, okay. So I was there, writing what we did at home at ENUGU. I tried to concoct it to put up to a show. Then they said they were going to the ministry to get us some money to be able to organize this show, because they know that we'll have to. But I did not see the money, I did not see the organization, but I wasn't bothered because I had a place to stay and I had my Red Cross job to do, so I was okay. So when I came back in the evening, Ogonna said, look, this one you're talking of going to rehabilitation, this ministry, nobody, you're not going to be okay with the ministry. That I have where we go to rehearsals. All the big in this town. The, what do you call them? Permanent secretaries, managers, so and so in the industry and in the government. They have a rehearsal at British Council, Ogi Road. And if you come there and you are lucky to be taken, you are done. I said, okay. Will you be going there? I said, yes, let's go together. So I left rehabilitation. I moved to British Council. And when we got to British Council, he said, this man is Mr. James Iroha. He is the producer of this show. He works in ECBS. ESBS. I mean,
Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting.
Yes. ESBS, of course.
Yeah.
Not Enugu State.
Yes, I know.
Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Service. That's where he works, and he's a producer. He's producing this show. And then even his Oga is also there. All the partners, Chris Fodile, what are they? There are so many of them.
They were all there.
They were all there. That's matured people were there. I said, So James saw me and said, oh, my good friend, young boy, I like you. Fine, come. The problem is that I have casted that we have a show we call Sons and Daughters by J.C. de Graaf of Ghana. And it's a very interesting show. Of course, you watch us do our rehearsals and you make assessment by yourself. I said, okay, no problem. But I have given out the parts, all of them. But what I will do for you is to double cast you. That your friend here is playing the lead part, Aaron. Now, Aure is played by Olebara. Not Nnamdi Olebara, but the senior brother who was teaching at Holy Rosary College, One. So this is where it all started. So Aure is a friend to Aaron. Aaron played by my friend. Aure is also a friend of mine. So we got on fine. But Aure is a teacher and he didn't want to miss school. So, but they wouldn't put rehearsals during school hours. They would put rehearsals after school hours so that everybody is accommodated. Even those in the ministries can come in. Those in NTA, I'm not NTA, but Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Service should have closed from work and come in. So everybody will come in by 4 p.m. We'll rehearse until 9 p.m. and everybody goes home. So I was there going to buy cigarettes, going to buy minerals for people who are thirsty and all this, buy water and all that. I was a general duty boy. And we started on. James Hero said, no, you have to come to me, with me to East Central State Broadcasting Service. I mean, yes, East Central State Broadcasting Service. That I have a show I've written, a radio show, which you call In a Lighter Mood. In a lighter mood is ticked chats and jokes. You know, he tells some little stories, some humorous stories, and then put some jokes into it. Now he wants to act the jokes, or the jokes to be acted while he tells the story. I said, fine. Whatever we can do to keep our people happy, let's go ahead. So we rehearsed, and it was beautiful. Then it was Clarus himself, Madam Trueward, Obba, and Selina Ngobo. 4 of them. There were only 4 characters. So when I came in, they said, well, they had already gotten a chief. And the chief was Nsofo Obua. Was quite big, you know, a huge. Our idea of chiefs are people who are huge, not slimy, tiny people like me. So I said, let's go ahead. I continue picking balls for you. Continue going to buy this and that and that. I said, okay. Then, fortunately, Obi Abuna, Professor Obi Abuna, he was a prof before he left, he died, yeah. Was rehearsing his show, Wind versus Polygamy. And they casted me a hunter in it. Then the man playing chief, Josephat Okorongwobo, at that time, in that chats and jokes, Nsofobua, was casted the chief Ozuomba.
In that drama piece?
In that drama bit that we call, what did I call it now? In that drama bit. So I said, what do I do? Now that they have also taken away this one. He said, no. James Iroha is their producer. Here too. He's producing the drama here. The Wind versus Polygamy is being produced by him. Then the one at ESBS
was also being produced by him.
It wasn't about 3 weeks. Ukpabiasika Ajay appointed him what did I call Professor? You remember him now?
Is it Obiebuna?
Obiebuna.
Yeah.
Professor Obiebuna appointed him director of programs. NTA. I'm not NTA, but ESBS TV. It's Interested Broadcasting Television. It was just reactivated. So he appointed him. But apart from that, that of Abba had been reactivated. So he's overlooking that of Enugu and that of Abba. Now, what do we do? Obiabuna said, I wouldn't want somebody to play a double role. If you are playing in Ozomba, Chief Ozomba show, you won't be playing in Masquerade show. But then it was called Masquerade. So, 2 of you have to choose whether you are going to act Chief Ozomba or you are going to act Chief Josephat Okorongwobo. That was how Chief Josephat Okorongwobo came to me.
The great Zebediah Okorigwe Nwobo, Chief Chika Okpala. That's part 1. If you want to hear his entire story, then you need to stay with full day, and you can hear everything, how he even started producing the new Masquerade. I still have Steve Oruro in the studio. Steve, let's conclude our conversation. You've talked about how we could make some progress in making the parties what they should be. But it looks like there's constant opposition to this happening. The state governors, they have too much powers, and they control the parties and decide the fate of everyone. Do you agree with some school of thought that for political parties to survive in Nigeria, that we need to do something about the powers that the governors have?
I don't agree. I don't even stage impossibility. I don't engage in pursuit of, futility of some sort. Because the way party is structured, it goes in line with the leadership of the state, particularly when you have a governor who is of the party's extraction. Definitely he's going to be the leader of the party, while you also have a chairman of the party. So if there are people that are very creative and very willing to partner with Nigerians in this constant search for emancipation from sequence of misrule, then you see them behaving in a way that will propagate an effective, very robust, and very qualitative party where there will be national consensus, where there will be, exemplary leadership that others can emulate.
But the governors don't allow the chairman to be chairman.
No, I disagree. It all depends on the governor. That's why I talk about individuals.
Mm-hmm.
It borders on the personality. I've told you that a typical Nigerian position, has like two different characters. If you present the quality of character that is in consonance with, with quality delivery of the dividends of democracy and standard practices in tune with what Nigerians expect, you find your result. If you're also unlucky to find a governor who is not in that spirit, he's going to distort the process.
Do you think that a crop of governors can give us a democratic party across board, whether they are APC, whether they are PDP, whether they are APGA, whether they are Labour Party?
I don't think so. I can only speak about the governors I stand for, particularly the ENUGU governor, with the practice that he has come to do. But that will be a matter for another day. But the most important thing as it stands today is that we are seeking independence. Nigerian people, through the party, are seeking independence, not from the imperialists, not from the colonial masters, but from a dysfunctional political class, from those who engage in elitist deceit and intellectual dishonesty. They are looking for leaders.
Are we hopeless?
Well, it's not a hopeless situation. I've told you that we have characters that are credible, piloting the affairs of the party and determine the future of the people. Because the party is not just a party, but it's a conduit pipe for leadership recruitment process. So if you don't find the right party and right attitude within the rank and file of the party, you're likely going to find a dysfunctional system.
Okay, Steve, I'd like to thank you for your time and for your insights. It's been a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you very much.
And that was Steve Oruro, Deputy Chairman of PDP in Enugu State. And that's where we're drawing the curtain on our show tonight. I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo from Enugu in Nigeria. Don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms. If you missed part of this program and you want to watch it again, go to signaturetv.org or download the Signature app. Thanks for watching, and let's do it again tomorrow night at 11 p.m.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Senate extends validity of 2024 budget to December 31st, 2025. FCT Minister Wike dismisses rigging claims, points to development projects. Trump says he does not want regime change in Iran. And Zelensky and Macron meet as Ukraine seeks support at Hague summit. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Nigerian Senate has approved another extension for the implementation of the capital component of the 2024 national budget, shifting the deadline to December 31st, 2025. The decision was made on Tuesday's plenary following the swift presentation and passage of an amendment to the Appropriation Act, which went through all three readings in a single sitting. Leading the debate, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Solomon Adeola, said the extension was necessary to ensure completion of ongoing capital projects, many of which have been delayed due to revenue shortfalls.
The Appropriation Act of 2024 will come to an end by 30th of June 2025 this year. And due to some projects which are yet to be funded and implemented, we find it very important to come before these ALO chambers that this budget be extended by further 6 months, that is to end on 31st December 2025, to allow, among other things, the procurement process to be completed, money to be released for the implementation of the capital component of these budgets.
I wholeheartedly associate myself with the submissions made by my chairman of the Appropriation Committee, adopt same, and further add that in line with the desire of the present government and in consonance with the renewed hope agenda to ensure that no project is abandoned in the course of implementation of the budget.
Our senators such as Abdullah Yahya and Abdul Ningi criticized the repeated extensions, describing them as signs of poor implementation capacity by ministers, departments and agencies. They called for investigation and more transparency from the executive.
The National Assembly is not being taken into confidence by the executive arm of government on this very serious matter. This budget should have been implemented and everything done by December 31st, 2024. We extended it by another 6 months to the end of June this year.
I'm going to bring a motion sequel to the passage of the bill, which says the Committee on Appropriation and Finance should investigate the recurring dismal of non-implementation of the capital component and report back within 1 week or 2.
Government has grounded, that's what it means. Contractors who have done their jobs, committed their resources, cannot be paid. The benefits of the budget that we all took time to work on and pass has not gotten to the people. And guess what? We are talking of the capital component. The recurrent component, which is for the bureaucrats, it has gotten to them 100%.
Mr. President, I think that we must take this bull by the horn
on this issue of appropriation. And I think that unless we take it very seriously up with the Ministry of Finance, this Parliament will become an embarrassment into itself. Mr. President, I am reluctantly supporting the extension of the 2024 capital component of the budget.
Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, who presided over the session, ruled in favor of the bill after the adoption of a report from the Committee on Supply. There's a second extension granted for the 2024 budget following an early shift from December 31st, 2024 to June 30, 2025 at the request of President Bola Tinubu.
Desire to make sure that we solve these problems. In any case, the Committee on Appropriations and Finance have the function already enshrined in our rules to do that. So what we are trying to do is to emphasize the need that they should do the needful and then report back to us.
In a related development, the Senate also passed the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Amendment Bill, extending the fund's lifespan from 6 to 12 years. The aim is to boost police training, equipment and infrastructure. The amendment was passed without opposition, following its second and third readings after suspending Senate Rule 78-1.
To amend the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Act to increase the duration of the trust fund to, among other things, provide for continued training, provision of equipment and related facilities, as well as enhance the skills of personnel of the Nigeria Police.
Both bills now await concurrence by the House of Representatives before being transmitted to the President for assent. Nigerian Senate has directed the Nigeria Customs Service to raise its 2025 revenue target from the proposed 5 trillion naira to at least 10 trillion naira as part of efforts to boost national revenue. The directive was issued during the Senate Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs Budget Defense Session for 2024 and deliberations on the 2025 fiscal proposal. Committee Chairman Jibril Issa criticized the revenue projection by the Customs Service, describing it as abysmally low and not reflective of its service's capacity. He noted that with ongoing recruitment of about 3,000 additional personnel and existing infrastructure, Customs Service is well positioned to meet a more ambitious target. Senator Issa also called for increased vigilance at Nigeria's borders, urging Customs to intensify its interception of arms, ammunition and illicit drugs through seaports, airports and land entry points.
Having said that, we believe that your revenue target of 6-point-something trillion, I can't get the exact figure now, is abysmally low. You have to double your efforts. You must get us nothing less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. We don't expect you to get us anything less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. You are adequately equipped, you have the infrastructure, and you have the staff. Okay? The additional staff that you're talking about, over 3,000, will come in, and I'm sure you are almost on the drawing board on that.
Earlier, Deputy Controller General of Customs, Finance and Technical Services, B.M. Jibo, presented the service's 2025 revenue projection of 6.584 trillion naira.
2025 budget proposal. The revenue target for the year 2025 is based on the medium-term revenue framework. The revenue target for NCS for 2025 financial year is set at 6.584 trillion, consisting of 3.835 trillion for Federation account, then 1.081 trillion for non-Federation account, and 1.650 trillion for import VAT.
That's why the Senate committee maintained its stance, pushing for a more aggressive revenue strategy to align with the country's fiscal needs and development goals. The Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, has projected a revenue of 1.279 trillion naira for the 2025 fiscal year. representing a 40% increase over its 865 billion naira target for 2024, which it has already surpassed. The revenue projection and budget proposal were presented separately to the Senate and House of Representatives committees on marine transport by NPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Danso on Monday. Dr. Danso revealed that the agency remitted 400 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund in 2024, almost double the amount remitted in the previous year. He attributed the projected revenue growth for 2025 to modernization efforts, improved operational efficiency, and increased maritime activity.
In 2025, we are projecting or proposing a revenue of 1,279 billion. This is about 40% more than the 2024 actual of 894 billion. The details of the revenue sources are as written below. So on the cargo side, we are expecting we'll realize 413 billion. On the ship side, we are hoping to realize 544 billion. On the concession side, we are hoping to realize 249 billion. On admin revenue, we are hoping to realize 73 billion. So in total is 1,279,894,610,633,343. We predicated our revenue increase in the following: the Dangote refinery coming on stream, which required a lot of marine services from us, and then we have established a one-stop shop in MPA, which has so far been able to treat over 57 vessels per month.
Chairman of the Senate Committee Wasiu Eshinlokun commended the NPA's performance, but urged the agency to further enhance infrastructure, drive revenue, and support national efforts to tackle unemployment and fiscal deficits.
As we look at the 2025 IGR budget proposal, we expect clear strategies on how MPA intends to enhance its revenue generation capacity, reduce leakages, and modernize port operations through digitalization, improve security, and infrastructural upgrade. The expectations are even higher considering the federal government drive to increase non-oil revenue and reduce dependence on borrowing. Let me reiterate that this committee will continue to play its oversight role effectively, not as an adversary, but as a partner in progress. We are committed to work with NPA and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that maritime sector contributes meaningfully to national development and economic growth.
Other lawmakers also applauded the NPA for consistently exceeding its annual revenue target, but encouraged even greater performance to reduce the government's dependence on borrowing and close budget gaps. The member for ENUGU East and Issues of Federal Constituency of Enugu State and House of Representatives, Professor Paul Namchi, has dumped the Labour Party and joined the All Progressives Congress APC. Namchi announced his defection on the floor of the House on Tuesday. In his letter of resignation read by the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, the Enugu lawmaker, cited what he refers to as internal leadership squabbles tearing the party apart as its reason for leaving the Labour Party. Professor Namchi said the crisis has continued to disrupt the party's structure and success made in the last general elections.
From Honorable Prof. Paul S. Namchi, his message is also on notice of defection from the Labour Party to the All Progressive Congress APC. His message reads as follows: history rarely remembers those who stood still in moments that demanded movement. With deep reflection, I tender my resignation from the Labour Party, a platform now plagued by internal paralysis and troubling laws of direction. When a political house becomes consumed by conflict and deaf to reason, staying becomes a betrayal of purpose. In contrast, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is confronting the nation's challenges with the audacity leadership requires, taking bold, if painful, steps that speak of a future reclaimed, not postponed. In fidelity to my conscience and my constituents, I align with a vision that seeks not applause but impact. Yours sincerely, signed, Honorable Prof. Paul Inamchi, member representing Enugu East, Esi Uzo Federal Constituency of Enugu State.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed allegations of election rigging leveled against his associates, saying critics have no tangible achievements to campaign with. Wike made remarks on Tuesday at the commissioning of the right-hand service carriageway of the inner Northern Expressway linking Ring Road 3 to the outer Northern Expressway. He said his allies have been targeted because they can point to completed roads and infrastructure across FCT communities, unlike some opponents who cried foul after losing. The minister revealed that the road project initially awarded in 2014 for 7 billion naira was completed at a revised cost of 31 billion naira. He thanked President Bola Tinubu for his continued support and emphasized that road infrastructure is key to economic growth and investment attraction. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission has scheduled the FCT Area Council elections for February 21, 2026. In response, political parties have begun selling nomination and expression of interest forms for chairmanship and councillorship positions, alongside setting dates for primaries. Amid a brewing crisis, the Social Democratic Party National Working Committee has suspended its national chairman, Shehu Gabam, and 2 other members of allegations of gross financial misconduct. Spokesperson of the party, Arabat Rufus Ayenigba, disclosed this in a statement on Tuesday. Other members suspended are Nzen Nadi Clarkson, National Auditor, and Uche Chukwuba, National Youth Leader of the party. According to the party, the suspension of the trio takes effect immediately. This comes after protesters pulled down SDP's National Secretariat gates in Abuja. Tensions have erupted within the Social Democratic Party SDP ahead of the 2027 general elections as protesters on Tuesday pulled down the main gates of the party's National Secretariat in Wuse Zone 2, Abuja. Protests began when members of the party's National Working Committee were holding a meeting at the headquarters. Sources say the unrest may be linked to alleged plans to impose former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai as a key figure in the party's leadership. El-Rufai, who recently defected from the All Progressive Congress to the SDP, and declared in a Monday interview his intention to oppose President Bola Tinubu's re-election bid in 2027. The party has yet to release an official statement on the incident or on El-Rufai's reported role in the unfolding crisis. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has conducted its primary elections across 6 area councils in the Federal Capital Territory. The exercise held on Monday, June 23rd, as part of preparations for the 2026 general elections. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima covered the event.
It was a show of grassroots participation and gathering of party faithful and aspirants as the PDP held its delegate primaries across 6 area councils in the FCT: Buari, Kuje, Kwali, Abaji, Gwagwalada, and the Abuja Municipal Area Council. Following a closed-door briefing with election officials, Chairman of the Election Committee and PDP Chairman of Plateau State, Honorable Chris Hassan, addressed journalists at the Buari Town Hall. He emphasized that the exercise was not just about winners and losers, but about reaffirming the PDP's commitment to internal democracy and party unity.
Today's election is the election of our candidates to contest the chairmanship of all the area councils. Here we are in Buari. So far, I've been briefed fully by the electoral committee here, and the briefing is wonderful. In the thinking of the party, you know, our party motto stands on justice, fairness, equity. I can assure you that from the arrangement they are making, you see it play itself greatly there. I can assure you the spirit of People's Democratic Party is going to be very, very fair. And you can see democracy playing itself here. I have no fear based on the arrangement. I want to assure you that and our conduct, our caliber of people that come out to this is the best so far. And we speak with the people on ground because power belongs to the people.
Voting proceeded across the 6 area councils under the supervision of party officials. Many stakeholders described the process as calm, credible, and devoid of violence. At the close of voting and collation, Honorable Hassan personally announced the results for each council area, highlighting the transparency and orderly nature of the process.
We thank God that the elections went in rancor-free. And here are the results of the election. For Kuje Area Council, we had 2 contestants, Jigo D. Michael and Lami Zakaria. And Jigo had to withdraw. He withdrew his candidacy and he has written a letter to that effect, which will submit to the National Secretariat. And then Lami was the only person that contested in Kuje Area Council. And by the electoral process and powers conferred on us, after the application, 30 affirmed to his candidacy. So the 30 delegates voted in affirmation. And by virtue of electoral law, he has been declared unopposed and ready to contest the 2026 local government election in FCT.
In his closing remark, Honorable Chris Hassan described the entire process as free, fair, and a true reflection of PDP ideals. He stated that nobody was cheated and that the primaries were conducted with integrity, noting that the party is now better prepared to face the 2026 general elections as one united front.
I want to gladly announce to you that elections were rancor-free and went in smoothly in respect of the ideals of our party. It is our desired prayer that we work towards the success of this election from next year, 2026. You're welcome, and I appreciate all your.
Party stakeholders at the venue commended the process, calling it a model for grassroots democracy within the PDP, with delegate elections concluded in the FCT. The party says it is focused on strengthening internal structures ahead of 2026. In Abuja, I am Chimize Zadima for Signature TV.
Still to come, Taraba lawmakers move to replace Deputy Governor amid prolonged illness. NDLEA Abia Command calls for family support, mental health services, and grassroots campaigns to combat drug abuse. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji has presented compensation checks totaling 1.45 billion naira to 195 residents of Ija, Awo, and Araromi Ekiti, whose lands were acquired for the Ekiti Knowledge Zone EKZ project. Speaking at the presentation ceremony held at the Governor's office in Ado Ekiti, Oyebanji described the EKZ as a strategic economic initiative designed to foster an innovation-driven ecosystem and support knowledge-based enterprises in the state. He said the project is expected to create over 14,000 jobs, particularly for young people, and serve as a catalyst for sustainable development. The governor emphasized that the EKZ is complemented by key infrastructure projects, including the Ekiti Agro-Allied International Cargo Airport and the Ekiti Ring Road, which would ensure the zone's long-term viability. To guarantee transparency and fairness in the resettlement process, the state government engaged Green Engagement Limited to implement the Resettlement Action Plan for those affected. Oyebanji also expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu's administration for creating an enabling environment for the project and to the African Development Bank for its financial backing and technical support. Strong indications have emerged that Taraba State Deputy Governor Aminu Alkali may be replaced soon, following a prolonged illness that has kept him out of office for over 9 months. Sources within Taraba State House of Assembly and senior government circles say lawmakers are rallying around the current Deputy Speaker, Haman Adama, as Alkali's possible replacement. But the Assembly is yet to initiate formal impeachment or succession proceedings. A senior official disclosed that plans are underway to trigger the constitutional process for Alkali's removal. However, the state government has dismissed the claims. Governor Abu Kefas, Special Advisor on Media and Digital Communication, Emmanuel Bello, described the reports as baseless and unfounded. The Deputy Governor's Office has also remained silent, issuing no official statement on his health status or the reported succession plan. The Abia State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has called for greater investment in family life programs, youth empowerment, mental health support, and grassroots drug education as long-term strategies to combat drug abuse. Acting State Commander Chibu Odermenam made the appeal during a press briefing at the command's office in Aba. The event was part of activities marking the 2025 United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, observed every June 26. Odermenam emphasized the importance of prevention in tackling drug abuse and dismantling organized crime networks, identified key hotspots for drug trafficking within the state, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to eradicating the menace. He also called for collective efforts in the fight against illicit drugs.
You know, according to the United Nations, the survey carried out by ENUGU in 2018, which shows that 14.4 million, 14.4%.
That's 218, right?
Yeah, that 14.4%, equivalent to 14.3 million people between the ages of 16 and 64 have used psychoactive substances, excluding alcohol and cigarettes. To Abia State, 11.3% prevalence, which translates to 216,000 have used drug other than alcohol and tobacco for the past 1 year. So in Southeast Zone, according to the survey, Abia reduced top under ENUGU, Anambra.
That's the third, right?
Yes.
The first is what?
The first is Anambra. Yeah, not the first is ENUGU, the second is Anambra.
Some young drug users undergoing rehabilitation at the NDLEA Center in Aba told Signature TV that drug use offers no benefit, urging their peers to shun illicit substances.
Since I was there, I have been abusing cannabis, tramadol, and alcohol. And since I've been here, my body has changed, and the urge is no more, and I'm okay.
Drug hasn't been a good thing in my body because drug has almost damaged my body. Actually, if not for the grace of God, I would have been maybe a very hospitalized person or someone who is dead by now because drug damage and make me machete under how many days. So to my other young youths out there, I'll tell them that they should calm down with anything drug because drugs won't help them because they think that drugs make them creative or give them a good life of living. But the truth of the matter is that drugs doesn't do anything. It's just a momentary joy that makes you maybe feel good or
A major highlight of the event was the display of various illicit drugs recently seized by the command. In attendance were senior NDLEA officials, including Acting Deputy Commander of Operations Mbuto Patrick, Deputy Commander of Drug Demand Reduction Anu Ninta Morris, Assistant State Commander for Finance and Asset Investigation Bekwele Chukwu, Public Relations Officer Ikechukwu Akune, and select members of the press. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC says some changes in the country's labour laws are affecting the tempo of trade unionism in the country. The ENUGU State Chairman of NLC, Fabian Wibo, who featured on Signature Morning, a Signature TV morning show, stated that the new laws have impacted the ability of trade unions to organize, bargain collectively, and embark on strike. Wimbo stated that the present labor law requires that certain stringent conditions must be met before embarking on strike, and that such strikes must be called off once the employer calls for negotiation or dialogue. He said that those accusing labor leaders of failing in their duty of championing the cause of workers are living in the past.
The truth is that the presence of NLC, just to even come together and say we are going to declare strike tomorrow, it puts serious fever on the system. It makes the system to adjust and say what is going on. So if labor was not there at all, I'm telling you, what would have been going on in this country would have been hell for every person on earth. So although people think in the way you are thinking, or you are trying to place before us, but the truth is that labor, the presence of labor, have worked hard to change a lot of things to ensure that we have stability in this country.
The NLC chairman, however, stated that the labor leaders are still doing their best under the prevailing circumstances to improve the welfare of Nigerian workers, claiming that Nigerians would have been buying fuel at about 3,000 naira now if not for the intervention of labor. Wimbo confirmed that the federal government has given out 90 compressed natural gas CNG buses to the Nigeria Labour Congress and expressed the hope that the deployment of the buses and the ones procured by the ENUGU state government will go a long way to alleviate the plight of workers and other Nigerians.
Yes, I would say that it has yielded some tangible outcomes, because if NLC, the organization NLC was not there, Nigerians would have, at this present moment, would have been in a whole lot of trouble. Because if you look at the shape the government took when they came in and the layouts of their plans, you find out that if there are no checks on them, it would have been a lot of trouble for all of us. For instance, when the government came in and said fuel subsidy is gone, that's the beginning of our trouble in the country today. And since then, NLC the Labour have been following them, trying to check all the designs, issues that came with that removal of oil subsidy. And that's why today we are still feeling a little better. Not that we're better, a little. So I would say that the efforts NLC as an organization have made yielded some serious positive results. Because, recently, fuel price is beginning to rise again. That we are buying fuel less than 1,000 naira was because of the pressure coming from the level. So if we had waited or relaxed, or there's nothing like a labor, by now, fuel wouldn't be selling less than 3,000 in Nigeria. So if you look at that aspect alone, you could say, and our economy, like a mono economy, once the oil sector covers the whole aspect of our economy, cash is cold.
The Chief of Defence Staff, General Christopher Musa, has expressed deep concern over the absence of a national census, warning the lack of accurate population data is weakening Nigeria's security and damaging its international credibility. General Musa made the remarks during an advocacy visit by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Army, Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua, alongside members of a civil society group, Yaga Africa. He emphasized that tackling foundational issues like conducting a national census and securing Nigeria's porous borders are crucial for enhancing national security and global respect. The Defense Chief also revealed that in its more than 30 years of service, it has only voted once, highlighting persistent voter apathy as a threat to democratic progress. He advocated for the use of modern technology and ICT tools to streamline census and voter registration processes, reduce costs, and improve accuracy. General Musa stressed that higher civic participation is essential for deepening democracy, promoting good governance, enhancing security, and curbing crime. On military funding, they reaffirmed its support for the Armed Forces Trust Funds, calling for a well-defined implementation framework to ensure the fund effectively strengthens operational capabilities. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun says 53 suspects have been arrested in connection with recent deadly attacks in Benue and Plateau states, which left dozens dead and many others injured or displaced. Speaking at a press briefing in Abuja on Tuesday, Egbetokun described the June 13 massacre in Yelwata Community, Benue State, as a coordinated act of terror. He confirmed that 26 suspects were arrested in connection with the Yelwata attack, 22 linked to the Plateau violence, and 5 more for a separate recent incident in Benue. Inspector General disclosed that 47 people were killed and 27 others injured in the Yelwata incident. Security forces also recovered 2 general-purpose machine guns and 8 AK-47 rifles used in the attack. Assured Nigerians have continued efforts to bring all perpetrators to justice and restore peace in the affected communities. A devastating windstorm has destroyed some schools and staff quarters in the Funtua district of Katsina State. Severe windstorm caused significant damage to school infrastructure and staff quarters across multiple educational institutions in the affected area. In a statement, the Katsina Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Zainab Musawa, expressed the government's heartfelt sympathy to the schools, staff, and families affected by the mishap. Musawa said the government is assessing the extent of the damage and will provide updates on measures to address the situation. She assured of the ministry's support during a challenging time while urging the school management to ensure that educational activities continue to avoid disrupting normal academic activities. And next is business news.
The Nigerian Stock Exchange closed higher on Tuesday, June 24, 2025, with increased trading activity across the board. A total of 756,498,607 shares were traded in 22,206 deals, amounting to a market turnover of 23.29 billion naira. Compared to Monday's session, trading volume rose by 16%, while turnover increased by 9%. The market capitalization now stands at 75.6 trillion naira, reflecting improved investor confidence. Out of the 130 listed equities that participated in the Tuesday's trading, 61 recorded price gains, while 23 declined. Better Glass PLC led the gainers, chart closing at 333 naira 95 kobo per share after a 10% increase. UPDC also gained 10%, closing at 3 naira 30 kobo per share. Okumo or Palm PLC advanced by 10% to end the day at 748 naira per share, while Dangote Sugar rose by 10%, finishing at 44 naira per share. On the loser side, Dar Communications PLC posted the highest decline, shedding 7.81% to close at 59 kobo per share. Prestige Assurance PLC followed with a 5.56% loss, ending at 1 naira 2 kobo per share. Indices report. The Nigerian Stock Exchange All-Share Index continued its upward trend, rising by 1,211.17 points to close at 119,790.82 on Tuesday. This reflects a 1.02% increase from the previous session. The index has now posted a 1-week gain of 4.25%, a 4-week gain of 9.72%, and a year-to-date return of 16.38%, highlighting sustained bullish momentum in the markets. Stock market report. I am Chimizi Zadima.
Still to come, Iranians gather in Tehran to recognize their armed forces. France Macron, UK Starmer, Germany's Merz meet ahead of NATO summit. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Iranians gathered in Tehran's Engelab Square on Tuesday in a show of support for their armed forces as Israel and Iran work out a ceasefire announced by the United States.
The battle will continue, God willing, until the complete destruction of the Zionist regime.
The united voice of the Iranian nation is this: they started the war, and ending it is up to us. We are not at all satisfied with this ceasefire, and we are fully prepared to sacrifice our lives if Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei gives the order for the destruction of Israel, no less.
No. In my opinion, now that it has started, we must see it through to the end. There's no benefit in stopping now. Just like what happened in Gaza and Lebanon, Israel, America, and Trump himself cannot be trusted at all.
The ones you killed, the Iranian elites, Iran will avenge them. One day, they will be avenged. You will be caught off guard. We will catch you off guard, be sure of that.
A shaky ceasefire began to take hold between Israel and Iran on Tuesday under pressure from US President Donald Trump, raising hopes for an end to the biggest ever military confrontation between the Middle East armed foes. He later said Israel called off further attacks at his command to preserve a deal to end a 12-day air war with Iran. Both Iran and Israel sent signals the conflict was over, at least for now. Israel's military said all regions of the country had moved to full activity level without restrictions from 8 p.m. local time. Its airport authority said Ben Gurion Airport has reopened. Americans who have been residents in Israel voiced both relief for themselves and anxiety for family and friends staying behind that nation as on Saturday hung over the country hours after a fragile ceasefire deal with Iran was announced. One group of passengers aboard an evacuation flight arranged by the state of Florida hugged well wishes as they arrived at the airport in Tampa, grateful that days of dashing inside bomb shelters had ended.
So we were just trying to find any way to get out, really. There really wasn't many options. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty indescribable. I mean, we left Sunday morning under sirens and then took a bus all the way to the Jordanian border, spent hours at the border there trying to cross over.
Yeah, so we've been running in bomb shelters over 25 times, sleepless nights for the past week and a half. Yeah, it's been really intense.
Yeah, it was pretty scary. You know, we were all outside and, you know, we kind of heard the sirens and actually saw the missiles coming in over our heads. So yeah, it was crazy for sure.
This was a long journey, but we're all safe at home now.
US President Donald Trump said on Tuesday he does not want to see regime change in Iran, which he said would lead to chaos. Trump sharply rebuked Israel on Tuesday for its military response following a ceasefire deal and accused both Israel and Iran of violating the agreement just hours after he announced it. Trump had announced a ceasefire earlier on Tuesday with a post on Truth Social. Later in the day, Trump told reporters Israel launched its strikes almost immediately after the agreement was reached. Tensions between Israel and Iran to escalate and is willing to work with the international community to maintain peace and stability in the Middle East, a Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Tuesday. Spokesperson Guo Jiakun told a regular press conference that China is calling on all parties concerned to return to diplomacy as soon as possible.
China closely follows the development of the situation in the Middle East and does not wish to see tensions escalating in rounds. We hope that a ceasefire can be achieved as soon as possible. Facts have proved that military measures cannot bring peace. Dialogue and negotiation are the right way to solve problems. China calls on the parties concerned to return to the right track of political settlement at an early date. China is willing to work with the international community to make efforts to maintain peace and stability in the Middle East.
Israel had said on Tuesday a ceasefire was in effect after it achieved all the goals of a bombing campaign against Iran that had launched on June 13. Iran had confirmed that it will halt retaliation if Israel's bombing stopped. President Donald Trump said he expects to meet Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky for talks during the NATO summit.
You think you'll meet with Zelensky when you're there?
Yeah, probably. I'll say, yeah.
What would you say to him?
Say, how you doing?
He's in a tough situation. Should have never been there. Well, I'll have to take a look at it. But I'd like to see a deal with Russia. As you know, Vladimir called me up. He said, "Can I help you with Iran?" I said, "No, I don't need help with Iran. I need help with you." And I hope we're going to be getting a deal done with Russia. It's a shame. 6,000 soldiers died last week.
Zelensky warned European NATO members on Tuesday that they risk being attacked by Russia if it was not defeated in Ukraine. Kremlin accused NATO of being on a path of rampant militarization and portraying Russia as a fiend of hell in order to justify its big increase in defense spending. Russia cited its neighbors' desire to join the US-led Transatlantic Defense Pact as one of the reasons why it invaded Ukraine in 2022. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and France's Emmanuel Macron held a bilateral meeting on Tuesday ahead of a NATO summit at The Hague, where Ukraine will be hoping for renewed support from the alliance. Zelensky has said he wants to discuss substantial purchases of weaponry, including Patriot missile defense systems, as well as sanctions and other ways to put pressure on Putin. Leaders of France, Germany and the United Kingdom met on Tuesday ahead of a summit of NATO leaders focused on increasing defense spending and tackling the war in Ukraine. The gathering is intended to signal to Russian President Vladimir Putin that NATO is united, despite US President Donald Trump's previous criticism of the alliance, and determined to expand and upgrade its defenses to deter any attack from Moscow. The summit and its final statement will be short and focused on heeding Trump's call to spend 5% of GDP on defense, a significant jump from the current 2% goal. It is to be achieved both by spending more on military items and by including broader security-related spending in the new target. Protesters opposing an increase in NATO defense spending targets to 5% marched through Ljubljana on Tuesday as leaders gathered in The Hague to discuss the matter. Some protesters said the increase will be at the expense of public services and social security. Others opposed what they saw as a caving in to U.S. demands.
We have gathered here today to express our strong opposition to what is being decided in The Hague today, when the Western elites, in relation to our economic and political ruling class, the collaborationists, are making decisions that will affect all of us.
It's not surprising, but yes, at the end of the day, this means for us that the remnants of social security that we still have, from kindergartens and schools to the collapsing health system, now the pension reform, all of this is going and will continue to be eaten away at, supposedly, because we would rather give it to militarization.
Slovenians no longer support non-spending on the military. This was very clearly just a dictate from Washington, and especially within NATO, it was left to the side of America, which means that we as Slovenia essentially submitted to the interests of the West, specifically America.
New York City residents voting in the city's Democratic primary election on Tuesday at a poll site at Bard College in Manhattan expressed enthusiasm for the mayoral race.
Crime and housing is my two biggest things. The rents are too high. We should have re-rented during COVID, but we were stupid, and that's about it. I voted for Lander because he's a known administrator and he's known to get stuff done.
He has my vote because he sees the people of New York as people. Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams do not. They are funded by huge super PACs that don't give a shit if we live or die. And Zoran Mamdani actually has tangible plans. He can speak coherently on them. He cares about the people of New York. He is a person who lives in New York. He actually lives in the city. He, wants to take care of. And, I think he believes in human rights. And I think fundamentally that's what so many races around the country are about right now.
Mayor Giuliani time was very good kind of situation in Manhattan and New York, everywhere. But the last couple times we saw New York City was very good, bad condition. We think maybe this time new mayor will do something for us. This is our hope. Let's see what's happened.
Let me just say that if it doesn't quite turn out the way many of us expect as far as the Democratic primary, I wonder what kind of door that opens for Mayor Adams.
Do you think Adams still has a chance?
Well, I can't help but wonder if he would have a better chance against someone other than Andrew Cuomo. You know, that's an interesting little variable.
And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Morning. Stay with us.
Nigerians are crying. Benue is bleeding. Who do we run to? These are the questions we'll be asking Nigerians today on the state of Abuja.
How can a fellow human being take his own brother's life and yet live happily with his own family? It is really alarming. If our leaders that we trust, that we voted, and we gave our mandate to represent us, they cannot represent us. It's not by force to be there. The best thing I will advise is, if you know you are not capable, you resign. Then let someone that will be ready to defend us, because our security is one of the main things that we want. If you as a leader, you cannot defend the citizen, then you are not worthy to be a leader. We should be able to sleep with our eyes closed, having you there as our commander-in-chief. So to me, what is going on in Benue State, the state government need to come in, the federal government need to come in, the security, all the chief of army forces, everybody need to come together. It's a collective responsibility. If there is love, if there is oneness, if there is unity, we are to put hands together and fight this thing to a stop. Over 230 people be just a death, just a one day, particular a day. Then if our politicians are not going to take action, then we as the youth, we have something to take action by ourselves, because we are not going to continue to be living on all this kind of action. No job, nothing. The killing of innocent people is much on this country. Plateau, Benue, some of the northern parts, all these killings much. So our government not supposed to know what are they going to do for us, because there's no time. There's no time. It is hungry. When Nigeria start their own, don't say that the youth are so. No, they're supposed to take the action right now.
As you say that they give youths, like, you know, some people are graduates now and they don't have work. As you some people study police, all this kind of police force, navy, they don't give them work. As you say, government give job opportunities. I know say the youth self go work hand in hand to support the community. So let me say the government really needs to give job opportunities, safety, and more securities. And the government too, our Baba Tinubu, him to let him improve the job opportunities and make sure they help you.
For me, I blame it on
on the rulers of that particular community, of that particular state they call Benue. Because before a particular people would be able to, make move in a state like that, there must have been a confirmation, okay, you people should come, we'll give you people a particular space here to stay and do whatever you want to do, you understand? So all these things falls back to the government. It's like we don't even have a president in this country. Sorry to say that. There's a man on Instagram, his name is Very Dark Man. He is the one fighting for the people of Benue, which is not right. We have a president. All we need is just for him to make a declaration of this is what should be done, or you people should do this particular thing, and we get to understand. But he's not doing anything. Rather, the masses are the ones trying to find solutions to it. Let them look at the system. The system is faulty. The whole thing is on the government.
We can't be a country that the law always protects the government, not the youth.
Politics do not really work hand in hand, because if you speak, you would tend to find out. Of course, you are human, so it's possible. If you eventually join the political system, you would notice that some of them they might not, have the voice to speak for the people anymore. All right, but that doesn't mean that there are no politicians that speak for the voice of the people. We have the likes of P2OB. So he making his statement, he knows himself and he's sure of himself, and he's making it clear that he's not interested in anything that has to do with politics or anything like that, because already he has a degree in law, he's a music artist and an activist. So adding politician to it, that's going to be a big gig actually, but he doesn't have that interest. Because me too, I see it in that perspective, that if he's taking his activism so serious, he and Macaroni and Kate Henshaw, it's as if, it's looking like, oh, they want to be part of the politicians or something, but he has made his own clear that he's not interested in politics or the system or the game or whatever they call it. He's not interested in it. He's doing this for compassion, which I love so much, because he takes it very, very personal. All right, if you check his comments in the massacre in Benue State, you would understand that he doesn't paint words, like he says it as it is. So I'm happy and I'm so proud of him that he's doing this for compassion and the love for the society and the people at large, not just because he has interest in politics. And like he said, politics and activism, they don't really go hand in hand. So at the end of the day, you might notice that you're changing and you're no longer fighting for the people. Another person that people are thinking might have interest in politics is Very Dark Man. But let's leave that aside, all right? Because he's a person that, speaks for the people, not just by comments, but with his camera facing him. He says literally things. And people will say, if this guy venture into politics, he might change. So that's that quote that Fowles is saying, activism and politics do not really work hand in hand, because you might change at some point. So let's move forward. Nigerian music star Stanley Omadidia, popularly known as Omale, has shared a candid take on his mental health, revealing that money could offer temporary relief from his ongoing battle with depression. In a social media post on Tuesday, the so-so hitmaker said that a sum of 10 million, whether in pounds or dollars, could help lift his spirits, at least for a month. The statement was a mix of honesty and irony, reflecting the weight of his struggles. Omale has been open about his mental health in recent years. His upcoming sophomore album, Clarity of Mind, is expected to explore his emotional and psychological journey towards healing. This follows the deeply personal theme of his 2022 debut album, Boy Alone, which offered raw insight into his experience with depression. In a post made shortly after the release of Boy Alone, Omale revealed on X, formerly Twitter, that his mental health took a further hit after a sexual encounter with his therapist. An experience, he said, worsened his depression. As he continues to use music as a form of expression and therapy, fans are looking forward to clarity of mind as a deeper dive into the singer's path to self-understanding and recovery. I'm also looking forward to that clarity of mind music, because Omale have been going through depression, I think, since 2022. I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me. Since 2022, most of his music is, boiled down to depression and all. Now, what do you mean by your depression state increase after you, have an entanglement with your therapist? Why is the therapist doing that? Wow. But of course, he said, aside that, $10 million or pounds can do him, the recovery thingy. So if you have $10 million or pounds, you can send to Omale so that he can stop singing depressed songs for us. I mean, his voice is interesting, the sound's quite interesting, but when you listen to the lyrics, you would know that this man is going through a lot. Like, he's going through a lot. But I think maybe he's coming out of it, right? Because for him to come out clean and plain to make this statement on X means he's healing and he's ready to take that bold step. So clarity of mind is something we, your fans, are looking forward to, because that means the lyrics is going to tell us your whole healing journey and all that. So let's move over to the foreign scene. The runway show for Louis Vuitton's Spring-Summer 2026 collection was held on Tuesday evening in Paris. Many celebrities, including Beyonce and Jay-Z, attended the show. Saint Laurent and Vuitton kicked off Paris' main fashion week on Tuesday, so take a look at that.
No. Jay-Z.
Now here comes the last story of the day. Several guests for billionaire Jeff Bezos' wedding were expected to arrive in Venice on Tuesday, as speculations around the exact details of the event continued to circulate in the media. A report made it known that Bezos and his fiancée Lauren Sanchez would not arrive in the city with the super yacht Coral and would be staying at Aman, Venice, a luxury resort. The hotel was fully booked from June 25th to July 30th, according to its website. Other guests are expected to stay at other high-end hotels, including St. Regis, the Gritti Palace, and Hotel Danieli. Meanwhile, the Arsenal, a complex and shipyards, and Amoris is said to be a potential location for one of the wedding events, expected to be spread over 3 nights. The event expected to attract some 200 guests, including U.S. President Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as well as scores of stars from films, fashion, and business. Has been dubbed the wedding of the century. But some locals see the celebration as the latest sign of the brash commodification of the beauty but fragile city that has long been overrun with tourism while steadily depopulating. This wedding is going to create a very big buzz. Anyways, take a look at this.
Sì, no, a lui piace il rosa. Il rosa, va bene? Prendiamo rosa, te lo do. There's no benches. Oh.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segments this hour. We'll go on a short break and I'll reveal my guests to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Where the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the segment where I tend to have conversation with my guests. So with me here is Miracle Nwachukwu, popularly known as Favorite Mimi. She's an MC and an event host. We'll be talking about what they don't tell you about being an MC. So thanks for joining, Miracle.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Wow, I love the way you speak.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're a host and an MC. All right. Let me ask you the personal question before we delve into how do you mix the two? How do you balance the two?
Okay. So Lexia, thank you so much for having me. So my name is Miracle Nwachukwu, also known as Favorite Mimi, and I'm a graduate of the University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, Department of Medical Laboratory Sciences. So my journey into becoming an MC was actually quite funny. I didn't even plan it and all that. I just knew that I love talking. I just knew that it's something I could do at ease. So then one time in church actually, the choir had an end of the year party, and they were like, they needed a host to host the event. So they said, Miracle, go on, host the event. And I was like, there was no plan, no rehearsal, no script. You know, like you have a...
And you're in the choir, right?
Yes. Okay. I was like, so what do I do? So I just did it. And they were like, everybody was so happy. They were, you know, excited. Like, wow, this is good. You could make a career out of it. I didn't think about it at first. I just like, you know, nah. Nah. So then after that year went by, moving on to my final year in the university, I was like, this is a great idea. Let me research more about the industry. And then I started. Guess what my first name was as an MC? MC Popcorn.
I mean, that's quite... I love it, actually. Yeah. I swear, I love
Popcorn,
it. I love it.
I like talking, so like pop.
Yeah.
So I just like everybody. My name is MC Popcorn, and then I just started the journey, and then all that. So from there, I had to push myself out there to get people to see me first, and then the journey just took off from there.
Okay, so do you think there's a relationship between being an MC and a host?
You know, MCs, there actually is a big word, master of ceremony, that's the full meaning. So people confuse us for comedians, for hype men, for this, but they're a different field altogether. So comedians are basically people that come in to make you laugh, you know, smart, they crack the jokes, they are hilarious. They're master of ceremony, which is the corporate MCs. They're not comedians. They are not funny. But we bring energy and vibes. Like we say things that are humorous, like humor. We bring games, you know, anything. And then the funny thing, when a corporate host your events, there's no difference. People just leave amazed, happy, and excited. And you're like, wow, you're good. You made me laugh. You know this thing. But you're not a comedian. So it just it's big, you know, different field altogether.
Nice. So back to the topic, What exactly is that thing they did not tell us when it comes to being an MC?
Please come again.
What exactly is that thing they did not tell us when it comes to being an MC?
I love a lot. Okay. One of the things that I love so much about being an MC is getting to meet people and talk to people. And, you know, it's a lot. People from different parts of the world comes to meet you. They are in an event. You know, I love crowd, naturally. Some people are shy of crowd, but me, I just love the crowd.
Stage fright.
But yes, there's an energy I get when I'm around people. I just come out and do things and say things. So because of my job as an MC, I love people. I love meeting people. I love getting to talk to people. I love getting to interact with people. So for me, it's just the people.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, you're quite different, though.
Yeah.
So does it mean right from where you were tender, you're used to standing in crowds and all that? Because a whole lot of people, MCs, they will tell you there's this stage fright that comes with it. But how did you build your confidence, though?
Let's say, while growing up, my mom, so we are always in this children. It started from the church. So they would just call me for a special number, all these things you come and you sing, I just come and I sing it. Or give announcement, Bible reading, you know, Sunday school. So it started from there. And before you know it, it's something I started doing while growing up. I didn't know that it could actually build up to the kind of person that I would be today. So let's just say church played a very important role
in your
building
life.
my career life.
You're a church girl. Jesus,
I'm a Jesus girl.
Okay, so can you share with us the moments where behind the scene was nothing like what the audience saw? Of course, there's a whole lot that happens behind the scene, which we agree. So share with us the moment. I want you to share the truth for us, please.
Okay, so behind the scenes, if I tell you this, you'll be shocked.
Okay.
I get scared sometimes when I'm being called. So when someone tells me you have a job to host an event, so maybe I'm done with my rehearsal, I've checked, browsed, done everything I need to know, the things I need to know about the event. But then coming on stage, I get this fear. Wow, my heart is, boom, boom, boom. And so people don't believe it. When I come up stage, I'm like, bam. They're like, wow, you did so well. You're not scared at all. But they did not know that, man, behind the scenes, I'm really scared. So what I do in my rehearsals, breathing exercises. I make sure that I'm really prepared for this. If you're not prepared for something, you might actually flop. So to cover up for not being so much scared, I have to do extensive research about whatever I'm doing or going to talk about.
Okay, aside research, right, would you say it's your talent in some way?
A talent? It's been there. It's a talent. Most people think talking is vast. But to get a career out of talking is a whole different thing altogether. Just like you actually talk for a living as a presenter. Let's not even talk about the people out there as presenters, newscasters. It's all a talking career.
Yeah.
So we all talk
for a living. I said that to somebody. I don't even know it's a thing, actually. I just said it to somebody.
So it's a thing. So if, there is nobody in this world that was born with nothing. Even if you're maybe... You could see the man that had no hands, no legs. He's a preacher with his mouth. So there are people out there that talent is beyond singing or dancing or acting. Anything that you are good at doing is a talent. Even consulting is a talent. And it also has to do with talking.
Everything has to do with talking at the end of the day.
So it's based on what you make of it. That matters a lot.
So aside the research thing and all, have there ever been a time whereby there's an event and there's supposed to be an MC, not you, and the event is already going on and they just call you, Miracle, you have to host though. So share with us, how did you overcome the whole vibe of, God, I'm not prepared for this and all that?
Okay, so there were these gatherings, the relationship summits that they had. Me, I was going as a guest to get relationship tips to help my single life. My plan was to learn, not host. And I was really excited of the people hosting the event and all that. So getting to the event day, the host was not there, could not show up. I don't know what happened with the organizers and the rest of them. And they were like, hey, Miracle is an MC. I was like, I was like, what, how? Nobody gave me, I did not research, I did not plan, I did not do this. But then the one thing about me is that once I take a microphone and I'm on stage, I don't know what happens. Magic just happens. And before you know it, the event just goes. I think it's because it is something I've been doing for quite a long time. That's the reason why it's always easier, even when I'm not prepared. And I just get on stage, boom, things just happen.
Okay, I'm very motivated with what you're saying. But, people say MC is majorly for talking and all that. So is there any other vibe or things they do aside from talking? Because you mentioned comedy and corporate MC and all that. So aside talking, is there any other specific specific ingredients that is attached to being an MC aside talking?
Okay, so now, when you are hosting an event and you're being called to be the MC, sometimes it could be a talk show or it could be a social gathering, depending. There's graduation ceremony, there's birthdays, there's corporate events, social events, a whole lot of events that needs anchors like a host, an MC to come and host it. So now let's use, for example, a birthday party. You're not coming to talk in a birthday party. You're coming to engage the audience, to perform, to dance, to sing. So you have to do it more of you. There's also talking involved, but then you have to be creative.
Okay. So
there's creativity involved in being an MC. You think of games to do. It could be like all these cup games, carpet games, circle games, whatever games you're doing in a bed, and you have to get the people to dance. So you also have to learn dancing skills. Yes, very important. Okay. Even if you don't know how to dance, so for the sake of your career, you have to learn a little. So when you're getting the people to move your body and the rest of them, you're also moving your body too. So you have to be creative. You have to be also talented, artistic, musically inclined. Also, you have to know your music. Because if you want to, there are different audience. There's the Gen Zs, the millennials, the boomers, and then the rest of them. So when you encounter those kind of people, you know the kind of things you're bringing for them. I know that a Gen Z doesn't know a millennial song. The same with a millennial doesn't know the song of a Gen Z. So you have to be up to date about the current trend, the current music, the current artist, and a whole lot more.
I totally agree with you. So I would say there should be a relationship between the MC and the audience.
Yeah, so it's a relationship thing. So your job as an MC depends on your audience. So if you do well, the audience will tell you. If you flop, your audience will tell you.
Nobody wants to flop, actually. Nobody. All right, so we have a video of you. We're going to play that right now.
Okay.
Sunday morning here, today being the 16th of February 2025, and we are live at the Dominion City HQ2 New Haven Junction, Enugu State, Nigeria, for the Singles Unusual 2.0 Team Bonnie Flame, and we are live here on the red carpet. My name is Miracle Wachuku, also known as Favorite Mimi, and we have a lot for you today. We have the Career Summit, we have the networking, we have the collaboration, and we have a lot of loaded things packaged for every single person and the youth here today. So join us on the red carpet as we ask amazing questions to young people, what they are expecting and what they understand about love. Thank you very much and see you.
Mommy, I really thank you that I love you so much. I thank you for the food, thank you for the money, and I stole your money today. Thank you. Mommy, thank you so much. I love you. You're the best mommy. Thank you so much. Okay, mommy.
All right. So, as a woman in this space, all right, because of course I'm so proud that you're doing corporate MC and all.
Yeah.
But as a woman in this space, have you ever felt the need to overperform or prove yourself, compared to male counterparts?
Well, let's just say this industry that I am in is a male-dominated industry, first of all. Because it's very rare when you see a female MC. Just like when I tell people I'm MC, like, oh wow, they're surprised because they don't believe that there are actually women in the industry so far. So people see men more in this industry than women, and we women, we come in and we have to prove ourselves. We have to be loud to be heard, because if you're not loud, they will not hear you. You have to let them know this is what you do. Sometimes when I'm talking with a client and telling them the need of an MC for their event or trying to negotiate with some people, I tell them what I can offer to the table. If I even go to the extra, what I can bring. And when they bring me on, they're like, it's so different from all that. So because we have more men in the industry than women, we women, the only way for us to be heard is to be loud. To just shout it, keep posting consistently, tell people that you can do this, that you have the same energy, you have the same brain, you have the same talk, and then that's it.
Is there any time you've ever felt pressure to dress in some kind of way, all right, because of the job you do?
Pressure. Pressure sometimes comes with the job. Not like I would call it pressure. Let's say sometimes when you're hosting or being called to host an event, especially when you have a co-host, you're working with somebody, and then the person sometimes might be more experienced than you, and then you get on stage, and you're supposed to shine your shine, and then this person is trying to, make it feel like you don't know what you're doing, and the rest of them. Sometimes I wouldn't necessarily feel pressured and all that. The only thing I know is any little space I get to shine with the mic, I give it my all.
Okay, I think you don't get my question. Okay. Yeah? I said, is there any time you feel pressured when it comes to your outfits? Let's say, for example, it's a cultural event, all right? And you're not really dressed. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is there any way your pressure, like maybe you don't give it your all out there on stage? Is it possible?
Yeah, it can be possible. Yes, when you talk about dressing, yes, for example, if you're not even dressed comfortably enough, or and maybe the dress you're wearing is too tight as a lady and you can't walk, and the event needs you to walk to and fro around the entire hall, or maybe your dress, 911 emergency happens on the dress.
Wardrobe malfunction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now I get the question. Yeah, sometimes I feel pressured. I feel uncomfortable. I even lose my creativity at the moment. I don't even know what to do. So most times, in most situations, I just be like, I'll just let the convenient know and tell him I can only stand one place and I will not be able to move around the rest of them. So I hope that answers the pressure question.
Okay, but it has happened to you before, right?
Yeah, one time.
Okay, at least.
And then the next time, I carry extra. Always.
Oh, so you tend to carry extra clothes in case that kind of thing happens.
In case anything happens, because it might be in a place where there's no maybe tailors or anybody around to mend it. So, and there's always a need for carrying an extra clothes.
I'm actually imagining that scene whereby you're not with extra clothes and your clothes got torn. That means you're not going to host the event, right? You're not going. Don't worry, don't overthink.
Don't talk about it.
All right, so let's ask one more question. They said we have just a few minutes left. What do you wish someone told you before you started this journey?
Please come again.
What did you wish someone told you before you started this journey?
If what I wish someone would have told me before I started this journey.
Yeah.
Why didn't you start on time?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did you start on time? Where have you been? Because remember I told you that I didn't give it so much thought about starting the career. It took like a whole year before I started.
Yeah.
And I'm loving it. And I'm like, why did you start on time? Why didn't I know that you could make a living, a career out of talking? Why didn't I know that there's a thing as a talking career? So I would have been like, Miracle, why didn't you start on time?
What's the hustling side of MCing?
The
hustling side of MCing.
The hustling?
Yes.
The hustling side?
Yes.
Talking about consistently posting every day and letting people know that you're an MC, reminding them that you're an MC. Telling them to tell people that wants to host events that you are an MC. Just like, like when you hear the video, what comes to your mind?
The video. The music artist.
When you hear Sri Ronaldo, what comes to your mind?
The footballer.
When you hear Miracle, what's supposed to come to your mind?
Oh, an event host /
Exactly.
MC.
So that is the hustling side of it. So
you have to let yourself out there every single time, right? Okay, let's play some few games to lighten the mood.
Few games. Okay.
Let me think of a game now. What's that thing that could easily change a woman's mood?
Should we call the name? Well,
let's say you're moody right now. You're so moody. You're having a bad day. What's that thing that?
How many things should I list?
Okay, as many as you can.
As many as you can. The first one is the one that we came into this world with. Biologically, we call it period cramps or menstrual cramps.
How will it change your mood? You're having a bad mood already.
Oh, please relax. There are women that menstrual cramps change their mood swings. It happens.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Hey, medically speaking, you need to research.
I thought we usually have mood swings when we.
It happens.
Wow.
Changes your mood too. And then secondly, most importantly, when you do not have enough money in your bank account, credit alert gives you joy.
Emphasis.
It increases your glow. More money, more beauty.
Oh my God. You got it.
And good food.
Good food, bro.
Good food.
All right, so let's play one more game. We'll play abbreviation, social media abbreviation.
Okay, let's play.
Okay. TTYL. Nothing's going to my head, but TTYL.
TTYL. Okay, TTYL. I did not know that one. Come on, that one.
Talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Okay, what about LWKMD?
LWKMD. No idea.
Laugh what Kiwi die. Okay, thank you so much, Miracle, for joining me. I love your voice. Honestly,
so much.
I love the way you speak.
All right.
Of course, you're going there to soar high.
Thank you.
Trust me. Yeah, the show has come to an end, and of course, join us same time tomorrow Follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Always click the notification button if you haven't, so that you get to, meet the interviews and conversations and stories we upload on our YouTube. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Nkota.
BBC did a commentary on, and we found large consignment of that in all the locations. In fact, we have sample of some of those things, and those things are destroying our youth. That is what they are taking, and we have problems in the country.
Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Committee on Specialty Health Care has expressed anger with the Ministry of Health over closure of a Federal College of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, FEDCAM, even as lawmakers in the committee have demanded for accountability in terms of funds approved for the college and annual budgets since the closure in October 2010. The panel, through a motion moved during plenary session by Jonathan Guefe, demanded that the management of a college account for all the funds approved for it since the closure of the institution in October 2010 by the federal government. In his opening remarks, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, had assured the 10th House under its leadership to make strong legislation that would improve the health sector in Nigeria.
Hearing is a direct response of a resolution of the House to interrogate the reports of unauthorized disbursement of funds, the indefinite suspension of academic operations by the National Universities Commission, the long-standing dormancy of the college, and persistent non-compliance with the provision of the Federal College of Complementary and Alternative Medicine Act 2021. Distinguished colleagues and guests, the House was informed that the College of Complementary and Alternative Medicine, established in 2008 under the Federal Ministry of Health, has remained non-functional since 2010, following the cessation of its academic programs. However, what continues to alarm both the legislative and public is the fact that despite its closure, the institution has consistently received annual allocations, both capital and recurrent, running into hundreds of millions of naira. The allegations ranged from unauthorized fund disbursement to possible systemic mismanagement by officials linked to both the ministry and the college. These are not matters to be taken lightly. Institutions designed to serve the public good must not become vessels for administrative opacity or financial recklessness.
The chairman of the panel, Alex Ebona, explained that his committee is aware that several years after the college was shut down and its management suspended, it continued to receive and disburse funds, including expanding of its capital and recurrent budgets amounting to millions of naira.
The committee is further aware that several years after academic activity of the college was shut down and its management suspended, the college has continued to receive annual budgetary provisions and allocations, spending capital and recurrent amount amounting to hundreds of millions of naira. The committee is in receipt of petition on allegation and unauthorized disbursement of funds and financial propriety by officials of the ministry and the management of the college.
The committee later grilled the health ministry and management of the college over the issues, demanding accountability and a quick look at the challenges that led to the current crisis.
College, Honorable Chairman, cannot, under our scheme of regulation, start awarding national diploma without meeting the basic minimum academic standard under our regulation. And that BMAS usually starts with the curriculum. And then any other component of staffing, equipment required, facilities like classroom, hostel, laboratories, and workshop are equally specified in that particular document called the National Curriculum. So for them to pick up and to commence operation, we will appreciate that that curriculum be brought to focus and given priority and then be developed, and then they can commence. Unless until that curriculum is done, the college cannot start.
Because we realize that when we list, the number keeps multiplying day in, day out. So when we conducted investigation in this college, we observed some infractions, and based on that, the academic program was shut down in October 2010, sir. And we listed it on our Monday bulletin at that time as a degree warning and unsuspecting members of the public not to send their children there for academic pursuits. That is the process that the commission takes. If you are going to award degrees, there's a process. We are very strict with that process, and those processes are clear. They are clear. We have our documents, we have our guidelines, we have our regulations. They are not secret documents. They are there in the public. You can access them if you want, and can make them available.
When it was closed down in 2010, Professor Onyebusi Chukwu organized, after the diagnostics of what is really going on, organized some experts in which they came up with a draft curriculum, which was submitted in 2014. Now, after I came in, we look at the draft curriculum, approach NBT, I approach NUC. And NUC told me that, look, we have curriculum for BSc, complementary and alternative medicine, which means and university has moved ahead of us.
The committee also requested for the nominal role of academic and non-academic staff of the college to ascertain certain claims. The House of Representatives has condemned the brutal killing of 13 persons traveling from Kaduna State to attend a wedding in Plateau State. The resolution followed a motion of urgent national importance moved by Sadiq Abdullahi. I was directed the ad hoc committee on the Plateau crisis to investigate the incident and report back for further legislative action.
Concerned that this horrific act is part of an increasing trend of insecurity and interstate violence that threatens the freedom of movement, peace, and unity of Nigeria as a country. Worried that despite previous resolutions of this Honorable House and repeated assurances from security agencies, attacks of this nature continue unabated, raising serious questions about the adequacy of security architecture and protection of lives and properties in Nigeria. Concerned that the continued failure to arrest and prosecute perpetrators of heinous crimes is emboldening criminal elements and undermining public confidence in the government's ability to provide security and justice.
In a related development, the House also mandated the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority, NHIA, to appear before its Committee on Healthcare Services. This followed a motion by Billy Osawaro, who raised concerns over the persistent challenges facing the National Health Insurance Scheme, despite sustained government efforts to improve healthcare service delivery for workers in both the public and private sectors.
That despite effort to increase coverage and improve the welfare
through quality healthcare delivery. Only about 5% of Nigerians are enrolled in the NHIS, and the said 5% are facing numerous challenges, such as poor quality services, limited access to medications, as beneficiaries complain about out-of-stock medications or lack of quality medications and high incidence of out-of-pocket payment despite being insured. Mr. Speaker, the House is also worried that despite the efforts of the government to adequately back NHIS, its funding is generally considered inadequate, and this causes delayed payments to healthcare providers, such as the hospitals and clinics, by health maintenance organizations, otherwise known as HMOs, and this in turn affects the quality of services rendered to beneficiaries.
The chairman of the ad hoc committee to convene a special security conference on the security challenges in Plateau State and beyond, Hamid Wahid, has declared that the assignment before the committee is not about politics, but about people, peace, and the soul of a nation. Addressing members at the inaugural meeting in Abuja on Tuesday, Wahid emphasized the grave responsibility placed on the committee by the House of Representatives, noting that the recurrent violence in Plateau State has devastated lives and continues to threaten national unity. The committee set up by the House is expected to convene a special security conference involving security agencies, traditional rulers, community leaders, civil society groups, youth and women groups, researchers and political actors.
We must remember that naturally the eyes of the people will be on this committee and its membership. This task is not about politics, it's about the people, it's about communities, about peace, and about betterment in the general lives of our people in Nigeria in general. I implore you all to let us work collaboratively and diligently. Let us listen to all sectors of society and let us lead with empathy and courage. Once again,
with that emotion, sentiment, I think if we do this job and we're able to give peace to Plateau, Plateau State is very, very strategic place in terms of Nigerian politics, in terms of Nigerian location, geographically. The weather is more than excellent. It's an area that has a lot of potentials, but I think we have been drawn back because of some of these incessant crises. The history of Plateau State dates back to colonial masters, or before colonial masters, because of the tin mining activity. One of the main sources of economy of Nigeria has been in Plateau, and a lot of potential. Tomorrow, we should have the weather very conducive, and I will employ and deploy that transparency will help us to achieve, and then neutrality would also help us to achieve.
Yeah.
Because we should not forget about our oath of office, allegiance to do justice to all manner of people.
Also speaking, former Deputy Speaker Idris Wase commended the committee's readiness and urged members to approach the assignment with transparency, fairness, and courage. River State Sole Administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, has reaffirmed the state's commitment to support and enhance maritime security, protection of national assets, and economic growth through strategic collaboration with security agencies, particularly the Nigerian Navy. Ibas gave this assurance while hosting participants of the Nigerian Navy Warfare College Course 9, who were on a study tour to River State at the Government House in Port Harcourt. Represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Ibiba Worika, The administrator emphasized that leveraging modern technology is critical to safeguarding national assets, coastal communities, and ensuring sustainable economic development. Vice Admiral Abbas commended the Nigerian Naval War College for prioritizing technological innovation in maritime security, underscoring its dedication to advancing national security strategies. He urged participants to ensure that the study tool strengthens collective stakeholder resolve and broadens professional approaches to achieving sustainable maritime security outcomes.
As a coastal state with vast maritime assets and an expansive shoreline along the Atlantic, Rivers State understands firsthand the challenges and the strategic imperatives of securing our waterways. From the protection of oil and gas infrastructure to ensuring the safety of our waterways, of course, from the protection of the oil and gas infrastructure and ensuring the safety of our waterways, seafarers and coastal communities, maritime security is not only a military concern, it is a pillar for national development. We are witnessing a time when threats in the maritime domain, ranging from piracy and smuggling to illegal fishing and environmental hazards, are becoming increasingly sophisticated. As such, we must match these challenges with equally sophisticated responses. This is where the integration of modern technology becomes not just beneficial, but essential.
In his remarks, the Commandant of the Nigerian Naval War College, Rear Admiral Akinola Olatunde Olodude, highlighted Rivers State's strategic importance to Nigeria's economy, noting that the state accounts for 30% of Nigeria's coastline, over 40% of the nation's crude oil output, and 33% of its GDP and foreign exchange earnings.
It's worth mentioning that Rivers State makes up 30% of Nigeria's total coastline, which is about 853 kilometers long. The state also accounts for over 40% of Nigeria's total output of crude oil and natural gas resources, while generating over 33% of Nigeria's GDP and also foreign exchange earning. Rivers State alone produces crude oil from 416 wells out of a total of 1,201 in the country, and many of these oil wells are dotted around the maritime environment of Rivers State. Notably, the Trans-Niger pipeline connects oil fields in the state to the Bonny crude oil export terminal, which is a crucial route for Nigeria's crude oil export. In addition to the oil wells and pipelines, Rivers State also hosts two of the largest seaports in Nigeria, 2 refineries, and the liquefied natural gas terminal facility in Bonny Island, among other important infrastructure within the state's maritime environment.
The ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba wants the National Assembly to step in and resolve the conflict around the right to mining of solid minerals in the country. Governor Mba made a call when he received members of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals Development who visited him at the Government House, ENUGU. The governor said there should be greater involvement of states in the mining of solid minerals to enable the country to explore the huge potential of the sector and help diversify the nation's economy.
We are basically sitting on a huge wealth and sometimes struggle to get access to the wealth. Okay, and I also think that this committee's task is of utmost importance. It's a very important task because solid mineral holds a very huge economic opportunity for this country, particularly when we think or talk about economic diversification. And I think that we do not have any sector that holds the potential as much as the solid mineral sector does. And somehow it appears we are suffering from the tragedy of the commons, where we have not yet, we have the state at some point trying to say, okay, this is in our state, we're not exploring or exploiting it, and you know, we have to do something in our self-interest. And then the federal government, because of course of its wealth scattered everywhere, has also not fully taken advantage of the potentials we have in the solid mineral sector.
Of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals Development, Ekong Samson, assured that the Senate will collaborate with the states in coming up with a more acceptable legislative framework that will regulate the sector. This is said as one sure way of expanding the country's revenue base and restoring sanity in the mining of solid minerals.
This visit has been designed to interface with the stakeholders. We did that in Ebonyi yesterday. Today we are here. We also intend to go around some sites, see things for ourselves, and explore further the huge opportunities that the sector presents for your state. We have noted, and we are very, very proud of this, that ENUGU State plays a very key role in Nigeria's mining history. There's no way we discuss the history of mining in Nigeria without giving a pride of place to ENUGU State. So we felt that it's quite important that we come here and see for ourselves, compare notes, and then share in the huge opportunities that the sector presents.
The committee was in Enugu State as part of their oversight function of solid minerals infrastructure in the southeast. Nigerian Senate has directed the Nigerian Customs Service to raise its 2025 revenue target from a proposed 5 trillion naira to at least 10 trillion naira as part of efforts to boost national revenue. The directive was issued during the Senate Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs Budget Defense session for 2024 and deliberations on the 2025 fiscal proposal. Committee Chairman Jubri Lisa criticized the revenue projection by the Customs Service, describing it as abysmally low and not reflective of the service's capacity. He noted that with ongoing recruitment of over 3,000 additional personnel and existing infrastructure, Customs Service is well positioned to meet a more ambitious target. Senator Issa also called for increased vigilance at Nigeria's borders, urging Customs to intensify its interception of arms, ammunition and illicit drugs through seaports, airports and land entry points.
Having said that, we believe that your revenue target of 6-point-something trillion, I can't get the exact figure now, is abysmally low. You have to double your efforts. You must get us nothing less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. We don't expect you to get us anything less than 10 trillion by the end of this financial year. You are adequately equipped, you have the infrastructure, and you have the staff, okay? The additional staff that you're talking about, over 3,000, will come in, and I'm sure you are almost on the drawing board of that.
Earlier, Deputy Controller General of Customs, Finance and Technical Services, B.M. Jibo, presented the service's 2025 revenue projection of 6.584 trillion naira.
2025 budget proposal. The revenue target for the year 2025 is based on the medium-term revenue framework. The revenue target for NCS for 2025 financial year is set at 6.584 trillion, consisting of 3.835 trillion for Federation account, then 1.081 trillion for non-Federation account, and 1.650 trillion for import VAT.
Despite this, the Senate committee maintained its stance, pushing for a more aggressive revenue strategy to align with the country's fiscal needs and development goals. The Nigerian Senate has approved another extension for the implementation of a capital component of a 2024 national budget, shifting the deadline to December 31, 2025. The decision was made during Tuesday's plenary following the swift presentation and passage of an amendment to the Appropriation Act, which went through all three readings in a single sitting. Leading the debate, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Solomon Adeola, said the extension was necessary to ensure completion of ongoing capital projects, many of which have been delayed due to revenue shortfalls.
The Appropriation Act of 2024 will come to an end by 30th of June 2025, this year. And due to some projects which are yet to be funded and implemented, we find it very important to come before these ALO chambers that this budget be extended by further 6 months, that is to end on 31st December 2025, to allow, among other things, the procurement process to be completed, money to be released for the implementation of the capital component of these budgets.
I wholeheartedly associate myself with the submissions made by my chairman of the Appropriation Committee, adopt same, and further add that in line with the desire of the present government and in consonance with the Renewed Hope agenda to ensure that no project is abandoned in the course of implementation of the budget.
However, senators such as Abdullah Yahya and Abdul Ningi criticized the repeated extensions, describing them as signs of poor implementation capacity by ministries, departments and agencies. They called for an investigation and more transparency from the executive.
The National Assembly is not being taken into confidence by the executive arm of government on this very serious matter. This budget should have been implemented and everything done by December 31st, 2024. We extended it by another 6 months to the end of June this year.
I'm going to bring a motion sequel to the passage of the bill, which says the Committee on Appropriation and Finance should investigate the recurring dismal of non-implementation of the capital component and report back within 1 week or 2.
Government has grounded, that's what it means. Contractors who have done their jobs, committed their resources, cannot be paid. The benefits of the budget that we all took time to work on and pass has not gotten to the people. And guess what? We are talking of the capital component. The recurrent component, which is for the bureaucrats, it has gotten to them 100%.
Mr. President, I think that we must take the bull by the horn on this issue of appropriation. And I think that unless we take it very seriously up with the Ministry of Finance, this Parliament will become an embarrassment into itself. Mr. President, I am reluctantly supporting the extension of the 2024 capital component of the budget.
Deputy Senate President Berrao Jibrin, who presided over the session, ruled in favor of the bill after the adoption of a report from the Committee on Supply. There's a second extension granted for the 2024 budget, following an early shift from December 31st, 2024 to June 30, 2025, at the request of President Bola Tinubu.
Desire to make sure that we solve these problems. In any case, the Committee on Appropriations and Finance have the function already enshrined in our rules to do that. So what we are trying to do is to emphasize the need that they should do the needful and then report back to us.
In a related development, the Senate also passed a Nigerian Police Trust Fund Amendment Bill, extending the fund's lifespan from 6 to 12 years. The aim is to boost police training, equipment, and infrastructure. The amendment was passed without opposition following its second and third readings after suspending Senate Rule 78-1.
To amend the Nigeria Police Trust Fund Act to increase the duration of the trust fund to, among other things, provide for continued training, provision of equipment and related facilities, as well as enhance the skills of personnel of the Nigeria Police.
Both bills now await concurrence by the House of Representatives before being transmitted to the President for assent. The Nigerian Ports Authority (NPA) has projected a revenue of 1.279 trillion naira for the 2025 fiscal year, representing a 40% increase over its 865 billion naira target for 2024, which it has already surpassed. The revenue projection and budget proposal were presented separately to the Senate and House of Representatives Committees on Marine Transport by NPA Managing Director Dr. Abubakar Danso on Monday. Dr. Danso revealed that the agency remitted 400 billion naira to the Consolidated Revenue Fund (CRF) in 2024, almost double the amount remitted in the previous year. He attributed the projected revenue growth for 2025 to modernization efforts, improved operational efficiency, and increased maritime activity.
In 2025, we are projecting or proposing a revenue of 1,279 billion. This is about 40% more than the 2024 actual of 894 billion. The details of the revenue sources are as written below. So on the cargo side, we are expecting we'll realize 413 billion. On the ship side, we are hoping to realize 544 billion. On the concession side, we are hoping to realize 249 billion. On admin revenue, we are hoping to realize 73 billion. So in total, is 1,279,894,610,633,343. We predicated our revenue increase in the following: the Dangote refinery coming on stream, which required a lot of marine services from us, and then we have established a one-stop shop in NPA, which has so far been able to treat over 57 vessels per month.
Chairman of the Senate Committee, Wasiu Eshinlokun, commended the NPA's performance but urged agency to further enhance infrastructure, drive revenue, and support national efforts to tackle unemployment and fiscal deficits.
As we look at the 2025 IGR budget proposal, we expect clear strategies on how NPA intends to enhance its revenue generation capacity, reduce leakages, and modernize port operations through digitalization, improve security, and infrastructural upgrade. The expectations are even higher considering the federal government drive to increase non-oil revenue and reduce dependence on borrowing. Let me reiterate that this committee will continue to play its oversight role effectively, not as an adversary, but as a partner in progress. We are committed to work with NPA and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that maritime sector contributes meaningfully to national development and economic growth.
Other lawmakers also applauded the NPA for consistently exceeding its annual revenue targets, but encouraged even greater performance to reduce the government's dependence on borrowing and close budget gaps. The National Youth Service Corps has denied extending the service year of a Lagos Corps member, Rita Ugwamaye, also known as Ray, for criticizing the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Ray became an internet sensation following a public criticism of the present administration, which he described as worsening economic conditions. Ugwamaye had, in a viral video shared on her TikTok account, expressed frustration over Nigeria's worsening economic conditions, lamenting the high inflation and economic hardship. Uguamaye had also criticized the president by describing him as a terrible leader, while questioning the government's efforts to alleviate a hardship faced by the citizens. She stressed that Lagos State is a smelling state and lamented its poor living conditions. Viral, Uguamaye posted another video alleging that she was being threatened by the NYSC authorities, claiming that some officials of the scheme asked her to delete the video. When contacted on Tuesday, the acting NYSC Director of Press and Public Relations, Carol Embo, said the decision to extend a core member's service year is made when such a person is passing out. A senator representing Borno South, Ali Ndume, has admitted he could join the coalition which is seeking to remove President Bola Tinubu from power in 2027. Ndume, however, insisted he does not want to jump from frying pan to fire. Ndume also revealed that he has been attending the meetings organized by members of the coalition. Ndume's comments come amid speculations that the coalition is looking to adopt the proposed All Democratic Alliance, ADA. ADA is a new political party that recently applied to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for registration. Coalition is spearheaded by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, former River State Governor Rotimi Amechi, and other prominent politicians. Taraba State government has denied the speculations that it had nominated the incumbent Deputy Speaker of the State Assembly, Haman Adama Adamu, as the new Deputy Governor of the state. The State Commissioner for Information, Zainab Jalingo, in a press briefing, described the information as misleading, insisting that there is no vacancy in the office of a Deputy Governor and that the current Deputy Governor, Aminu Alkali, remains the duly elected Deputy Governor of Taraba State. The state government therefore called on the public to remain calm and to rely on verified information from official government communication channels. Further disclosed that the process of replacing a deputy governor as contained in the Nigerian constitution is clear. Due legislative and constitutional procedures are required, and such processes have not been initiated or contemplated at this time. The state government restates its commitment to remain focused on delivering good governance and will not be distracted by unfounded speculations. The Adamawa state government has officially withdrawn the traditional title of Waziri Adamawa from former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, citing a newly introduced indigenship policy governing traditional leadership positions within the emirate system. The revocation was announced in a circular dated June 20, 2025, signed by the Permanent Secretary of the Department of Chieftaincy Affairs, Adama Felicity Marman. The statement explained that the move is part of an ongoing restructuring of traditional institutions under the administration of Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri. According to the directive, the prestigious title of Waziri, previously regarded as the second most senior position in the Adamawa Emirate after the Lamido, will now be reserved exclusively for individuals from specific districts: Yola North, Yola South, Girei, Mayobelwa, Sang, and Zumo. As Atiku hails from Jada local government area, which belongs to the Ganyi chiefdom and falls outside the listed district, is no longer eligible to hold the title. The circular emphasized that the new eligibility rule applies across all emirate councils in the state, potentially affecting several other traditional title holders whose origins do not align with the newly approved districts. Still to come, Trump says intelligence on Iran was inconclusive but suggests severe damage. China defends its oil and gas development activities in the East China Sea. Do stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Wednesday that the damage to Iranian nuclear sites from missile strikes over the weekend was severe, though he also acknowledged that available intelligence in the matter was inconclusive. His comments followed reports by Reuters and other media outlets on Tuesday, revealing that the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency had assessed that the strikes had set back Iran's nuclear program by just a few months, despite administration officials saying the program had been obliterated.
Yeah, well, they said it was actually, the report said it could have been they don't know. I mean, they did a report. I could have Pete talk to it because his department did the report. They really don't know. I think Israel's going to be telling us very soon because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. Had we not succeeded with that hit ended the war. That hit ended the war. I don't want to use an example of Hiroshima. I don't want to use an example of Nagasaki. But that was essentially the same thing. That ended that war. This ended that with the war. If we didn't take that out, they'd be fighting right now.
China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi on Wednesday told a gathering of ambassadors of EU countries in Beijing that achieving complete reunification remains China's historical mission. Speaking at a diplomatic luncheon at the Polish embassy in Beijing, marking the conclusion of Poland's presidency in the EU Council, Wang said China will never allow Taiwan to separate, accusing the DPP, Democratic Progressive Party, of fabricating false narratives and posing a danger to regional stability.
China's oil and gas development activities in the East China Sea are located in undisputed waters under China's jurisdiction. It is entirely within China's sovereign rights and jurisdiction. China does not accept Japan's groundless accusations. China adheres to and is committed to fully and effectively implementing the principled consensus on the East China Sea issue. It is hoped that the Japanese side will work with the Chinese side in the same direction and strive to restart the negotiations between the two governments on the next issue at an early date.
China views democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has stepped up military and political pressure over the past 5 years. China has had a special dislike of Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te, calling him a separatist. Tensions between China and Taiwan, including several rounds of Chinese war games, have raised the possibility Beijing may one day make good on threats to take Taiwan by force in a move that could ignite a regional war. China on Wednesday defended its oil and gas development activities in the East China Sea, said the structures were located in undisputed waters under Chinese jurisdiction as a response to Japan's protest against the construction. China does not accept Japan's groundless accusations, ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun told a regular news conference, adding that Beijing was committed to fully implementing the principled consensus on the East China Sea issue.
I don't know how they can reverse this. Now, it's absolutely insane. There's shops everywhere, so how do they reverse this? I don't think they can, now that they've opened it to be completely free.
Lodged a protest with China, saying in a statement it is extremely regrettable that China was pressing ahead with unilateral development when the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf in the East China Sea are not yet been delimited. Japan's ties with China have been plagued by a territorial dispute over a group of Japanese-administered islands in the East China Sea called the Senkaku in Japan and Diaoyu in China, as well as a legacy of Japan's past military aggression. Taiwan's government is moving to recriminalize cannabis, plunging into limbo an industry estimated at worth over $1 billion that boomed since the substance was taken off the country's narcotics list in 2022. The push to impose new controls on recreational use comes after the Bujamatai Party, which championed cannabis legalization, withdrew from the ruling coalition last week, following Thai Prime Minister Pentarongtam Shinawatра's apparent mishandling of a border row with Cambodia. Late on Tuesday, Thailand's Health Ministry issued an order prohibiting the sale of cannabis for recreational use and making it mandatory for any retail purchase to require a doctor's prescription. The new rules will come into effect once they're published in the Royal Gazette, which could happen within days. The recriminalization push has left some cannabis industry members, like Punata Pushinwagan, who works at a greenhouse Thailand dispensary in Bangkok, stunned. 3 years ago, Thailand became one of the first countries in Asia to decriminalize the recreational use of cannabis, but without any comprehensive rules to govern the sector. Since then, tens of thousands of shops and businesses have sprung up across Thailand, many of them located in the country's tourism hubs. Thai Chamber of Commerce previously estimated the industry, which includes medicinal products, could be worth $1.2 billion by 2025. British Royal Navy frigate HMS Richmond docked in Jakarta on Wednesday, part of the UK's efforts to strengthen defence ties with Indonesia amid growing maritime security concerns in Indo-Pacific region. The visit, attended by British Ambassador Dominic Jeremy, comes days after another British vessel, HMS Spey, sailed through the Taiwan Strait. China considers the strait to be Chinese waters, although Taiwan, the United States, the UK and other allies say it is an international waterway. The visit includes planned defense industry business engagements following a recent meeting between the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, where both leaders agreed to deepen their strategic partnership, particularly in defense and security cooperation. And that's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Just finished the game.
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
if we are determined to do that. If we are determined to shun money, if we are determined to face the consequences of swimming against the tide, because it is swimming against the tide, there are consequences. There will be verbal attacks and there may be physical attacks. Everything boils down to corruption. And corruption is not just about giving or taking money. Fake drug is such a bad news. It is mass murder. Early 2001, over 41% of drugs in circulation were outrightly fake. Over 68 were unregistered. So we were in a crisis situation. It was not only drug, what of food, what of baby milk, infant formula, that was cassava flour with sugar and a little milk. Can you imagine how many babies that died? When I came into NAFDAC, first of all, I wanted to succeed. I think that should be number one in any assignment. If you tell yourself you want to succeed, every other thing will follow. If you are focused on succeeding and shun people's money, irrespective of God, it's not just money that is involved in corruption. When people are your relations, you should not start looking at people as my brothers or sisters or friends. You should be moving like a train in anti-corruption movement, especially in the area of counterfeit medicine.
The issue, the business of fake drugs is a big, big business. We all hear when Dora Akunyele, as the DG of NAFDAC, when she was fighting the menace of counterfeit drugs, we saw all the threats that she went through. They almost killed her, her driver, and all of that. So for people who are confident to come up and say that these people, there are people here who are involved in adulterated or fake drugs, we need to provide some form of protection for them so that they and their families are not exposed to threats, to dangers to their lives from people who are the ones peddling these drugs.
As the current effort unfolds, a socio-political group, Southern Nigerian People's Mandate, has weighed into the matter. In a statement signed by East President Augustine Chukundum and Secretary General Shegun Dia, the group pointed at Pakistan, China, India, and some other Asian countries as the sources of these fake drugs that have become a scourge in Nigeria.
Corruption is also part of what we are passing through, what the menace that is responsible for Nigeria being a dumping ground or any drug. And again, when I say the economy of the country is another way. That's why you see a lot of drug. People want cheap drug, and most of these drugs that are being brought in, when you want to talk about the counterfeit and at the same time the fake drug, what is it? What is the definition of it? It's a drug that they are deliberately and fraudulently mislabeled. You understand, either in terms of their composition, of what the drug is contained, or at the same time mislabeling, misrepresentation.
The group said that NAFDAC itself should be the first agency that must be investigated in any meaningful effort to resolve the fake drugs challenge. According to the Southern People's Mandate, NAFDAC is running with the hare and hunting with the hound because NAFDAC officials give a seal of approval for the importation of these drugs and turn around to impound them. The group called on the president to investigate the customs, police, and the NDLEA, all of whose officers are at the entry ports, get compromised by the drug dealers while the illicit and fake drugs take the lives of many Nigerians and frustrate medical practice in the country.
In order for us to curb this menace, because it is a menace and it has a global approach, it has a local approach. So the first and foremost thing that I think that we should do, increase our awareness campaign, so that people will know how to identify fake drugs when drugs are being distributed to them. Then we also need to engage a multi-sectoral approach in terms of Federal Ministry of Health, the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, all of those people that are involved. The customs is also a stakeholder. Because like most of the drugs that we take in Nigeria, they are imported. And if they are imported, it means that they come in through our borders. And who are the people manning our borders? They are men and women of Nigerian Customs Service. So we also need to engage them so that when these drugs are seen, of course, they have to go through a training process for them to be able to identify which is counterfeit, which is adulterated, which is illegal, which one has expired. So with that training in mind, when these drugs come in, they would be able to identify that, oh, these ones they have already expired, these are counterfeit, these are banned drugs. They can seize them and then destroy them or burn them like we see them do on national television. So all of this, we have to do all of this. It's going to be a collaborative effort.
The agency actually responsible for that are doing, and we know the clampdown that NAFDAC is ongoing now. The essence is they are working in collaboration with the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria to streamline, have a central stock, you understand, have to clamp down on the open market and ensure that you want to get your product, you have a central regulation of drugs coming into the country. It still has to go through NAFDAC. Yes, they are the one that issue license. They check the integrity of the drug. They even have a lab where they carry out, you understand, check on the drug, carry out some tests on the products that is being brought in. And this track and trace method, that, will I say, technique that is out there, also is another process. There was a time where you have numbers being given, a code, that if you log in such numbers onto your phone, it authenticates the authenticity of a particular product. And I think NAFDAC is also still working in that regard.
Meanwhile, pharmacists have suggested that the demand by the NAFDAC DG, Professor Mojisola Christiana Adeyeye, for the National Assembly to amend the anti-narcotics and drug law to include either death or life sentence. The Director General of NAFDAC has suggested a stiffer law as a deterrent to the continued challenge of fake drugs in the country, while speaking to the media at the presidential villa.
We use this opportunity to call on the National Assembly to expedite the amendment of the NAFDAC Act N1-LFN 2004 and the Counterfeit and Fake Drugs and Unwholesome Processed Food C-34 Act to include life sentence and death penalty in the penalties for crimes committed under these acts. This exercise that we are doing is purely an enforcement operation to protect the public and rid our country of falsified and substandard medical products.
Senate had proposed a bill in 2020 to increase the jail term for people who are convicted to life imprisonment. I think if we're able to pass that bill, it will be good, because anyone who is convicted knows that he or she is going to prison for life. And then I think the fine that was being proposed in that proposed bill is 2 billion. I think it makes more sense, even though I still think that 2 billion cannot buy the life of any human being. So if we're able to get that bill passed, whoever is convicted goes behind the bar for his or her entire life. When we get more convictions and we talk about this, we make publicity, we ensure that these convictions are publicized such that everybody sees, everybody knows. I think it will serve as deterrent to people who are sitting down or who are lying in wait or who are in that business. They will know that it is no longer business as usual. And I think that this will help a great deal to curb the menace of counterfeit and fake drug adulteration of drug proliferation of drugs in Nigeria.
It is evident that the challenge of fake, illicit, and adulterated drugs in Nigeria reflect the challenge of corruption, weak and incompetent regulation, and a lack of political will to tackle the problem. If not, Nigeria should have put diplomatic pressure on countries from where these drugs are imported and sanctioned the leadership of customs, police, and NDLEA, who run after consignment of drugs on the roads after they have been let through the entry points. As the war on fake drugs, the innocent whose businesses and livelihoods are now suffering should not be sacrificed because of the failures of regulation and border.
For 10 days in the month of March, the door to allegations of corruption, abuse of power, torture, cruel and inhumane treatment of inmates against the Nigerian Correctional Service was thrown open to the public in Abuja. To say that some of the details that emerged were disturbing underplays the gravity of the situation. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima, who with Nasiru Usman covered the 10 days public hearing, summarizes the high point of the investigative hearing.
There was a comforting outcome of the 10-day investigative public hearing by a panel set up by the Ministry of Interior. The outcome is that the ministry is willing to confront issues in Nigeria's correctional services without any effort to cover any failures. The second is that the investigative panel is not on a witch hunt, punitive voyage, or indictment, but is striving to understand the issues, the infractions, why they happen, and how to prevent them, and institute a new correctional culture.
The Nigerian Correctional Service have also seen this process as something that is going to be for their benefits, and they cooperated so well in dealing with all the issues that were raised. They mobilized staff from all over the country to come in and state their own cases as it is. So for us, I think is the trust that the service and even Nigerians have in this process that is quite encouraging to us.
3 major institutions came up again and again in the course of the 10-day public hearing: the police, the judiciary, and the correctional service. The practices by officers of these institutions came up for scrutiny in the investigation, arraignment, detention, and inhumane custodial conditions of inmates.
The issue of underage. That's when a warrant has been sent to the prison officials, and they observe that the person committed in the warrant to be remanded, in their opinion, is underage, and by the provision of the Act, they have every right to reject it. So, in an attempt to solve or resolve this kind of problem, we should have cognizance to the fact that once a judge, either in the magistrate or high court, has issued a warrant for the remand of a suspect before he has become an order of the court. Being an order of the court, therefore, he must have relied based on the information supplied. If it's a matter under magistracy, I believe the police, since they are here, they have to take note of this because they have more important role to play than the judiciary in this aspect. So what I'm saying in essence is that the police have a very important role to play in preparing their first information reports that they normally present to the magistrate court, because the magistrate will now believe in the information content, and maybe if the accused denies the allegation, he may order his committed on remand, pending when they will bring their own cases. So once the warrant has been given to the officers on their own say they have rejected or they will reject him on the grounds of underage, will definitely annoy the court. For any officer to attempt going back to the court to tell the judge, this guy is underage, because he is not in position to do that.
Nigerian Police Force, NDLE, Justice, you are us. They are all under you because you take care of judiciary and everybody. You need to understand what we are going through, keeping these students. They don't call them inmates, we call them students. I learned that on the field last week. Keeping these students in our correctional center. Maybe when we understand it, it will help us to go back to our various agencies to say, look, we need to rejig what we are doing because we are actually causing a lot of discomfort, not just to the correctional service, but also to those students.
Fingers pointed at the magistrate court in the detention of underage raised issues of whether the police and the courts were conscious of the rules governing juveniles who find themselves against the law. Was the National Judicial Institute, which provides training, doing enough to equip judges, and is the training of magistrates from where many are thrown into correctional centers adequate enough?
The mandate of the National Judicial Institute is to train judges and their support staff. So where we come in here is to help develop specialized training programs to equip, as you mentioned, magistrates and legal practitioners with the knowledge needed to identify and prevent human rights violations in detention facilities.
The public hearing was not all about inmates of correction centers or the process of them getting there. The correctional officers also had issues with the system. This ranged from abuse of power by senior officers of the service to mistreatment and denial of rights of the correctional officers. For instance, diligent correctional service officers found themselves in the bad books of their seniors for doing the right thing.
Now I'll start. This is the initial complaint letter, which was dated 22/5/2018. I have submitted to the authorities since 2018. So on March 2018, 40,000 naira was deducted from my salary account for the month of March, April, and May. After complaining to them, 40,000 naira was also deducted for the month of August, September, and October. I complained about the deductions. He said I should hold on and look into the issue. So after looking into the issues, I was vindicated. 100,000 naira was returned to me on installments because the deduction was installment, because 225,000 was taken out of my salary without my consent. So when I wrote this letter and the panel was set up, 100,000 was returned to me. That was when I received a menacing call from Abuja, from that Mr. Teslim Adedoja, who works with the then Prison Microfinance Bank, Lagos. He told me that they will pay me. He said they will pay me, but I will spend the money on transfers. That they will invite me to Abuja. I said, if you are inviting me to Abuja, send me transportation. I will come. That was the menacing call I received from him. I never took all these things so serious. If not, I would have recorded those things. By March 2019, as a result of this microfinance issue, I was transferred to Zone H Makurdi from Lagos with a radio message. I've not even spent up to 2 years at the zonal headquarters Lagos. From there, subsequent transfers started coming up. And the distance is much. I have not committed an offense. I have not done anything against correctional. Somebody will explain to me the next thing, I'll just see my name on transfer. Just like that. I agree that transfer is part of the service. It's part of the job and it's specified in the public service rule and the conditions of transfer. But when transfer is frequent and does not adhere to the public service rules and regulation, it amounts to witch hunting. So that is why I came here, so that all the issues, my issues will be looked into and addressed, and I need to be relocated back to my family, and money is to be paid to me on all those transfers. Because I'm just tired. I don't know. I'm just tired.
And how does an officer handle a situation in which his superior, against all rules, treats an inmate as a king, rendering him services, providing aids and giving him special privileges?
On the 23rd of February, this IGRO by name Efine Waimo was taken to hospital. And for the very first time, I have never seen in the practice that a non-custodial staff will be deployed from the headquarters, and alongside 2 staffs, the orderly and the personal assistants, that is orderly and the driver, also accompanying this IGR. And 4 armed squads were drafted in. They took a white Hilux van that was provided for the state government, took this IGR to an hospital. I noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't figure it out as in charge discipline. But there is something that I really suspected, because there was no medical officer that actually accompanied them. These persons left the custodial center, and as usual, they have been going and coming back. We thought it would be on the usual basis that he goes and comes back. But that day, he left and never came back. There was a tension. He left by 8 o'clock.
This particular case
I issued a query to my officer in charge on why an inmate who is an IDRO should be taken to the hospital without informing the controller. And the officer in charge replied the query. And immediately after that, I quickly went into investigation. I called the inmate. I asked when they brought him to the yard. I asked where he was taken to. He said he was taken to the hospital, Federal Medical Center. I was not fully impressed. I still went to Federal Medical Center to find out from the doctor. And the doctor said, yes, he wrote that medical report, which he gave to the officer in charge to send to me when I was carrying out my investigation.
The welfare of the correctional officers was another issue that featured in the 10 days public hearing. How does the service justify the retirement of officers on the account of one of them, on the same rank, being appointed the Comptroller General of the service, and in the same breath, retaining some officers on a higher rank than the officers so appointed?
Our entitlement as Assistant Comptroller General retired were not given, some of our entitlement were not given to us, but the panel listened to it and asked the service to address that. Two, we have our something like repatriation allowance, but the one that concerns us most was the spirit of disengagement. If it is as a result of the appointment of our junior to become the Comptroller General, while we as senior should go, which has never happened in the service, why then do you have to stop our salary immediately? We have worked into half of the month, as if a personal vendetta is being expressed. We joined the service with the hope to retire peacefully, and we guided our career. How suddenly will you ask somebody to go, having wives, children, in higher institutions without any benefit?
The emotions which this issue raised were calmed by the chairperson of the investigative panel, Dr. Madeleine Ajani, who is also the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Interior. Like a Daniel, she came to judgment, assuring complainants of fairness and justice, and insisting that the correctional service must operate within its own rules and regulations.
Repatriation allowance, as you retire and you put the application, we get it paid. It's not just Ministry of Interior, it's something that the federal service holds very dearly. Because it's just unfair for us to render 35 years of service, then your small chickily money to go back, even if you are not living in Abuja. It's something for you to start off with before your pension comes. And there's no reason why the service should deny you of it. It's your right. So please, whatever it is that we communicate to them to do, I promise you that we'll communicate it to you. What needs to be done needs to be done. Your repatriation fee has to be paid. So when you give us all the information of the things that you have not paid, if I must tell you, apart from 7 of you, there are other cases of retirees that have not received their cards. I read these letters when they come in, appeals, and we send it to the board because it is their jurisdiction to handle those cases. Okay, so aside from the 7 of you, there are other retirees that correctional service has not paid, but your own case is being looked at now. And there's no way where an officer will retire 5 years after it's not been paid your repatriation allowance.
The responsibility of the correctional service to provide adequate feeding, and in some cases specialized feeding, was another issue of concern to the panel. As much as the feeding allowance for inmates has recently been increased, the increase was still inadequate, and the special needs of diabetic and other inmates needing special care are yet not factored in the feeding arrangements.
The panel went to some custodial centers. In all of the ones we went to, there was none which saw food up to 1 week. So the issue about having a store
that is supposed to have at least 7 days in. It's a practice that's difficult for this to be now implemented. You know that when an inmate is not given food, what danger that is. So if people, first, the amount that is provided is poor. Second, this process of profit making worsens the process. And secondly, you know that the officer in charge used to be one of that level of checks and balances for the contractors when the contractors were totally supplying food. So this is about being open to know where the problems are, to solve our problem, because many inmates are dying because of lack of food. I've never seen what we see these days. There have always been problems, but it has never been the way it is. Never. So as a people, we have to look at this square in the eye. So they're going to show you what is happening in the correctional centers these days. What is happening is inmates are not eating well. There's a lot of commercialization because everybody is now selling what you never used to see. Trying to cope. Those who can't afford to cope are dying. So we will look at what can be done to help. And that's where, before we go there, because it's obvious there are not adequate checks and balances, it's obvious. It has to happen.
The panel wondered if the correctional centers were institutions where the state gets its pound of flesh from inmates, or where inmates are corrected and given a second chance. This arose when the matter of training and rehabilitation was interrogated. It emerged that whereas the correction centers are supposed to be correctional institutions, equipment for preparing the inmates for return to society are either not available or are obsolete and dilapidated.
Doing this, there are three major points. One is that the correctional centers do have the manpower in terms of the inmates. Two, some of these inmates are even knowledgeable in some of these things, repairs. Three, the Act, the Nigerian Correctional Service Act, had also spoken about the way part of the resources, the profit from the industries, should be divided into two. One part is what will be used to sustain that process, that enterprise. One part is to be given to the inmates as an incentive, those inmates that are there, so that they can continue to learn skill. And that part to go back to the custodial center. So if this is done, that part that is supposed to be sustained can actually help. I gave you an example of one place we went to, a workshop. The whole, we have a picture of it. The whole workshop is roof off. The carpentry workshop is on this side. Then you have shoemaking and all that. So the question here is about how you can turn this around in relation to maintenance culture, skills acquisition and training for inmates, and utilizing what you have. This is not about contracts. I'm talking about, but this is having the culture of maintenance.
Not only about maintenance culture, even though that is very, very important. Resourcefulness. There were things we observed in some facilities we visited. They have large number, over 1,000. But where they have a workshop or school is smaller than half of this building. Not small, about a quarter of this building. And then when we were asking, they said there's no space. But we've been to other facilities like where they even had to put canopies outside for the people to school. But there was a big church, we were saying, there could have been a makeshift arrangement that when the church is not in session, they can be able to use it as school. And I know those in your department can be able to build, even if it's demarcators, to ensure that those essential services are delivered innovatively within the space you have until money is available for you to build what you need to build.
As the investigative panel rounded up its 10-day sitting, there appeared to be silver lining in the horizon. There is a willingness to make the service to improve its operations and exits Nigeria for being the butt of every report on failure in correctional service delivery.
You are watching 360 Nigeria on Signature TV. We'll take a break and return shortly. Please stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Where is Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, ABN? Not many Nigerians will remember him today. Those who do remember him as a bad experience in Nigeria's political journey. Today, however, many Nigerians, including university students and even President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, remember and recall with fine memories one man, his service and his unshaken stand for integrity, transparency, and credibility in Nigeria's political process. That man is Professor of Political Science from the University of Nigeria, Humphrey Nwosu. Last week, Professor Humphrey Nwosu was laid to rest in his hometown, Ajali, in Anambra State. Before then, believers in a free, fair, and credible election in Nigeria gathered at the Shehu Musa Adua Center in Abuja to pay tribute to Humphrey Nwosu. The event became a commentary on Nigeria's journey towards credible election. 360 Nigeria correspondent reports.
Why is it that evil does not leave any guiding footprints for the benefit of tomorrow? Maybe that is why Napoleon has no monument to his memory, except a brandy that makes fools of men. That same way, Daniel Kanu and his Association for Better Nigeria, a man and his organization who represent an evil in Nigeria's election history, are a piece of forgotten history. With a midnight court order obtained from the dark recess of a court chamber, Daniel Kanu and his ABN were used to scuttle Nigeria's freest, fairest, and most credible election. Last week, Nigerians who believe in accountable democratic process, who believe in the free choice made and mandate given by Nigerian electorate, gathered in Abuja to pay their last respects to Mr. Option A4, Professor Humphrey Nwosu.
To the Nwosu family, we say, you have every reason to be proud of Professor Nwosu. He was a man of honor, a man of integrity, a man of tremendous capacity. Somebody who really knew what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and he did it excellently. He was a chairman who chaired well.
Professor Nwosu and his team embarked on several initiatives. They took deliberate, intentional, courageous steps that culminated in the adoption of the now popular Option A4 voting system, the open ballot, and going forward, the modified open ballot system for the 1993 general presidential election. These initiatives worked so well, and the election also went very well. A widely held national consensus based on facts has continually affirmed that that June 12 election was not only free, fair, but a clear winner emerged. Regrettably, like it has been said since Professor Humphrey Nwosu's past, that everyone, beneficiaries of that election, have been recognized. The day has been recognized, but those who conducted the elections, those who worked tirelessly, remain unsung. But to us, they remain our unsung heroes.
We gather to honor a man whose name is written indelibly in the chronicles of Nigeria's search for democracy, justice, and good governance. We gather to pay tribute to Professor Humphrey Nwosu, scholar, reformer, and patriot whose life and work exemplify the rare courage it takes to do the right thing in a country that too often punishes virtue. For me, this moment is not just about mourning a loss, it is about preserving a legacy. It is about telling and owning our story, both as ENUGU and as Nigerians.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu did his job with the seriousness that it deserved, with the focus, with the passion, and at his heart, very clearly, with the interest of the nation at heart. What he did, no doubt, has contributed very, very significantly to the effort to bring integrity to elections in countries such as ours, to ensure that popular will prevails in the election of representatives of the people, and his leadership at NEC at that time clearly illustrated this commitment and this drive to ensure that things were done very well.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu was the chairman of the National Electoral Commission, NECO, under the military presidency of General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. He was to conduct election to return Nigeria to democratic governance. He did, with sterling performance, destroying the myth of corruption in election, interference by power brokers, and manipulation of election outcome. Nigerians at the event remembered and thanked him.
Professor Humphrey Nwosu has been put on the map as a Nigerian of repute, a man that this country should say a big thank you to.
Professor Nwosu was, however, best known for his role as chairman of the National Electoral Commission. Having been appointed in 1989, he presided over the conduct of the June 12, 1993 elections that some still regard as the most open and transparent in Nigeria's history. He did not apply for the job, but applied himself fully to the task once he mounted the saddle of leadership. Although the results were announced, June 12 became a major reference point in Nigeria's electoral history and political discourse.
Professor Nwosu is a celebrated person who really produced the option A4. He wanted us to really come up with an option that cannot be cheated, that at the end of the elections, there will be the great honor that the elections will be conferred with that credibility. Not just by the people announcing, but the people who voted. Because when you announce the results, those who voted will know whether you are announcing what they voted or something else. Option A4 was designed to be very credible. And you know, it was excellent, produced one of the best results of elections in Nigeria, celebrated, highly honored, but to our surprise, the best elections were annulled. That was the most difficult day in our lives.
The tributes have reminded us not only of his place in Nigeria's democratic journey, but also of the personal courage it takes to do the right things under difficult circumstances. We have also heard virtually from two of Nigeria's global icons, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie and Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, whose reflections captured the far-reaching inspiration Professor Nwosu continues to provide to generations of Nigerians both at home and abroad.
Professor Humphrey was deservedly regarded as one of the main heroes of June 12. For us as a commission, we will forever cherish the enduring legacy he left behind. What are these legacies? There would be no independent National Electoral Commission as it is today if Professor Humphrey Nwosu had not done what he did between 1989 and 1993. At the time he came on board in 1989, coming from the history of electioneering in Nigeria, staff of the commission were not established civil servants. Employment was not gazetted. They were not in the establishments. And Prof said, no, we cannot have a system, a democratic institution, without having permanent staff. And he set out to work. And then the federal government approved, and we started having the staff of the commission as pensionable staff. And most of us are beneficiaries of that today. Secondly, he also had saddled on him the responsibility of relocating the headquarters of the commission from Lagos to Abuja. And he set up a committee. Professor Humphrey Nwosu set up a task force for the relocation and charged them that the staff of the commission must be adequately accommodated. The building the commission occupies today as its national headquarters in Maitama was secured and built by Professor Humphrey Nwosu. The former commission's headquarters was in Area 10. He built it while we were still in Lagos. While we were contemplating relocation to Abuja, the task force said, secure any land, we will build. And he built. When Professor Humphrey Nwosu lays his hat to doing anything, not even the military can stop him.
I'm very, very happy and pleased to see that friends are gathering, and family and friends are gathering in order to celebrate his legacy. And I have no doubt, I think, unfortunately, in our country, we seem very slow and hesitant in rewarding national heroes. And I consider Professor Nwosu's contribution and the courage to withstand what I can call the intrigues of military rulers trying to stay and perpetuate themselves in power, really something that is very heroic and that deserves to be appropriately appreciated and recognized and honored in our country.
Between Daniel Kano and today's Nigeria is a spectrum. In between, there have been the NADECO, the 1 million man march, elections that produced presidents. Political players in this time seem to belong to the real Democrats, the fence-sitters, the pretenders, and the opportunists. At the day of tributes for Professor Humphrey Nwosu in Abuja, it appeared that those who believe in genuine democracy were either present or represented. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was conspicuously absent, not even a delegation from him. The Abiolas were not counted. NADECO was nowhere, even its former followers and members. These who did not show up, are they fence-sitters, pretenders, or opportunists? However, those who believe in what Professor Humphrey Nwosu did for Nigeria's democratic journey said he should be honored and immortalized.
I hereby call on the Federal Republic of Nigeria, led by the President, to, as a matter of honor and respect, give honor to whom honor is due. At least we have heard from the Secretary of INEC that it was Humphrey that saw to the building of the current headquarters of INEC. Why not name that headquarters Humphrey?
Prof should be given Commander of the Federal Republic or Commander of the Order of the Niger. In addition, a national democratic or electoral institution like the Independent National Electoral Commission building should be named after him, because He did not only lay the foundation for a modern democracy, he also erected that physical structure there. No person can be more befitting to be named after the building of Independent National Electoral Commission.
I conclude by speaking to the powers that be. Humphrey Nwosu must be recognized and honored.
If a laborer is worthy of his wages, Humphrey Nwosu deserves a handsome wage. That is, if those who should pay will listen and hearken.
With the experience of Nigerians in elections after Professor Humphrey Nwosu, many today ask the question, when will another Humphrey Nwosu come? The answer is in the belly of time. For now, that's how we conclude today's episode of 360 Nigeria. We promise to be back next week. I am Josephine Beatrice, wishing you a great week ahead. Bye. See you next week.
360 Nigeria, tracking issues in the polity.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished declaring why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Elections.
From Honorable Prof. Paul S. Nnamdi. His message is also on notice of defection from the Labour Party to the All Progressive Congress, APC. His message reads as follows. History rarely remembers those who stood still in moments that demanded movement. With deep reflection, I tender my resignation from the Labour Party, a platform now plagued by internal paralysis and troubling laws of direction. When a political house becomes consumed by conflict and deaf to reason, staying becomes a betrayal of purpose. In contrast, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is confronting the nation's challenges with the audacity leadership requires, taking bold, if painful, steps that speak of a future reclaimed, not postponed. In fidelity to my conscience and my constituents, I align with a vision that seeks not applause but impact. Yours sincerely, signed, Honorable Prof. Paul Inamchi, member representing ENUGU East, Esi Uzo Federal Constituency of ENUGU State. With the opposition.
The Abia State Command of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has called for greater investment in family life programs, youth empowerment, mental health support, and grassroots drug education as long-term strategies to combat drug abuse. Acting State Commander Chibu Oduemedam made the appeal during a press briefing at the command's office in Aba. The event was part of activities marking the 2025 United Nations International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, observed every June 26. Oduemedam emphasized the importance of prevention in tackling drug abuse and dismantling organized crime networks, identified key hotspots for drug trafficking within the state, and reaffirmed the command's commitment to eradicating the menace. He also called for collective efforts in a fight against illicit drugs. Some young drug users
according to the United Nations survey carried out by ENUGU in 2018, which shows that 14.4 million, 14.4%. That's 218, right? Yeah, that's 14.4%, equivalent to 14.3 million people between the ages of 16 and 64 have used psychoactive substances, excluding alcohol and cigarettes. To Abia State, 11.3% prevalence, which translates to 216,000 have used drug other than alcohol and tobacco for the past 1 year. So in Southeast Zone, according to the survey, Abia reduced top under ENUGU, Anambra.
That's third, right?
Yes.
The first is what?
The first is Anambra. Yeah, not the first is ENUGU, the second is Anambra.
Young drug users undergoing rehabilitation at the NDLEA Center in Aba told Signature TV that drug use offers no benefit, urging their peers to shun illicit substances.
Since I wasn't there, I have been abusing cannabis, tramadol, and alcohol. And since I've been here, my body has changed, and the urge is no more, and I'm okay.
Drug hasn't been a good thing in my body because drug has almost damaged my body. Actually, if not for the grace of God, I would have been maybe a very hospitalized person or someone who is dead by now because drug damage and made me machete under how many days. So to my other young youths out there, I'll tell them that they should calm down with anything done because drugs won't help them because they think that drugs make them creative or give them a good life of living. But the truth of the matter is that drugs doesn't do anything. It's just a momentary joy that makes you maybe feel good or
A major highlight of the event was the display of various illicit drugs recently seized by the command. In attendance were senior NDLEA officials, including Acting Deputy Commander of Operations, Ngota Patrick, Deputy Commander of Drug Demand Reduction, Anu Ninton Morris, Assistant State Commissioner for Finance and Asset Investigation, Bekwele Chukwu, Public Relations Officer, Ikechukwu Akunle, and select members of the press. Abia State Governor Alex Otti has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting and collaborating with media professionals in disseminating factual information to the public. This was stated during a two-day media training workshop organized in Umuahia, the state capital. Otti emphasized the importance of partnership between the government and media in informing the public about the state's restoration, transformation, and renewal. He noted that his administration is building not only infrastructure, but also a culture of integrity in the state. The governor assured media practitioners of his administration's commitment to upholding press freedom and creating an enabling environment for them to thrive. Otti also urged media professionals Otti also urged media professionals to prioritize truthful reportage, avoid spreading fear through fake news, and maintain professionalism in their work. He emphasized the need for responsible journalism that promotes public trust and confidence, rather than narratives that incite anxiety and alarm. The workshop aimed to partner with the government in nurturing media professionals, especially upcoming ones in the field of media industry. ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba has appointed Super Eagles goalkeeper and Udinese FC star Maduka Okoye as a state ambassador. The appointment recognizes Okoye's achievements in international football and its commitment to youth development in the region. Okoye, born in Düsseldorf, Germany, to an Igbo-Nigerian father and a German mother, has been capped 16 times for Nigeria. He has made significant contributions to Nigerian football, including playing every minute of his 25 league matches for Udinese in the 2024-2025 season. Okoye expressed gratitude for the honor, saying it was a special homecoming. He commended Governor Mba for his efforts in developing the state and pledged to support youth development through sports. The governor of North Carolina, Josh Stern, officially declared June 14, 2025 as Igbo Day, recognition of the significant contributions and cultural heritage of the Igbo community in the state. The proclamation highlights the community's enduring presence and impact on North Carolina's social, economic, and civic life. The Igbo community in North Carolina has made notable strides in various sectors, including education, law, and medicine, entrepreneurship, information technology. The Igbo community in North Carolina is known for its philanthropic efforts, including volunteering, food drives, cultural performances. The declaration is a testament to the Igbo community's commitment to preserving and promoting their cultural heritage, while also contributing to the state's economic and civic life. North Carolina joins other U.S. states, including Minnesota, New York, and Texas, in recognizing the importance of Nigerian ethnic groups. And that's the news. The last story on the Igbo Day, we are tracking that story and we'll bring you something, but not in this edition, later concerning that event in North Carolina. Stay with us. When we return, we'll be having our conversations. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
You won't believe it, but every year we talk about flooding. And every year while we talk about flooding and preparations of how people can prevent being overwhelmed by the incident of flooding, something happens. We are not just overwhelmed, we're taken by surprise. And that's funny. Why is it funny? You will hear NIMET tell you to beware. You'll have downpours or heavy rainfalls at certain times. Yet, we are not prepared. And one wonders, why are we never prepared? Anyway, I'm taking you to Anambra State, where we have none other than the man who is in charge of SEMA, Chief Paul Odenibo. Chief Paul Odenibo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Welcome to Southeast News on Signature TV.
Thank you.
Last year, the story we heard from Anambra State was quite worrisome and devastating in terms of the flood around the Obaru area of Anambra State. Is it that we did not heed the warnings, or that we were overwhelmed? What really happened?
Thank you very much for this question. I wish I know the story you heard. But you know, like you said, NIMET will normally give the warning about what is likely to happen. The other agency is NIGER, which tells us about the flood flow of the look of the year, the annual flood flow of this year. Now, when we get these information, what we normally do is to go down to the riverine area, people living in the lower basin, and tell them, this is what is likely to happen. Please get ready. Prepare yourself, have a kit ready where you put your wallet, which is your money, your ATM card. Women, you put your sanitary card, and those essential items, maybe bank documents, in readiness to vacate immediately you are asked to do so. That's what we do. We inform them early enough, and their people are always well informed. Sometimes some people don't believe in the predictions, and such people are taken unawares. Sometimes too, the prediction fails, so you don't even know who to blame. However, flood is an annual thing in Anambra State because about 10 local governments are living in the river area, the flood-prone area, Anambra State. And therefore, what we do is to try to mitigate the effect of the flooding. It will come if it will come. And when it comes, we do what we are supposed to do to cushion the effect on the people. That's what we normally do annually. Now, for this year, we have done the sensitization of the people. We have informed them about what is likely to happen. We have told them to get ready so that at the shortest notice, they will have to vacate. And they will vacate to our holding centers because we prepare those centers for them so that when they come, it won't be as comfortable as their home. but at least they have a place to put their hair. For a period, they will stay in the camp. And while in the camp, we take adequate care of them, give them food, give them water, give them light, provide essential things of life to keep them going. But as I said, home is home. It can never be a substitute for their home. And that's why we call them holding centers. The place we keep them until the water recedes and then they go back to their home. That is what we do every year. This year we have sensitization. We didn't stop that. We have also commenced training of people in the rural areas. And we have what we call our LEMC, Local Emergency Management Committee. We also have the community-based organizations. These are the first responders to any emergency at the local level. You know, flood is a local thing. Apart from the one that happens in the cities, maybe after the rainfall, you have flash flooding as a result of blocked channels and what have you. Otherwise, it actually happens at the riverine area. So we have commenced training of people who will help us and who will help us to get them out or evacuate them at the appropriate time. That's what we are doing right now, as I tell you. We are also getting their holding centers. That is the place we keep them. We are getting ready for human habitation, so that when the time comes, they will move from wherever they are to the holding centers. Stay there. We do the much we can do to keep them going. That's what we do.
Okay. Just a minute, sir. Remember what I said earlier before I introduced you. I did say that we'll get information, this will happen. And at the end of the day, we'll still be overwhelmed and taken by surprise. Is it that government, you're an agency of government, but is it that government is not thinking about the future? Let me break it down.
Please do.
Now, we know that in the local government areas, the rural areas, flooding is like an annual ritual. It comes and goes.
Yes.
But I also do know that flood protection embankments can be built for these rural areas, such as dams and others, to channel this water away from where people are living back to the river. Why is it that government is not focused on that over the years? Why do we just focus on having a holding center, having SEMA do what they know how to do best, but there is no linkage with SEMA to begin to look at how to ensure that flooding is taken care of, and the people will no longer be thinking that when it begins to rain, it's the beginning of their nightmare. Why are we not thinking about the future of the people in the rural areas?
I thank you so much for this question. We are thinking of that, thinking of future. But what you are talking about now is beyond the capacity of the state to handle embankments. Because that is the solution to the overflowing of the water. But the state, and no state in this country, can afford it. I don't even know how much the federal authorities can go to embark the entire rivers of this country. It might be extremely difficult. They're building dams here and there, yes, but it's not enough. Maybe because of cost. Therefore, I must tell you, what we do at this level is to try to manage the situation, not to prevent flood from happening, because we cannot do that. We don't have the capacity to stop it from happening.
But
yes.
Is it possible to have a session with the federal government, because flooding, it's all over the country? And I remember last year when a dam broke, it affected everybody. So is it not possible for state, federal government, and international partners to begin to look out, for example, look at the floodplain from the River Niger down and begin to ask, what can they do to ensure that if for the first year they can do so much more to ensure that the people living at the beginning of the floodplains are not affected?
Yes.
Because the Chinese proverb did say that the first step in a journey of 1,000 miles is that you've started already.
Well, that's correct.
So why can't we also think about what we can do or local solutions we can bring to bear to ensure that our people are safe and secured? They are not being displaced each year.
Thank you again for the question. What we are saying is the reality, what it ought to be. And to take up that kind of conversation, it must be at very, very high level. I'm not there. I think it's going to be a conversation between the government of the state and the federal government. Maybe the governors forum and come together, discuss this, and take the program to the federal government so they can look at it properly and see how they can begin to handle this issue gradually, and over time it is solved. But it is not at the level we are operating that can happen.
But you know, your voice, given the experience you have garnered over the years in doing what you are doing best, and optimally too, your voice in that conversation will matter because you'll be bringing field experience to bear.
I don't know how to say this to you, but I better say I have noted what you said, and I'm going to speak maybe again, or even this time around, maybe reduce it in writing, and suggest that A, B, C, D will help to solve this annual flooding problem in our state. I can do that, and it is simple for me to do. I can definitely do that. But what happens after I have done my bit, I won't guarantee. I won't know.
But what happens after you've done your bit is you can beat your chest anywhere flooding is discussed. That this,
I thank
that,
you.
the
rest assured, this will be done. That is in this state. If other states will do that, then we'll watch and see how it goes.
That will be great, sir. I am very honored to have you on Southeast News today. And I look forward to a day we'll be talking about flooding, and you will say that in Anambra State we have taken care of flooding, that we talk about other forms of emergency.
Yes, I understand you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, too, Chief.
I am honored. I'm happy to be part of this conversation.
Thank you very much, Chief Paul Odenibo, the Executive Secretary of SEMA, Anambra State. Thank you for coming on to Southeast News. It's our pleasure.
Bye-bye.
All right, sir. Our next...
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT. local.
The international community is observing Thursday.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And so we're in a buoyant state now where the government cancelled the recently held election of the Electrical Dealers Association, citing procedural irregularities and potential crisis within the union. Who did that? Of course, the Commissioner for Market Development and Parks, Professor Mogo Ajuka Obasi. And we have him here with us online. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon, please. How are you doing?
I'm fine. And how's your day going?
We thank God.
And now, elections seems to be a boiling point for problems or troubles, not just in associations, even in the Nigerian society. And you raised an issue in the news I just told you a bit about, procedural irregularities and potential crisis within the union. How did you sort that out as quickly as possible so that it didn't boil over?
Okay, thank you so much. You know that in Ebonyi State, we have these unique peculiarities, and that is why Ebonyi State is the only state in the Federation that have Ministry of Market Development and Parks. And this was done to enable us actually look into, no matter how minor is, the troubles with traders, to enable us sort them out and provide an enabling environment for our traders and to enable us attract investors all over, both local and direct foreign investors. And so in trying to actualize that mandate, we've been trying to maintain peace. In the case of Electrical Dealers Association of Nigeria, a petition was brought to my office that an organization which is the Market Development Board conducted the election, and because they didn't follow the outlines of their constitution, they have to go and conduct another election, and so that it is becoming a problem. And they never me sort it out. I have to call for a meeting of the entire members of the Electrical Dealers Association in my office. They came and we met with my management team. And in the course of the meeting, we observed that there is need to respect constituted authorities. The union have existed for over 20 years, and so there is no way we can come and turn down their constitution to just carry out the parallel election. It means that there may be something behind that. And so to maintain peace, the two parallel elections that were held have produced two parallel executives. I had to cancel and nullify, declare the election null and void, and the executive dissolved. And to put up with the peace part, I looked into their constitution and saw that they have what they call BOT members of the association. So in order not to go into other issues that may bring problems, I decided to appoint the BOT members as a caretaker committee, 5 of them as a caretaker committee, and charge them with the mandate to meet with these two fractions or these two parallel groups, and then try to understand what the problem is among them, make peace within them, and within 3 months conduct the election that must follow the due process of their constitution. They should use whatever the constitution provides, and then as the supervisory ministry we will be duly informed when the election will be held, so that we monitor them and then ensure that the election goes peacefully, enable them continue with their business without hindrances. Thank you.
Thank you too. I think that is a move that is worthy of praise, but I need to ask, the 5 men that were appointed into this caretaker committee and who were board of trustee members, were they not aware of the parallel nature of the, let me use the word, factions of the Electric Dealers Association going on? Were they not aware of it? So what action did they take before these parallel elections took place?
Okay, what really happens is that the union in their report, because they had a chairman, but the tenure of the chairman ended last year November. And normally how they conduct their elections is that when the tenure ends, we nominate their electoral body from among their members, and then after that the nominated ENUGU members we now conduct the election, which will still be by people nominating and seconding, and then they vote by just simple majority raising up their hands. But what happened is that when the tenure ended, and instead of going into that, the people, that is the union, decided that their constitution is long overdue, and as such, hello, can you hear me?
I'm with you. Long overdue for review.
Okay. That the term is long overdue, and that what they want to do now is for the people whose tenure have ended to revise their constitution, so that when they hand over to the new interim, they will now use the new constitution. That was the agreement according to them. But along the line, while they were doing the constitution and they had concluded with the constitution, so to adopt the constitution, a fraction of them now went to the market development board and complained that the constitution which these people are doing is just to favor them, and so they don't accept it and want the board to now conduct the election for them, which is outside their constitutional provision. And so the board maybe did not look into it properly and decided to do that. Called them and told them they will conduct the election. So majority of the people say that they will not accept it. They will boycott. That what board or government agencies do in their election is to monitor the progress and not outrightly condemning their distance. So this is part of what I looked into. Because if the board had said, okay, we will not accept this your new constitution, since the tenure of these people have ended, let's use the old constitution and conduct the election. Thereafter, election have been conducted. The new people will now have the mandate of revising the constitution. It would have been better. And what they also complained in the petition is that the very person which was returned where they boycotted the election, that the person is 7 months in the association and does not know what the association wants, so that the person was imposed to them. And it is part of what these BOT members, what the former executive and the other party wrote. So we've been trying to say, you see, when there is crisis, there is no need trying to do, just take a common front that we balance everybody. Since their BOT member does not have any fault, and I do not want to see that you appoint somebody within them. It will be as if you are favoring one side. So that is why I decided to say that the BOT members should be the first people to serve for the 3 months to reconcile them, because the BOT will also have the mandate to reconcile them even if there is problem, according to their constitution.
Okay.
So I say that instead of appointing anybody, let the BOT members serve for that interim period, and so that they can normalize things within them.
Oh, okay then. But did you also give the 5-man caretaker committee the mandate? This is just a question for them to ensure that the constitution is reviewed, since they were supposed to review the constitution before the elections, or they are only going to take care of the elections?
Okay, you see, what happens is that you instead of compounding issues, because if you want the 5-man committee to review the election, or for them to force them to adopt this new constitution that has been, that have been completed, then it will mean that you actually want to favor a particular people. So what I told them to do is simple. They should try to meet with these different fractions and unite them. Okay. When they unite them, they should adopt their old constitution first to conduct the election. Then after conducting the election, the new people that emerge as ESCOs will now either work on the new constitution, that's either review it, or if they don't find, if there is anything that are contesting, the new ESCOs will now thoroughly put up a constitution review committee, and then they will review it and adopt, so that they won't have such problems again.
That's a great direction to go. Thank you very much, Professor Mogu Ajukombase. But before I let you go, this is just one of the many associations in Ebonyi State which are under your purview. And the route you took in this matter shows that you have everything going for you. But what about if the factions in this Electrical Dealers Association had refused your intervention? What do you think would have happened?
Well, you see, when you are in a policy, so far as you are balanced in what you are thinking, the government has a way. You cannot lord it over the government, because we have said that we do not want anybody to create crisis. You see, when I took over office, I looked into the market and I found out that there were a lot of crises almost all over. So I tried to do stakeholders engagement in each of these markets, and then the unions, the different unions that exist. And I found out that what was the main cause of the problem was leadership crisis among them. And why were there crises in this leadership? The crisis was as a result of the fact that leaders were imposed on them by government. Previously, leaders will be imposed. Even if they don't like it, they will use police, use all necessary security agencies as a threat. And so it was always having fractions. When I understood that, I discussed it with His Excellency, who graciously approved that each of the unions should conduct their elections and elect their leaders. And so we went into those that their tenures has expired, most of the major markets, like the international market, the building materials market, the timber market, and some of the major markets in Ebonyi State. We went into that, and then they conducted free, fair, and credible election for them. Since the election, there have been a lot of peace in all these markets. And that means that we actually identified the problem. And so we believe that now we have identified the problem, that these people are claiming that there is an imposition on them. Now we have stopped the imposition and tell them, do the normal thing, follow your constitution. So we believe that whether you are a fraction, whether you are in this fraction or the other fraction, you are about to follow the things that you people agreed, which is in your bylaw, which is in their bylaw. So that is what I believe. So if any group don't want to accept it, they cannot blood it over for us. We now tell them that there is a way to maintain law and order in the state. And that is why we have the security agencies.
Thank you very much, Professor Mogu Ajoka Obasi, for coming on to Southeast News. He is a Commissioner for Market Development and Parks. And I must say that you're doing a good job. But And it's a big but. I want you to ensure that all the unions are peaceful, because you cannot develop the market and the parks when the unions have turbulence.
Exactly.
So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on. And we thank you for your contributions. And
thank you.
That's it on Southeast News. We'll be back.
Thanks.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Wait, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by the board.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
thing to do, but many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this, so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lectures based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. It needs to tutor people based on dangers or having our female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3, public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong, because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or in form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it, for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good, because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. I don't think people are well informed about it, actually, because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation for us. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot. Nowadays, like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So, tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So, female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is non-medical. It's not for medical purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris, yes, or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course, yes, of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off, yeah, okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora, okay, that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina, okay, to narrow it, yes, kind of, yes, okay. And then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check. Yes. It's a way of grooming her for marriage, it's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts, yes, in her husband's house.
Yes.
But that is really, really wrong, because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up, yes, honestly. And I'm actually coming to that because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions, yes, about, yes, female genital mutilation. Sure. But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing.
Yeah.
So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community.
Yes.
So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right,
Yes.
that have undergone, between the ages of infant to 15, that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, where they
Yes.
believe this is normal, but it's actually not a normal thing, because a girl is a violation of human rights. A girl has the right to enjoy sex and pleasure and have pleasure in all of that, because that was what God made. But because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision, you
Yes.
discover that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised, this is the female version of it, but that's
it's
totally wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, you know, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation, I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights. If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child, and bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene, you're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights, to
female
genital mutilation. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030. But, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist. And I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, like practicing. I'm actually a lecturer, right? So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule. She's from the eastern parts of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean, a friend. Okay, so she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being caught, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vagina opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting of the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from you know, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any
her,
sexual
yes,
activity.
Yes.
Ah, that is so sad.
It's actually a very sad
so
story
sad.
because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them or any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, you know, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole
and
practices.
this lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
But you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity, yes, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, is the northerners, and you know,
at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at all. It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it. Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the let's not go in there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity. And then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, you know, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex. And there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, you know, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
and other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environments, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home, because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes, permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths, again, that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay, one of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. It's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in ENUGU. Thank God for the East. When you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, ENUGU has kind of the lowest.
Okay.
When you start from Imo, you go down to ENUGU and all, to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So ENUGU has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us. Okay. So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myth. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah.
It happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation because according to them, it's kind of, it's safer, it's, you know, it's a hospital, so everything is done in the hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this act. So.
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So, okay, if this community where I'm found is, they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections, let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe, let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that, to a large extent, can be eliminated, okay? But the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it, okay? So if, for instance, it's restricted to the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas in the rural region and all of that, or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction. Women who have their genitals are mutilated don't have sexual satisfaction. Aside that, what are other risks involved?
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem, because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who have undergone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris, because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings, you know, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged, are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, you know, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited. But currently, there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that. And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth, or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed ones, right? So yes, it's not the same as when you have to do that to fix.
Okay.
Like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how, within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that, moving, just like HIV, you know, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno. Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area. So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very, it's not. Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I, went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people, people who live in urban societies, people who are in school, or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS, no, they show for face. People are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately. It's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing, in a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced, okay? Then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the problem or the myth is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation, let's not call it circumcision.
No,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this. And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this so that they can also scout.
Exactly.
They need to talk so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and at least help them to heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it. Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, help them.
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, coppers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care, psychological. They are taken psychological. They are taken care of. Emotionally, they are taken care of. Physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then a safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers, are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and
Signature TV, news in your pocket.